disturbing pattern, and I really hope that I do not see 3 months from now, like Season 2 of Halo Infinite, the big new mechanic, co-op campaign.
Ugh.
If I see that...
Is it true that they're not... okay, this isn't true, but is there any source that indicates that the campaign is going to be in parts or some shit? I keep hearing that you can hear how much they're really trying to reignite the soul of Halo. Like, they have this whole LAN option for, like, LAN parties to play Halo Infinite together, and, like, these guys are really trying their hardest to, like, bring the soul of Halo back. This looks extremely, like, this looks like the first AAA experience I'm going to be getting in a really long time, like, for an FPS.
Makes your day. He brings you the world, the stars and the sun. Meme makes your day. He does what you like to and takes you along. Memes got the action, memes got the stars. Memes going places, here and there, near or far. Meme makes it cover line wherever you are. Makes your day. He's part of the action, he's where you belong. Meme makes your day. He shines with the stars and he takes you along. Meme makes your day.
Okay, I think we're good. We're good. We're live. Hello, everybody. You can unmute yourself now.
I'm unmuted.
Okay. I hope that everything sounds good. It's been a while. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a very, very long time. But it's good to see everyone come out. Very nice, very fun. With you, as always, your host, Mr. Meme Alchemist, myself. That's me. Please, enough with the applause. That's enough. And back again, my esteemed co-host of sorts, Mr. Squidward.
I'm only of sorts, but hopefully we'll upgrade to co-host someday.
Yeah.
You know? We'll talk behind the scenes about it a bit more.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean,
You hurt my feelings a bit, but we'll talk about it later.
there has to be a podcast in order for there to be a co-host, so you know how that goes. No.
I mean, it's been a good year.
It's
I
been
don't
a
know,
while.
we've learned a lot.
It's some fun I'm making here. It's been a while, man. We've been gone. I don't know. I hope everything sounds okay. Usually I do a lot of tests. I'm just throwing out some feelers right now, so don't worry, my agents of darkness will get back to me and let me know how everything sounds. So if things sound cancerous right now, they likely won't be later, so no big deal. Hopefully, hopefully the intro video wasn't just completely wasn't just silent the entire time. I don't know. It seemed like the audio is pretty low, but it was relevant.
Speaking of, I wonder how those two guys are doing nowadays in the intro.
Oh man, those guys.
They sounded so happy and full of life.
Yeah,
What was it they were talking about, Meme? I think they were
something about Halo Infinite being like a good
video game, right?
Yeah, probably. I think so. And, it being a good game, and maybe, hopefully, it doesn't turn out bad. That was before the game came out, though. Let the record show. That was like right as the beta came out, or the alpha, or whatever the hell they called that thing.
Yes,
So.
those two now sad sacks of shit At that point, we had only played the flights, so I think we can excuse ourselves a little bit.
Listen,
Uh,
I'm glad to be back. I'm glad we're talking about this because listen, Squid and I have been talking about Halo ever since that episode aired, and we've had a lot of opinions. We've had our ups and downs with Halo Infinite, and some of it was good, and a lot of it is bad, and continues to get worse, and it makes the good be outweighed by the bad, like a lot. But a lot of the things we said, not extremely off. It's just the question of management. Would you agree with that, of how things were managed?
well, considering 343 has lost, I don't know, 4 managers in the past year and a half,
Yes.
the management could be an issue or lack thereof.
It's just
And
we said some things, and like a lot of the things that we said involved like the foundation of what Halo Infinite was. Okay. And
we talked very, very heavily about just the gameplay philosophy, what 343
Yes.
was going for, and it had seemed that 343 finally pulled their heads out of their asses and made a Halo game. It had seemed that way.
it did
And-
seem like they cared, yes.
And I'll say this. I think that the argument could still be made, the argument that we made at least then, that the bones are there.
Yeah, there's definitely like a foundation that was set that was certainly stronger. Like as far as gameplay goes, I think was stronger than Halo 4 and Halo 5 by like a mile. But like there's a lot of other things that you got to take into account besides just the gameplay, and like even then it's like you got to build upon that. You can't just have like, oh, here's this solid thing that's fun. Oh, this is cool. This is new Halo. And then it's like, no, like they didn't really do anything with it though, like as we've seen.
It feels like this almost feels like what Halo 4 should have been.
Agreed.
In that it's like they're kind of getting it.
Yeah.
Not after 10 years, but they're now kind of getting it.
Yeah, 100% agree. Like it's a damn shame that this is apparent, like the third in the trilogy, and it feels like it should have been like this is what Halo 4 should have been, because it's like a good like imagine if we got this soft reboot instead, and then you build upon this, because then you know what, I wouldn't be so critical of where things went in the story for Halo Infinite. We'll get to that later, but just saying, like, I think that at its core, it is a solid, like contained Halo story, but it is nowhere near like the levels of like Halo 3 for like a finale to a trilogy by any means. Like, it's not even close. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, no, it feels I think I remember saying before the game launched, I was like, man, I really hope this doesn't fulfill like the prophecy of the sequel trilogy, because like,
Oh my god.
it is similar in a lot of ways. Halo 4, paralleling The Force Awakens, sets up a lot of interesting things. Could
Yeah.
potentially be very cool if they pay it off right. Then Halo 5, I already failed the challenge, but yeah, we made a challenge before stream. It's like, we're not gonna bring up Halo 5 today. But anyways, yeah, fuck that game.
Yeah.
But Halo 5, The Last Jedi, that is an apt comparison. Not gonna get into why. Fuck that game. I've talked about it enough.
True.
And Halo Infinite does feel. Now, granted, I don't think Halo Infinite's storytelling is as bad in comparison to The Rise of Skywalker, but
Yeah.
it does feel like it's trying to achieve the same thing, in that it's trying to clean up the mess the previous entry made.
Yeah, it tries to throw in like a bunch of fan servicey things, which again, like at least I said in the last episode, I was like, or I don't know if that was in the last episode or if that was during whenever we streamed Halo 5. God rest our souls back then. I don't know why we even attempted to do that. But, I think I said something along the lines of like, it was there was a lot of fans, it seemed, in the marketing and from what we saw, there was a lot of fan service because they were finally answering like all the things we wanted after all this time. Like the art design changing was a huge one for me, and the music too. The music was fucking incredible. But like it felt like we were finally getting like good fan service. Like we're gonna respect Halo as an IP, and didn't really shape out that way. In some ways it did, but if we're being fair, not really.
But back to our original episode. Look, we were coping a little bit. All right, I'll come out and say it.
Yeah.
We were coping a little
I
bit.
was huffing some copium, probably, maybe.
Then again, I don't know. Like, can you blame us?
Okay.
I mean, like, we saw the first glimmer of hope that Halo was going to return to form in some fashion, and in some ways the game does, but I don't know, man. This game really is a case study of how you just fucking fumble in every other aspect that you possibly can.
I will say, I just want to clear the air on one thing. The critical part of the other video, right? Where we covered critical. I still stand by what we said. I think that Halo Infinite had a strong foundation, especially for being in a pre-alpha state or whatever you want to call it. I feel like it launched, and we touched on this before in our actual Halo Infinite episode, that it launched in the perfect time frame where Call of Duty and Battlefield were both just fucked, and there needed to be a AAA FPS that came in to fill that slot. And Halo Infinite absolutely killed it in that regard because it broke records. It was insane how popular it was.
Huge player counts.
Absolutely mind-blowing, especially when you compare it to the player counts now. It's very sad, actually. But it deserved because 343 has completely dropped the ball. But in that last episode, though, like, yeah, I still stand by saying, like, Critical saying, oh, we're off to a rough start. No. It actually had... Game devs
had
would
an incredible
kill.
launch.
Yes, they would kill. A lot of game devs would kill to have that sort of position that Halo Infinite had. Like, all of the stars aligned, and the ball was in 343's court, and I think we've probably said that a bunch of times. And they completely dropped the ball.
I think you could ask like the most ardent Halo Infinite haters nowadays, do you think Halo Infinite had a good launch? And they would say yes. I mean, like, I think undeniably everyone was beaming about this game when it came out. And obviously the biggest problem is 343 just completely failed to capitalize on all of that. And they let their game kind of degrade in a few ways. We'll get into the technical problems that popped up later. But and then some of the sandbox issues started to peek through as well after a few weeks when it started losing player counts and people just kind of become more sweaty and the skill-based matchmaking. There's a lot to get into. But look, Halo Infinite had a solid start, and I think we could still stand by what was said about the flights and their purpose. Yep. And like, I'm still entirely positive that those things helped ensure a more stable launch. Which is strange because it's like, usually when a game has a stable launch, they don't have, these weird server desync issues start popping up down the line. Because that wasn't an issue at first. It wasn't.
No.
And so, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to get into there. But I think we can stand by a lot of what was said there. We're not coping, I swear.
Yeah, no, like I wanted to clear the air on that because like it could be easy to look at our last video and be like, oh, these guys are just huffing 343 farts. But like even in that video, we were still talking about how critical we were about the reveal at E3 and stuff and how like shitty it looked and stuff. And like
there was a lot to be critical of. Like I mean, like even the marketing campaign that we were promised never really came to fruition.
Yeah.
It's like, I remember back with the original E3 reveal, they were like, yeah, we want to go for a Halo 3-esque marketing style. And it's like, whoa. Yeah, that never fucking came to be. No, not at all. I mean, like, we got a couple, like, neat little trailers before, like, 2 weeks before the game came out. But, it felt like kind of like an afterthought.
Yeah, I think we talked about it a lot. Like, we kept saying, like, oh, this is supposed to be like Halo 3 2. And everything was looking in that direction, but it not even like if Halo 3 came out alongside Halo Infinite, it would still overshadow Halo Infinite by a mile, even by today's
MCC
standards.
does in player counts.
Yeah,
some
MCC
days.
still does, and you know, the facts, the statistics show that it's just people prefer MCC, and I don't blame anyone for that. I blame 343 maybe, but
Fucking what are they doing?
ruining everything is what they're doing.
But anywho, after that video, there were some rumblings going on. It was like, oh, there's some rumors going around that they're gonna release multiplayer early, and it's like, no fucking way, dude. That's unheard of, and it's like that only added more confidence to my idea in that it's like, oh, that means that like they're confident in the product they got here. This must be like content rich ready, you know? Like this must be the shit. And they did announce on the 20th anniversary for Halo that the season 1 beta, quote unquote beta. What? Beta man was launching. The beta was launching, and of course, me and Meme, being fans of Halo, we jumped on, we played, and we were having a great time.
Oh, it was a great time, and I cherish that memory because I remember those games that we played, and it was great.
It felt like a Halo party game for those first few days.
When we played with Jack too, it was
yeah,
dude. It just I don't. Like, is that copium? Like, I don't know what that is. Is that me? All the copium that I've huffed over the year that we've been here? I don't know, but I swear to God, just like that first week just hit different than everything. I guess because we just didn't experience the game that much yet. I really don't know what it is, but man, it felt fucking fun that first week. Like really fun.
I think it's because, you know, everyone was playing the game. It's free to play. And
no metas were discovered yet. No like,
metas.
Crazy...
Like everybody was having fun. It felt like a party game, which is what Halo is, not competitive, by the way. No, it felt like the first Halo game we had gotten in a fucking decade, and we were just having so much fun. Like all the aspects. Everyone was using every aspect of the sandbox. Nothing was left out.
That's a very important point. I feel like that's why it felt that way, is because people were running around just using everything and anything to like cause mayhem. Whereas now it's like, just okay, I'm gonna just shoot you with the pistol 5 times. You're dead. Okay, next guy. Like it just feels so like soulless now. I don't really know how to explain it.
This is what metas do to games, you know? It's
true.
Like this
Call of Duty suffers from it.
I don't know what it is with this like fetishization of like esports and competitive. Like Halo 5 was fucking huffing that shit hardcore, and like apparently they still are for Halo Infinite as well, according to their fucking recent live stream. But I don't know. It's just like Halo is at its best when the stakes are low. I think like even a original MP engine dev of like the original trilogy was saying that on Twitter the other day.
Oh yeah.
Halo Infinite, Halo is just best when it feels like a party game. When it feels like Mario Kart with guns. Like it's just
it's the truest thing that's been being said a lot lately. And it was said before Halo Infinite came out, but lately the sentiment has been like, oh, like competitive, and like everyone who knows Halo is like, no. It has nothing to do with competitive. Competitive is like, it's like a sub effect of us having a cool party game that you get invested in with your friends, and then you realize halfway through having all the fun, you're like, oh, I want to win this. This is fun. I'm having fun. It's like they focused way too hard on the competitive aspect, and it just kind of
the whole competitive aspect spawned out of people loving the game already. Like it didn't start off that way. Like when that guy in the live stream was like, Halo CE was an extremely competitive game, I was like, I had to pick up my fucking jaw off the floor. I was like, How can you misunderstand the foundation of this series so badly?
Christ. Dude,
Like, a bunch of fucking dude bros sitting on a couch is not like a bunch of esports guys, all right? They're just there having fun.
there's so much footage you can find of people just like they're dying and they're going, ah, fuck you. It's like fun. They're just having fun. And like, not that you can't do that with Halo Infinite, but it certainly feels like way more like meta-driven, competitive-driven, like don't have fun, play it the right way kind of mentality.
And I think that really bleeds into how the maps are designed as well.
Oh yeah, big
'Cause
time.
I remember we were talking, okay, and I think we were on a little bit of copium when we were saying this. It's like the maps are like, we were kind of hyping up the maps probably a little too much.
Yeah, like I feel like we said it with the caveat, or at least I was saying it with the caveat of like, these are good launch maps. I can't wait to see what we get like whenever, you know what I mean? And like, then here we are all this time later, and what, we've gotten 2 maps? Is that right? Or...
2 maps
Woo!
in a year for a live service game.
That's embarrassing.
That is
That's
fucking, it's
embarrassing.
like, that is criminal.
Dude, the Halo 2 map pack analogy is just out of this world.
Had what, 9 maps?
It's the best. Like, yeah. And they released it like it was like 200 some days after
It's been
Halo
well
2.
over 300 since Halo Infinite.
And then Halo Infinite's been out for like over 300 and they've only released 2 maps. It doesn't make any sense. It actually doesn't make any sense.
To my credit, I'll give myself this. I did say, I think, something along the lines of like, so these maps, like, they're fine, but I think that they kind of lack that, you know, that gimmick or that X factor that kind of, you know, shakes up the layout a little bit, you know?
Definitely.
Like you have, I feel like a fake Halo fan because I can't really remember the names, but you have that map with the giant, like, fan in the middle, or you have the asymmetrical map of, like, defending a barricade with, like, the interactable gate. You know, you just have these maps that are
High ground.
They're high ground. Yes.
Yeah. Resort and High Ground, I
Fantastic
think.
map.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. One of my favorites from Halo 3.
Yeah, because like those maps are not built with competitive nature in mind.
It's like built around the objective. Like that like High Ground is an amazing objective-driven map.
Oh yeah.
One of the best. And it's so simple. It's not even complicated at all. It's so simple. It's literally a hill with a base. Like, that's it. Like, it's not complex at all. But, like, it blows away any modern maps, like, as of lately. Like,
it's not the boring, sterile 3-lane slop that we get with every modern-day first-person shooter. And it's a shame to kind of see Halo just bleed into that. Because, like, all the maps look the same. They play the same. And they're just not taking advantage of the Halo universe. Like, what do we have? We have Unicy base number 1, Unicy base number 2, Unicy base number 3. Like, where's the Covenant themed aesthetics? You know, where's the more Forerunner maps?
Where's like the midship equivalent? Yeah, like what the fuck?
Where's the snow or desert maps?
I would fucking take
biomes.
I would take Snowbound over fucking half the maps we've gotten. I gotta be honest, man.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's Snowbound is designed terribly, but like it still has like aesthetic, dude. That snowy like Covenant base environment it's aesthetically pleasing, but like yeah, it's not designed super well, but like it's fun to fucking look at least. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, like I don't know, like these maps are just so fucking boring. Like they're not bad, they're just standard. Like they're not what I would expect from Halo.
Cookie cutter, like almost like Forge-esque maps that just aren't super inspired. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
No, it's and I mean, funnily enough, we're not even getting 343 made maps with the next update. It's gonna be Forge made maps.
Unreal. I mean, the community. Listen, if this game survives, it'll be single-handedly because of the community with Forge, and that's a big if, because the numbers are not looking good, and I don't know if Forge has the pull to bring back that huge player base they had. Clearly not. It
Forge-
won't bring that big of a number back, but
I feel like Forge is one of those things where it's like most people say it's like, oh yeah, Forge is so fucking cool, but then those people are more likely not going to use it. Forge appeals to a very niche audience of people who are actually going to use it. Like,
yeah.
people who are seriously going to use it. Like I might hop in Forge and make like the giant Master Chief with a cock and balls like they did they leaked on Twitter, but
Hell yeah.
But in terms of the people that are actually gonna like sit down and make actual maps, and that's probably a pretty niche crowd. But so I don't know. I don't know if Forge can save this game.
Yeah, I'm pulling up some footage of Halo Infinite, that Toy Story one.
Oh yeah.
Cause that shit's fucking cool, man. Like, and like you're saying, like, yeah, it is very niche, and like the people who come back are gonna be those hardcore like Halo fans that like want to keep it going and stuff. But like, if they bring some unique like gameplay and stuff with some of these maps, like Call of Duty Zombies custom maps or something, it could bring a huge community back. But it's all dependent on like how much are you gonna be allowed to actually do aside from create just a map. You know what I mean?
Well, they did confirm that there's no programmable AI.
Oh, I could just cry.
Yeah.
What a fucking shame, man.
L after L.
Jeez. I mean, yeah, you can't see it right now, but like the fact that this was made all in Halo Infinite. I mean, that's leaps and bounds ahead of anything Halo's seen. I mean, it's not that crazy compared to like some of the PC custom like fucking Counter-Strike source stuff, right? But it's definitely up there. I mean, this is literally like a 1-to-1 recreation of Andy's room, and it's like very impressive, especially again for Halo Infinite. I mean, I didn't even think
for a Halo
this was
game,
possible.
you're right. It's just leaps and bounds above anything any previous Forge mode was capable of. And I mean, look, the Forge team, yeah, they deserve their acclamates for what they've achieved, but we were also supposed to get it like what 4 months ago.
Yeah, that's
originally.
It's just unacceptable, honestly. I mean, even if it's like this giant creative mode, it's like, can you imagine if it came out in like a full-fledged state, like when the game first launched? Like, the game would probably still be booming, honestly. If there was, Forge would make that big of a difference because they'd be adding that much more content just from the fan base alone. Halo 3
if they had a
is
custom
perfect
games
example.
browser that launched with it, then yeah, the game would be doing a lot better.
I feel like that's not asking for a lot either.
Oh, you mean you're asking for basic things that every Halo game has had since like 2011?
It's just unfucking real. I can't even fathom not having a custom games browser. How do you not add that?
Oh,
we just ran out of time.
How about not having Match XP? By the way, we're having Match XP beta next month. We're having a beta for you to be able to earn XP in a match.
So you mean if I get a challenge for fucking a mode that I don't want to play, I don't have to do it anymore?
Oh yes, that's right. I
But
forgot the
we have to go
infamous
through a beta
challenge
first.
System.
We have to have a beta for that, though. We can't just release an XP system. We have to see if our fans like it first. We're really gonna nickel and dime people for every amount of XP we give them. We can't have them earning too much.
Make sure you're a Halo insider to test out our match XP.
Oh, Jesus God! I mean, dude,
look, this is a replacement for the infamous challenge system that the game launched with, which I feel like we need to touch on a little bit.
Please.
So I don't know who came up with this idea, but I would just want to have a very long and civil conversation with this person.
My conversation would be extremely short. I would just say one word. Why?
Just a very long conversation in Minecraft about how this came to be, you know?
In Minecraft, though.
In Minecraft, of course.
So you're not
How is
liable.
launching your game with game challenges, and this is the only way to progress through your in-game battle pass. and you only have a quick play playlist, and you can't even choose which playlist you want to play.
It's just
Which game mode you want to play. You can't pick.
Unreal. Like, that is actually like my biggest nightmare for a game that I actually like. That's the problem too, is like, I don't ever want to be constricted in what I have to play. And that's exactly what they did. And I just was like, I obviously didn't like it at the time, but like my attention to the game was already waning like after fucking a couple months. Like, and that's being generous. Like I've probably played it way less than you at this point. And like, I don't know, man.
See, that's crazy. Cause like with multiplayer, it soured on me pretty quick because like, I was just thinking like this battle pass system sucks. All right. Like, first of all, they lied. They said that we're not going to like, we're not going to allow people to pay, and circumvent, to get things through the battle pass. It's like that is a complete lie.
Oh yeah.
That is exactly what happened. Like
100%.
And when you compare just like the progression of like earning these cosmetics, and which by the way, they did advertise Reach cosmetics in the trailer, the reveal trailer, that we could not get in the battle pass, that you already have to pay for.
Yeah.
They would just sell them in separate packs for like $10 to $15. Those prices have since been reduced, but still
ridiculous. Shouldn't have to pay. You should be able to earn everything in the fucking game. There should never be a single item that you have to pay for. I mean, that's just, I don't care if it's fucking free in a live service game. I mean, it's fucking Halo, dude. Why are you gonna like? I thought we were over the rec pack shit from Halo 5. This is arguably just as bad, if not maybe worse in some regards.
Well, yeah, because I think it completely fucking, it makes the progression such a dog shit system. Like,
it makes you not want to play.
Through it is not fun
at all. I mean, seriously, I think that actually might be the main reason why I didn't want to continue to play, other than the lack of content, is like, they're making me play shit I don't want to play to level up. And if you're not leveling up in the game, it's like, I'm not unlocking any cool armors. I just look like the default Dan guy that I spawned as the entire time. It's bullshit. I want to be able, I shouldn't have to play the way that 343 wants me to play in order to unlock shit. I mean, that's ridiculous.
And it just completely contradicts what they said they were going for with like, there's millions of different combinations with the armors, and it's like, I played a multiplayer game the other day. By the way, that was the one and only I played because it was that insufferable. But there were still people playing as like the fucking default armor, and I was like, oh yeah, millions of combinations, huh? It's just like, I'm sorry, but like when you compare this, like, say what you will about Halo 4 and 5's art style, but at least everyone's Spartan looked different.
Yes.
Like, at least you could, like, express yourself. Like, that's literally one of their mission statements with the game, is that they said that they wanted everybody to be able to have a personality and have craft your own Spartan, similar to that of, like, Reach, even. And
we didn't get anything even close to that. Yeah. Which is a damn shame, because Halo Reach still has the best customization by far. And like, this game had the potential, because like they were mixing and matching different like eras of the Halo like armors and stuff like that, but like
the armors themselves still look great.
Like,
but
yeah,
you just don't have them.
Yeah, like the design is definitely back to a like traditional Halo look. It's just that unfortunately they have these stupid armor cores that like I don't know any person who likes this idea. Like that's what I don't understand. Who was that made for? Like, what person was like, oh, the fans will fucking love this? It's like, no, not a single person likes it.
No, it was specifically made for a monetary scheme, because it's literally about like, because they will sell the same pieces of armor again for separate armor cores.
Yeah, and like, it's so weird. Like, okay, so they have like and again, I don't play Halo Infinite that much anymore, so I might be off with my terminology here, but they have like the fracture events, right? Which is like the samurai armor, or at least one of them was like samurai armor. That like, your customization there is so limited because you just have like the one set, and then it's like there's nothing else you can do with that set until another fracture event. And like as far as like longevity goes with Halo Infinite, like do you really think they're going to be having like thousands of these events in order for that armor core to be like utilized in a cool creative way? You know what I'm saying? Like
The trajectory doesn't look good.
well, certainly not. It's just like, what's the point in adding like you add these different armor cores that are specific for like events, which is cool. Like it's cool to be able to play in a timed event and get timed like armor and stuff. Like like that, people like to stand out, and like that's cool, and I like that stuff. But like the armor core kind of goes against that concept because then you just have this one armor core, and then it only has like the samurai shit, and that's it. You can't like
only thing
put
it
the
does
samurai
is
helmet with like the regular armor. Like why? There's just no reason for that.
The only thing it does is limit. That's all it does.
Just shits on the fucking fan, basically. It's like, oh, you wanted to make you want to make like a sick ass like Halo Reach inspired like samurai like fracture armor? No, get the fuck out of here. You ain't getting that.
Spend $10 for the same piece so you could place it on this core. Fuck you.
I can't believe that's the choice they went with. What was that famous interview with the guy where he was like saying like, did you bring that up earlier? How he was like saying like all these like there's like thousands of different customization options. Yeah, and it's like it's just not even true. It's not even true.
No, your entire design contradicts that statement.
He must have been under some impression that do you think he said that in earnest, or do you think that like that was like an old ass interview or some shit?
Look, I do not know because
it doesn't make
like
sense.
for all we know, by the time that interview came out, that guy could have been gone from the company, right?
Yeah, with the amount of people who jumped ship with 343, yeah, I would. Yeah, that's a safe bet.
Like who knows?
It's
like I'm not gonna call him. Like I said, it's a lie earlier. It is a lie generally. I'm not gonna call him a liar because I don't know what impression he was under at the time. Who knows? Maybe Daddy Microsoft came in the next day and was like, "Hey, yeah, about that."
Yeah, I mean, fucking Bonnie Ross likes to lie to everyone too. So she said split screen was gonna be in the game, and it's not in the game. So well, we'll get to that later. Sorry, but it just ooh, lies. 343, the lies. Where do they end?
The gift that keeps on giving. Thank you, 343. Thank you very much. I hate it.
Thank you, Phil Spencer.
Thanks, Phil.
You really helped us out here. You really brought the Halo community back together, and that we all agree that it's fucking just a travesty. We're all in agreement. Besides Uber Nick.
Oh yeah, Uber Nick. What a guy.
What? Who? What?
Famous 343 developer, Uber shill.
Yeah, he's one of the devs, dude. Didn't you see?
Yeah, dude, he's a forerunner.
He really. So I can blame him for the game being shitty then?
Yeah. Did you like when he pretended to see footage for the first time?
Ah! I should have did that. That's how you get the views, I guess.
Anyway, the issues popped up quickly. All right, like let's just say the enjoyment of the multiplayer faded quickly.
Very quick.
It did not last long. In fact, I think I fell out of the multiplayer before the campaign even launched. I think I was done with it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's sad because it's like you think back to that Dr. Disrespect clip that like went viral where everyone was shitting on him. Where it's like the game needs a battle royale. I gotta be honest, dude. If it had a battle royale, it probably would have lived a little longer, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Ooh. I hate to say that because I fucking hate battle royales, but I don't know, man. If it had one, there would have been people sticking around for something. I hate to say that, I really do, because I disagreed with it so much, but he's like kind of right in essence, you know?
I think so. I think the issue with his wording was that Halo needed a battle royale. I don't know if he said it that way, but if he did say it like Halo needed a battle royale to survive or to be relevant, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think 343 just needed to not fuck up as astronomically as they have in the post-launch support.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, dude, we're both in agreement that Halo Infinite came out and it had all the stars were aligned in its favor. I mean, no other game has been set up so well and then have the ball be dropped so badly. The ball was dropped and then stomped on and then shot and then buried. Like it's not even in the realm of, like, if you look at the player count, it hurts to look at.
It's like the two marathon runners in front of you both like snap their legs or something as like you're gaining on them. You're about to hit the finish line, but then you trip yourself and shit your pants. That is what 343 did with Halo Infinite. Yeah,
343 had all the competition shot in the fucking leg, and they're like, "Oh, I guess I'll do that too." And it's like, why? you could have been the best game. Like, you could have been the most success. It was like one of the most successful concurrent played games at the time, and just nope.
But
get fucked.
Insofar as like the multiplayer's enjoyment, it fell off pretty quickly for me when all the technical issues started popping up. In particular, the desync.
Yeah.
So the desync is such a huge issue that it got me to stop playing the game. Cause
same here.
Like now, I'm sure I probably don't have to explain what desync is, but I'll just go over it quickly. So basically, it's what you're seeing on the screen versus what the actual server is telling the game, essentially.
I'll try to pull up some desync footage while you're talking.
So, like, for example, like, you'll be in a gunfight or something, you'll go behind a wall and cover, but you'll still die behind the wall because on the other player's screen, you're still out in the open because the server is just not refreshing quick enough to detect that you're in cover at that point. And this is such a huge fucking problem. And they haven't, like, I don't even know if they've addressed it. Like, I don't know if they even intend on fixing it. I don't know if they can fix it.
Yeah, it existed in Halo 5 pretty bad too, to my understanding. I didn't play Halo 5 that much, but 343 is definitely familiar with like the shitty desync issues they've been faced with, and it doesn't seem like they even like care. Like it's even at the top of their list at all.
No, it's for me, it's like that is such a critical gameplay issue where like it's hard for me to be able to say the game has good bones because I feel like that would be in the bone of like the game working.
No, yeah, you're totally right.
Because, you know, like, yeah, sure, if the game worked, it would potentially be fun, but you know, it doesn't work.
Yeah, desync kills any like interest I have in a competitive. I hate to even call Halo a competitive game, but whatever, you know, a competitive multiplayer game. If there's desync like what you're seeing on screen, how am I supposed to enjoy anything? I mean, it's borderline unplayable at certain points.
I would argue it is unplayable. I know even for like specific regions, like if you're in Europe or something like that, this game is just fucking unplayable. Like the ping is so high. Like I know Minceblitz was talking about this a lot, but it's just like the game just doesn't work. And there was a solid period of time where Big Team Battle just didn't work for a month. Like you couldn't play it. It just didn't work.
My God. I can't believe I'm getting like sad right now. I'm just looking at this footage and I'm just like, man, like
that's just fucking, it's bad.
We were so close and just nah.
And you know, this brings me to the question of like, okay, so this game's been out for a year at this point, right?
Yeah.
Or nearly a year.
Nearly a year. Couple months.
It's like there are so many things that I'm thinking like, okay, any other like AAA game studio, because 343 has no end of resources. All right, there are rumors going around Halo Infinite is the most expensive game ever made. All right, and I'm sorry, but it doesn't show. Like Like, if you're looking at what's on screen right now, does this look like $500 million to you?
Desync and skill-based matchmaking are killing Halo Infinite.
So what I was bringing up was like, I think, I actually, no, I think this is just confirmed at this point. So we've already discussed in the past that Halo Infinite, during its development, and even still to this day, relies heavily upon contractor work and people that are only there for a set amount of time, people that are there just to get Halo resume, and, you know, people who are may not necessarily be passionate about what they're making. And so that could attribute to why things are going so slowly, but also it's like when you're switching out game developers so often, it has to ring true that these guys maybe just don't know how to fix these things.
Yeah.
All these new people coming in. Because I don't know who I heard explain it this way, but they were like, Halo Infinite's engine, which by the way is a whole other topic because we were led to believe that it was an entirely new engine, but it isn't. But we were led to believe that, you know, this engine was completely new, but we'll get into that later. It has to ring true that with all these new people, they just don't know how to fix it. Because, like, the people that were working on the game previously are no longer there.
Yeah, they're not there to be like, well, this is actually what we did with the coding in this area. It's like, no, they're not even there to, like, explain it to anybody. So they just have to, like, go with the fucking flow. And, like, it's just a recipe for disaster for video games, man.
I was watching, I think it was Halo Follower the other day. He used a good analogy. Picture Jenga, all right? The Halo Infinite engine is Jenga, all right? And if they move like one piece here and there, the entire game can just fucking break. All right?
Yep.
And it seems that this entire engine is held together with fucking like duct tape and string.
Yeah,
like
and again, I mean, I guess that's the case for like most games, but usually when games are being developed, that core development team at least stays for at least they at least stay for like maybe a year, you know, maybe. It's just still like, you know, when you don't have those people who aren't extremely passionate, maybe, I'm just assuming, but you know, you're naturally going to run into issues like this.
And I mean, when big team battle is just not working for a month, I think that theory is probably has more truth to it than we would like.
Yeah.
And and I mean, like, look, you have to think, right? Like, 343 is probably the most incompetent AAA game studio out there.
We're allowed to say it at this point. I'm not even going to say I think. We're the amount of shit that we've been put through after all this time, and to get Halo Infinite, and it still just be like subpar, even, and then below that, because the game came out in a not working state, and there wasn't any content. There's no co-op campaign. There's no split screen. It's like, how are you gonna fucking expect me to be like, oh, well, you know, they'll get to it eventually? Like, if you're saying that shit, you got some massive copium.
If you're still saying that, like, please, I am begging you, take that corporate dick out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Please.
Replace your copium tank with an oxygen tank, please. You need it. It's bad.
And, you know, it's like people on Twitter recently tried to turn it into like a workers' civil rights issue, which we'll get to later because it's so like, look, we'll get to it later. Yeah, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, it's just unplayable for me. I think you agree. It's just
Yep.
It's broken. It doesn't. The maps aren't good. The skill-based matchmaking makes the ping in these lobbies just unbearable, and like, the game is just not fun.
Yeah, I mean, and if you can't have fun just playing a simple match of like Slayer and Halo, you fucked up somewhere. I mean, drastically. Because like, you can have, I mean, even in Halo 5, you could at least like,
It's not Halo, but you could have fun.
Like, I don't like Halo 5, but dude, you could at least get into a game and like play it and have fun with it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't even like do that in Halo Infinite. It's just like it's literally like unplayable.
I mean, do you have any other thoughts on the multiplayer as it stands?
Until they fix the fucking desync and the skill-based matchmaking and the sweaty metas, it's gonna remain in the state that it's in. Oh, and the aim assist with controller and shit like that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Have they touched on that at all since we talked about that way back?
I don't believe they have. Then again, it probably isn't a huge concern anymore because no one plays this game anymore.
Yeah, like the people who still play it aren't even gonna bitch because they're just like, I love Halo Infinite. Or it's these people who are like trapped in this like purgatory of like, I love Halo, but it's bad, but I have to stick around to fix it, to give some feedback. And it's like a lot of people have jumped ship. I want to know how many of those original Forerunner guys are gone now that don't even play it anymore. Like I know Favin doesn't play it anymore. Like he's completely out of it. Ackman said he's like done with it completely pretty much after this next video he's putting out. Like
I feel like if you don't share this sentiment, like, I don't want to be gatekeepy, but you're not a proper Halo fan.
You just simply don't understand what made Halo Halo. I agree with you 100%. I hate the gatekeep shit too, but like, dude, if we could have had and a lot of people have said this, like 343 is clearly not competent enough to give us a good Halo game. There are tons of developers out there. I know id Software has been tossed around a lot at this point, but like, and I'm not even advocating for them specifically, but I know that that's one that a lot of people have said. There is a competent developer out there that could make a passionate Halo game and give the fans what they've been fucking yearning for all these fucking years, after basically post Halo Reach at this point.
I said this to you the other day. I was like, there is a game studio out there, or there's game devs out there that would give their left fucking nut to get their hands on this franchise.
Oh my god,
right?
it's this game. It's so sad. You know who says it the most? Fucking Hidden Xperia, right? This game has the most potential. Everyone says it who knows Halo, but that guy, like, he really harps on it because it's true. This game has just Halo in general has the most potential, whether it's a movie, a TV show, a video game, and every fucking time post Halo Reach, it just falls on its face. And it just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand.
There's one constant with that. There's one constant with all those fuck ups, and
is it 343?
343. It's 343.
Unless you're talking about the shitty Halo show, which we.
Oh, the Halo TV show. Yes.
There's a potential for us to make some sort of coverage of how shitty that show is at some point. But...
but did you consider that we would have to watch it?
I did, and it made me sad when I thought about it, but it could be funny. I don't know. Or it might just make me really mad. I don't know, man.
You know what's really funny? During our Halo 5 stream, I remember we were saying, it's so cathartic to be a Halo fan because it's coming back, and now we're here. It's fucking...
We're right back where we fucking started. This is so pathetic.
Worse off?
Yeah,
Are we worse off?
Well, yeah, because now it feels...
Halo 5, at least with Halo 5, we had optimism for the next one.
Because Halo 5 is so bad, and like Halo Infinite is so bad in a completely like different way. It's so weird. Like, how do you fuck up so badly?
It's fucking. Oh my god.
I've probably said that like 15 times, but like I would just love to be a fly on the wall in these boardroom meetings where I'm just like, oh, so that's when they decided to add the skill XP system, huh? Okay, yeah. I like these challenges. That's when
they decided to kill this franchise.
That's when they decided to completely betray everything Halo stands for.
Good job, guys. I hate it. Oh my god. I don't know, man. Like, it's such a shame because Halo's multiplayer dominated the 2000s. Like,
yeah,
it drove people insane, and like it looked like there was a glimmer of like it potentially being restored, you know, like, and like we said before, it was coming out at the perfect time, and it's just. The game just doesn't work. It's broken. Like, it's still broken.
Throughout time, and I could be I'm pretty confident on this. There's like 3 games that the mainstream like anywhere knew without even playing video games, and it was Fortnite, GTA, and Halo, and maybe Call of Duty to an extent. But like Fortnite and GTA, like fucking parents know what that is without having to even play video games, right? But that was
Everyone knows
Halo
what
at one
Halo
point.
and GTA is.
Yeah, it like
Everyone knows.
but at one point, like, you tell these fucking idiot boomers, like, oh, Halo, and they're like, oh yeah, I saw that on CNN, like, because people would be covering how insane the releases were and stuff. Like, it would break records because they were just like these astronomical games, and like now it's like Halo's just completely gone down the shitter. Like, Halo Infinite came out and it had wild praise and success for a very short amount of time, but like, that doesn't matter when the game dies off after a couple months and it's completely irrelevant and the player count's like sub thousands. Like, it's like ridiculous.
You have to put this in perspective, right? Because Bungie made 3 Halo games, 3 masterpieces within a span of what? 8 years?
Yeah, maybe
8
even
years?
less. Yeah, I think so.
Like, I don't know how long Halo was in development before CE came out. It was like, what, a year and a half, 2 years, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that. So, I mean, yeah, like maybe 7 or 8 years. They made Halo 1, 2, and 3. They made the original Golden Trilogy, and they fucking broke industry standards every release.
Yep.
It's like I don't know how those fucking madmen did it.
Just, dude, even Marty O'Donnell, he still says to this day.
I know how they did it. They had talent.
They cared. They got a group of guys that were passionate and they wanted, and maybe it had something to do with like, we need to do this because this will pay our bills, and so they worked extra hard. I don't know, but when you watch the makings of Halos 1 through Reach, it's like,
this was their life.
Like, even Reach being their last game, they put so much fucking time and care into Reach. Even though they, like, kind of didn't want to make it, they still put, like, there's so much passion in Halo Reach. Like, there's been nothing even close to that amount of passion in the Halo series since then. It's just mind-blowing.
I mean, the only time I would argue they got close was when Josh Holmes was, like, the narrative director with Halo 4. Because, like, that story at least had heart to it. It felt like it was about something.
Yeah, it felt like somebody actually gave a shit.
It felt like something, like somebody cared in that studio. Somebody cared about what they were making. I can't really speak to, you know, the future games, but Halo 4, I'm gonna come out and say it. I think Halo 4 comes out being 343's most solid product.
Yeah, and it's funny to say that considering the fact that the multiplayer, like, everyone universally agreed was terrible, and like, but it was a new fucking Halo game. So like, in the time it came out, how many years went by? Like, was it like 5 years?
You have to
or
think.
Something like that?
You have to think, right? Halo 4 came out in 2012. 2012, at the tail end of Xbox 360's life cycle. All right, yeah. Halo 4, I would argue, is probably the best looking 360 game ever made.
Yeah,
probably.
It's definitely good looking. I'm trying to think. It was Metal Gear Solid 4 wasn't on Xbox. It was on PlayStation, right? I don't remember. That was like one of the best looking
and
that gen.
You know what's so funny? Halo 4, you could probably argue, was the first live service game. Because of Spartan Ops.
Oh, that's right.
And Spartan Ops, while not good, it, like, the amount of content that it provides, it makes current 343 devs like quiver and like piss their pants a little bit. All right, like, I don't know how the fuck they were getting out like 5 crafted missions a week back when Halo 4 was coming out. Like, how the fuck did they do that?
I don't know, man. And they were like, they had to like do cutscenes too for like each
fully CGI cutscenes.
Yeah, like I don't know. That was pretty unheard of back then.
I'll give Halo 4 credit. I don't think Spartan Ops was all that good, but I mean, like, it was something that hadn't been done before.
Yeah, it definitely gave me AIDS, but like, I still respect what they tried to do with it. Like, honestly, like, I don't know. It was something. If you're not gonna have firefight, then I guess you got to have something like that. Which I guess Halo Infinite doesn't have either.
No. Halo and Firefights coming in like 2027. They're targeting 2027.
There should be a new Halo game out by then.
It's
dude.
a target though. That's not a
It's
guaranteed
just a target, guys.
deadline.
Yeah.
It's
Just like split screen, that's a target that we have to hit.
that was a target.
That's a target that we have to hit as a studio.
Won't be canceled. It's a target.
I can't. I gotta stop saying that. I just need you guys to understand. Mind blown. Like it just. How can you fuck up so consistently? It makes no fucking sense. It just doesn't make sense.
But yeah, I don't know. Like we both just lost interest in the multiplayer rather quickly. It didn't hold our attention, and for me, I was just waiting for the campaign to come out. Now look, we were already expressing our disappointment with Co-op and Forge not launching. Now, granted, we were under the impression that Co-op was launching 3 months after launch.
Hey man, remember how foolish we were? We were like, ooh, like maybe, like if it wasn't Halo Infinite and we were so excited, maybe I'd even consider waiting to play the campaign just to play co-op with you. Well, if we would have made that decision, we still wouldn't have played the fucking game.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, we were under the impression that co-op was going to come out in 3 months. Now, here's the funny thing. Yeah, it's still not out.
It's co-op. It's Halo, and they don't have co-op, and it's almost a year later.
They fucking made a game with couch co-op 20 years ago with their fucking Macintosh. All right, it's fucking.
Oh my god.
Anyways, yeah. So, campaign co-op. We'll touch on that a bit more later, but the campaign was coming out, and we had to wait a few weeks, and the hype was real.
I was pretty excited.
I was very excited. I still, we had our apprehensions because how could we not? The game's following up Halo 5, and Halo 5 story was. I have feelings about Halo 5 story.
Halo 5 Guardians is one of the worst stories ever told in a video game. I will stand by that till the day I die.
It is bad. Mr. Raffle Waffles, it is bad. No, it is not because we were sold a different game. No, the game is just bad.
Yeah,
right?
Can we put that bullshit to rest already? It's not because we were false advertised to, which yes, we were. No, it is a bad fucking game, and the story makes no fucking sense.
Nothing makes sense in that game. Nothing.
Sorry, it's not because I was expecting something else. I got my expectations subverted. No, that's not what it was. I promise you, that's not what it was.
No, Milo, the game is not a 10 out of 10. As a matter of fact, it is.
You fucking fool. I'm sorry. You could like what you like, but don't fucking try to even remotely tell me Halo 5's decent or
don't
good.
Try and sell to me that I don't like this dog shit game because I was lied to in the marketing.
Right? How are you gonna jump on a game like fucking how many years, like 5 years later or however long it's been, and fucking suddenly be like, oh, I figured out why everyone doesn't like this game. You guys just misunderstood. Oh, I get it. Ha ha ha. It's like, no.
It's audacious. It is very audacious.
How could you come to that claim?
As if we haven't marinated and become significantly depressed about...
Dude, you think people just played the game one time and then, like, sat on that opinion for that? It's like, no. There have been thousands of opinions that have come out that have just reinforced everyone's idea of what Halo 5 is.
Do you think people finished Halo 5 and were just like, oh yeah, Chief and Locke didn't fight very much, and that was the end of the analytical side of Halo 5's story? You think that was the end of it?
Oh, fuck, I should have got the clip of him responding to the fucking comment of Locke. Like, what did you even like about Locke? Oh, well, I guess I don't really know what I liked about him. It's like, yeah, exactly, because there's nothing to fucking like! The only thing that was remotely likable about him was in those fake bullshit trailers. And even then, I was still not sold on the guy. Like, they didn't put Arbiter in the fucking trailers for Halo 2, and then, you play as him, and you're like, what the fuck? And then you play as him and you learn who he is. And you're like, oh my god, this guy's a fucking Chad. Locke has no character. He's not a guy. He's not even. He's a robot
whatsoever.
I must arrest the Master Chief. Never mind. We're friends now. It's like, okay, cool, great character. I love him.
For context, we were watching Milo's stream for when he played Halo 5, and I'll admit I had a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction to Milo telling me that he didn't like the game because it was bad. I didn't like it because the trailers weren't truthful. But Mimi Boy here actually got Milo to respond to a few of his comments, and I'll give him credit. He was very constructive and very considerate towards your comments. I will give him that.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even trying to be a dick either, because I do like him. I've watched him since fucking forever, since Call of Duty World at War. But it's like, for the dude to just like jump in feet first into the Halo series, which is fine, because, you know, I know he appreciates good stories and stuff, but, you know, he jumps into Halo 5. He's like, I don't even understand why everyone hates this game. It's like, okay, slow your roll there, bud. All right, I think people,
calm down.
You need to take it down a few notches now, okay? Just to say, okay, you may not understand, you might like it. That's fine, but don't try to tell people that the reason why they don't like it is because of the, oh, you guys were sold a false narrative of a game. Oh, I get why you
try and gaslight me, all right?
Stop doing that. Stop it.
Like, don't do it.
You fucker.
And then JC was sitting there, was like, well, I like all the Halo games. I like them all. I was like,
I sit on the fence with every
why?
comment I make, so I can never be held accountable for anything I say.
Oh, JC, I love you, man, but have an opinion, please. Have an opinion.
This is like such a niche conversation. There's only like a couple thousand people on the planet who have any idea what any of this means.
It's okay.
It's okay, though, because if somebody were to stumble upon it, they'd be like, I agree with that. Because I do.
All the lowly Halo Redditors will join our army.
Strength in numbers.
Yes. Anyways, that was a fun little tangent.
Yeah,
but
it was. It was.
Yeah, so the campaign was coming out, and we were excited because we hadn't had a Halo campaign in 6 years, and the last one was not very good.
Yep.
And so obviously we had our apprehensions going into it. You know, it was only natural we would have our concerns. But after having played it, me and you came out of it. I think we were both in a little bit of denial.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
Yeah, probably. I think after okay, the way I remember it was like after I finished it, I sat on it for a little bit, and I'm not going to give a whole breakdown here. I'm just going to say how I thought about it real quick. After I beat it, I sat on it just for 1 second, and I was just like, I liked the small character moments. There were some beautiful little moments in there, but you start to sit there and you think about it, and you're like, huh, nothing really...
nothing happens.
Nothing happened in this game. Just nothing happened, really. I mean, I was kind of mind blown at the lack of, like, actual events that happen in the game. I was like, this has no bearing on the story. This could be a fucking DLC to, like, Halo 5, like, for all we know. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like such a side adventure, a side story.
It feels so isolated in, like, the grand scheme of, like, everything that came before it in this franchise.
Literally everything. Even Reach, which was like a fucking planet that got destroyed, you know, like we have a Halo ring, like in a Halo ring that holds significant weight in the Halo like mythos too. And like we got like nothing. I mean, there's some stuff with like mendicant bias or whatever, but that's like all background shit. None of it's like in the actual story. So it's just like,
look,
lame.
I can understand the intent with wanting to tell a smaller, more isolated story. I can understand what they wanted to do. But this game is the third game in your trilogy, and like the last game for better or for worse, it's for worse, I'll tell you that.
It's worse.
Ended on a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
It ended on a cliffhanger, and we were left with the impression that there was going to be this all-out conflict with, you know, Chief and Arbiter and Lasky and all these characters that people do generally like. I don't think anyone would have complained if Locke and like that team was absent, but you know, a lot of these characters people still like, and they are just all absent from this game. Like,
Yeah.
there are
Noticeably.
there are 4 characters in this game. There are 4. There's I honestly would hesitate to even call Cortana a character in this game, but Master Chief, there's the weapon, there's the pilot, and there's Escharum.
Yep.
And then that's it. The story revolves around these 4.
That's not true. What
And-
about Escherum's fucking like goon squad? Oh wait, we
yeah.
were sold like a false bill of sale when it came to the importance of those characters.
Yeah, you remember that really, really cool elite-looking guy that they showed all the footage of in this?
Such a fucking shame. Can I zoom
Such a
over to where,
waste.
where is he?
But I mean, so like the game picks up right where Halo 5 leaves off, which is why it's so jarring how it begins, because it's like for you to even understand what is going on, you need to have played Halo Wars 2.
Yes.
Because with Halo 5, we were obviously left with the cliffhanger that, okay, so there's going to be like this huge AI revolt against humanity. And granted, that's stupid, but that's what the previous game had set up. And then the opening of this game was just like, actually, no, the Banished crashed right into the Affinity right after all this. It's like, okay, it's a little contrived.
I would have liked to have maybe like seen that in some way set up. I don't know. It seems a little just kind of happens.
Look, I get it. All right, like look, if I'm a writer and I'm following up Halo 5, I don't know if I can entirely blame them for going for this angle of wanting to abandon the whole AI revolt thing, because it is inexplicably stupid. It is. All right, it is dumb.
I
I don't even know how you would craft a narrative around that.
I think
in a
that's why
game.
we had the copium we had, was because we were like sitting there with like, okay, they fixed the art direction, they fixed the music, Master Chief seems within character, everything seems to be like moving in a decent direction for the series, and like, you know, following up Halo 5 story, you just go like, okay, I'm willing to see where this goes, because it can't be as bad as Halo 5, and they seem to be putting some character into this game, at least somewhat. And like, it just
The opening misleads you.
yeah.
It does.
Oh yeah, definitely a nothing burger is a good analogy. Like, it's just, and like, dude, that opening cutscene too is like fucking sick. I love that opening cutscene, but it's like weird. Like, I like it a lot because it's like, oh, Master Chief's doing his thing, and then it's like, oh, he's thinking about
but
Cortana, and he gets
so
distracted.
much better. You know what would have been so much better is if we actually played.
Yeah, if we
that
got
section.
to do that, and then you put a little cutscene in at the end of Master Chief doing
Yes,
like a
of
couple cool
Atriox.
things.
Maybe even have a boss fight with Atriox at the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
blow our
and then he
fucking
beats
pants
you,
off.
and then you can't even like beat him really, like, or like maybe you can, and it like changes the cutscene slightly, but he still ends up getting the better of Chief or something. Like, I was fucking hyped when I saw that trailer. I gotta be honest. I was like, oh my god, this actually, like, because you never see Master Chief in a cutscene doing cool shit, like, ever, like, aside from like
Rare.
maybe Halo 2. But like,
but
anyway, sorry, go ahead.
no, it's okay. But it just had a very jarring start. It just feels like it's like, oh yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, don't worry about that.
You get
Don't worry about
whiplash
it.
for sure, because it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, for
you're
sure.
just like, wait, okay, Chief's in a different suit of armor. Who is this big brute guy? I didn't play Halo Wars 2.
Why
He
are
just
the Banished attacking the Infinity?
Well,
and,
how is
like,
the Infinity under attack? It's like the biggest ship in existence, and like, at least that
They-
the UNSC has. And like, he just comes in and beats the Chief, and you're just like, huh,
Yeah, and Estrom literally brags later in the game that it took him 2 months or something like that to destroy the Infinity. Is like, really?
Your mic, your voice went into hyperspeed there, but you said 2 minutes, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. Yeah,
2 minutes. Yeah.
Yep. It's like, oh, really? Okay. Brohammer had the most, like, he was the most interesting character in my opinion. A lot of people were saying he was annoying or whatever, but like, honestly,
I disagree
I didn't think he was annoying at all. Like, I thought he was perfectly written, honestly, for what that
very
character,
human character.
Yeah, for what they were exactly, and that's what they were going for. And what they were going for, I feel like they nailed it. Like, people were saying like he was like too like up in Chief's face and shit. It's like, dude, Chief is basically dragging this guy into hell, and this guy doesn't have an option. He just wants to go home to his fucking wife and kids, who probably think he's dead. It's like, he doesn't want to be here, but like, then there's the scene like wherever he fucking sees Chief, and he like, oh my god, and then he restores him and stuff. It's like, it's fucking good, you know? It just reminds me of like a cool sci-fi movie or some shit. I don't know. I liked it. He was the best character, probably.
That's the highlight of this game, is these smaller character moments between these three. The weapon and the pilot and Chief. I think that is the highlight of the game, is that trio.
I agree.
Escharum kind of sucks, I'm gonna be honest. Like,
they could have did so much better with him. And
yeah,
it's very empty. It's very like, I'm a strong brute, you're a strong Spartan, we should fight.
Let's fight.
It's like, that's literally all it is. And then like, whenever fucking Chief beats him, spoiler alert, it's like, Chief's like, I respect him, he's a soldier. It's like,
why?
Yeah, but he killed like thousands of your friends, so I don't know if you should be respecting this guy.
That was not an earned piece of dialogue.
It didn't feel earned at all. That moment actually pulled me out very quickly. I was like, whoa, why is Chief like sympathetic for this dude? They had no moments together other than Escharum talking at Chief through holograms.
I have trampled so many of his monkey friends in the past like 20 hours of exploring this ring. Were they all just soldiers too, Chief? Does Chief like fucking weep for every monkey he kills?
I don't know what they were thinking. They've done villains better in the past, like way better, and like, it's just like, for this guy, he was like the face of a lot of the marketing. Escharum, like, he was like, oh my god, who is this guy? Is this guy gonna like beat Chief?
They placed a lot of stock in him, yeah.
And then you say that too. It's like, oh my god, this guy might beat Chief, and then fucking Atriox comes in and beats him within the first 5 seconds of the game. It's like, oh.
Yes, and then he isn't in the game.
Yeah, he's not in the game until. Do you have to get the legendary ending to see that part, or is that part of the regular? I can't even remember at this point.
I don't even remember. I don't really care.
I don't. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I don't care either. Honestly, I really don't. I don't even know.
But yeah, she shows up at the end. It's you know.
It's just
Marvel MCU post-credit scene. Yeah,
exactly. They have to fucking do. The legendary endings for Halo used to be like fucking interesting at the very least, or like funny. This one was just like, oh yeah, this is mandatory for the story, by the way, and like, you're not gonna understand any of it either way, but like, yeah, get the legendary ending. Like, Halo 3 had an important legendary ending, but that was supposed to be the last Halo game to ever be released at one point. So I think that one was a little bit more warranted. Like, Halo 4's ending is like, Master Chief's got a face. See that? Isn't that crazy? It's like, really? Yeah. That's the special ending, is a fucking 2 millisecond shot of Chief's eyes. Thanks. You unmasked Chief in your first game, 343. Thank you. Anyway.
But,
as you can tell, we weren't super thrilled with Halo Infinite's campaign in hindsight.
It hasn't aged particularly well. I think like I said, the beginning misleads you, because it's like, the beginning cutscene is so inspired, and it's so well shot, and I can understand why that was kind of like why they showed off that intro cutscene as like a piece of marketing, because it is a great cutscene.
It's like, beautiful too. I have it on screen. Like, it's beautiful, and you're right. It's well. It looks like a fucking movie. It's cinematic as hell. Everyone looks really fucking good. Like, the sound effects and the sound design and the characters all look good, and everything's just up to par, up to Halo par. Which
it has the best use of the camera work throughout the game.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%. Yeah, it's because there's action in it, and it's like clearly these guys are talented in making like cool action sequences in a cutscene with these badass graphics, but like, I don't know, man. They didn't really.
It just doesn't carry
it.
through.
It doesn't at all.
And like that, I love when the camera's circling around, the little hologram, and then when he picks it up, he has a full-grown beard, and it's like that's the indication of time passing, and it's like, okay, there's a lot of great show don't tell stuff going on here, not fucking Halo 5 jargon dialogue. It's so much better.
Yeah, that's one thing we can say. There to my knowledge, there was some silly lines, but there wasn't anything to the lengths of like Halo 5 bullshit garbage.
If God can hear how
lines.
scared I am, so can everyone else.
It's so funny because like that was what was in my head when I was saying that, but like I just didn't say it. But like, of course, that has to be like that is like one of the worst lines in the entire game. Because it literally it just does not make sense. Simply put, it does not make sense.
I refuse to believe there's an explanation that will make it make sense.
Nathan Fillion was probably like, "What? What? Why would I say?
I'll say the fucking line.
Wait, you're paying me how much? Okay, shit. All right, let's do it.
Okay, I'll say the line. But and like the first few levels of the game are like traditional linearity Halo. They feel like how Halo felt in the original trilogy.
Yeah,
it felt very contained, and it felt like there was storytelling throughout the levels.
Let's put a spotlight, because I know you'll appreciate this, that whenever Chief is floating through the ship and he's going through all the dead bodies and stuff, it's just great. That's an amazing cutscene, that part too, and like
fantastic cutscene, and
it leads into a pretty decent like you're saying, like traditional Halo like level, the way that it's designed, like going through the ship and stuff. Like
it's very reminiscent of CE.
Yeah, like I kind of fuck with the first mission a lot. Like I've looked back fondly at the very beginning of Halo Infinite, and I still think that it holds up pretty well as far as everything else in the campaign. It's a good intro for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the linear levels are great until some of them aren't. Some of them are just fucking awful. But I'll say this. When Halo Infinite does have a highlight, it is in a linear level. It is not in the open world that we're going to get into in a sec.
Yeah, it never is. There's just pretty much no redeeming quality to the open world. We'll get to that, I'm sure, in a second here.
As for my takes that have aged like milk,
It's okay, buddy. I'm right there with you.
I was saying, no, it's obvious. Why wouldn't you do an open world Halo game? I'll bite the bullet on this one. I was catastrophically wrong.
I see why you wouldn't now. At least with the game that 343 gave us, I understand why you wouldn't.
Maybe, maybe if it was in the hands of a better developer, you could make a good open world Halo game, but,
God, you saying that now really reminds me of, like, my reservations I had when it was first being talked about it being open world, and I was just thinking, I'm like, but what do you do in an open world in a Halo game? Because there's no like progression really, and like you just
they tried.
They certainly tried, but for my tastes, like I don't know, like the Batman Arkham City is like a perfect example of how to do an open world game. Like the first Batman Arkham Asylum was not open world. It had like an open design to it, but it wasn't open world. But like Arkham City was open world, and they like adapted like pretty fucking well.
It.
Yeah, like it wasn't there just because Ubisoft towers or anything, like they actually had a purpose for it, and it worked perfectly. Like in Halo Infinite, like it really doesn't feel like you're liberating the Halo ring at all, which is what I was hoping it would feel like, because that was what was advertised.
It doesn't feel like you're building forces. Like it doesn't feel like you're like the Marines are there, but I mean it's really just superficial.
Yeah,
they don't play a role in the story really whatsoever.
And that was something that you and I talked about a lot, was like we were hoping for those big Halo set pieces towards the end.
And there are none.
And there's none.
They don't exist.
I was hoping like you build up all these forces throughout the whole game, and then you have this giant fucking like war conflict with like hundreds of people on each side or whatever, and like it would have been, I don't know. Is that too like simple of me to want something like that? I don't know, but it's just We didn't get anything close to that, so.
Halo 3 did it in 2007.
And it did it very effectively. I still get goosebumps when I fucking play the Ark and shit like that. Like, it's just, I don't know, man.
Dude, the 2 Scarab battle is like, they
Music.
couldn't do it.
Whew. That shit slams to this day.
But yeah, like after the first couple levels, which are very promising, because like the narrative is interweaved throughout as you go through these traditional Halo linear levels, and it's good. It's good.
Is.
Like there's stuff they're setting up with Cortana and with Chief and everything. Those first 2 levels of Halo Infinite are great. They're good.
I think
I
it
will
complements
stand
the
by that.
grappling hook too a lot. Those corridors and stuff. Like it's a good time for the grappling hook to be utilized and like.
We'll talk about how it gets problematic in the open world. But
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, and then the game opens up, and you're like, okay, all right. So this is like one of the big selling points of the game. We're here now. What is there to do on this ring? Well, you can collect Spartan cores. You can destroy outposts. You can destroy propaganda towers. Haven't done that before in other games. You can save 20,000 different marine posts.
Which none of them have like unique, like there's no like unique
It's
aspect.
busy work.
Yeah, like it's all just like Ubisoft like bullshit throwaway open world mechanics, you know? Like it's fun because okay, the first time you play through it, it's some of it is fun because it's Halo, right? But like
No, like, okay, let me interrupt you for just 1 second, because I'm like seething at how much I'm having to bite the bullet on my fucking shit take a year ago. I was like,
no, go ahead.
Look, it's like I said, even if it was Far Cry-esque, it's like Far Cry's gameplay loop is bad and Halo's is good. That's true, but still, like, it still shines through like the soullessness of what you're doing.
Yeah, like at least Far Cry's like gameplay design is designed around the open world, sort of, whereas Halo Infinite is just like, you could have told me the campaign was an add-on to the multiplayer and I would have believed you. There's no significant moment in the campaign where I'm like, this is fucking Halo campaign, like this stands out. Like
This is like
there's nothing.
great scripted moment.
Yeah, there's like not even like any of those really, and it's like, oh, okay.
It's like the open world. It just look, like I said, they tried to add a progression system with the upgrades on all the different equipment. Now, I'll bite the bullet on this as well. I said,
agreed
like,
with 90% of the shit you said anyway. So
yeah, it's I was saying, like, the equipment, having them all and upgrading them all is a great idea. It would be potentially a great idea if the grapple hook wasn't the only fucking useful equipment in the game.
there's no
Maybe.
reason why you should use any other fucking thing in the game.
There is no reason.
The
Like,
only
maybe
time
the dash.
The only time you would use that sensor dart is the mission with the invisible elite. That's it.
That's literally the
And
mission
then
where
even
get
then
it,
you
and
don't
I
even
never
need
used
it.
again.
Yeah. Like you don't even need it regardless, but after that moment, don't even bother. Unless you're playing on Legendary and you're like in a pinch and you need to know where people are or something. But even then, it's like, just use the grappling hook. What's the point?
Yeah, you just use the grappling hook. And look, so one thing I will stand by is that the grapple hook is the single best addition to Halo, like, in a very long time. I'll stand by that for multiplayer.
Yes.
For multiplayer,
It works a lot
specifically.
better in multiplayer than it does in... It just adds to the multiplayer.
Because, if I'm being honest, the grapple hook just breaks the open world. Like-
Yes, 100%.
Like, I get why people, like, are like, oh, the freedom is so great. And it's like, look, you've completely made all the vehicles void except for the Wasp. Like, there is no reason to get, like, a Warthog or a Mongoose unless, like, you're playing co-op, which we don't have yet. But if you're just playing the game,
Which we don't have yet.
If you're just playing the game by yourself, which is the only way to play it, you just use the grapple hook.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason to use anything else.
That
like,
coupled with the slide mechanic, like you just get around so fucking quick, and it's like there's just no reason. Like, why would you ever have anything else equipped the entire time you're running around? There's just no reason. They might as well have not had other equipment and just had the grappling hook itself, and that's it.
Yeah, and you're just going from point A to point B, and you're just grappling over and over again, and you're just like, I don't feel like I'm really experiencing an open world here. I feel like I'm just doing grapple simulator because it's really the only way to get it anywhere. Like, because I don't know about you, but I did try to like do the whole vehicle thing, but the terrain is just unbearable to try to traverse with the vehicles.
Yeah, like one of the first couple outposts you get is like on a mountainside, and there's like nowhere for you to drive a warthog. I'm like, okay, so I'm just gonna drive off this fucking mountainside, I guess. Like there's no organic path to take that leads to like some sort of random engagement that isn't tied to like a fucking outpost or some shit. Like, I just want to drive on this road and I come across like a convoy of tanks or something. I don't know, something like that. They don't have anything like that though in the game.
Well, and that's the advantage of, maybe in the hands of a more skilled developer, they could have pulled this off and have like, sections of the map that were clearly designed with vehicles in mind. But there's no evidence of that here. All right, like they did not think for a fucking second about implementing vehicles. It feels like they laid the groundwork, they gray boxed the open world, and they were like, "Oh shit, yeah, that's right. This game has warthogs."
Oh right.
Oh right.
The flagship vehicle of Halo.
And so it's just like it felt like it was hard for me to take in the world that way, because it didn't feel like I was living in a world. I felt like I was just going across a landscape to get to the next objective.
Yep, pretty much. I found myself using pretty much the same weapons the whole time too in the campaign until I ran out of ammo too. It just like, and like even then it's like you just go to an FOB, grab whatever legendary variant you have and a sword or something, and like that's all I really did.
I'm actually gonna compliment Halo 5 right now.
Uh-oh.
I am gonna compliment Halo 5. This is historic.
Yeah, it is.
Halo 5 did like the weapon variants so much better.
Yeah, oh my god, dude. The weapon variants in Halo Infinite are the most lazy like things I've ever seen. Like, aside from like
their implementation in Infinite sucks.
Yeah, they're not even like, dude, there's a plasma pistol that shoots like a black hole, and there's like no like Chief has like no comment on that or anything. Like, it's just, here's this weapon that this guy dropped, use it. And like, not that Chief has to fucking like make like little tiny like Marvel quips every time he like finds a new item, but like a plasma pistol that shoots black holes, I'd be like, oh my god, Cortana, the weaponry. What is this?
Have the weapon comment on it or something.
I've never seen anything close to this in any of the Covenant's weaponry. It's like you kill a boss at a spot, you take up their white skinned weapon. That's what it is. Oh, they're all just white skinned, right? Isn't that the difference?
And it just breaks the game because you can just go to a fob and pick up anyone you want.
Yeah.
And, it's like, you should have just had specific curated areas where these were one-time pickups. Make it more memorable, all right? Because, like, I'm sorry, but the whole, like, more freedom thing in an open world game is, like, what makes a game fun is cringe. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah.
Have these specific set pieces or these specific created scenarios, and that's what makes them memorable, all right? Because if you just give me the freedom to go to a fob and just get the same variants every time, then I'm just going to play the game the same way the entire time.
And this is something, and I know you can't relate to this, but this is something that Dead Rising fans can relate to a lot with like Dead Rising 4 and Dead Rising 3, where you unlock some epic weapon, and then back at your like any safe house, you can go into there's like a weapon vault, and you can just take it out of there at max ammo, max durability, anytime you need it. Whereas like in Dead Rising 2, you had to like go and like find the components to make this badass weapon, and you get to use it, and then eventually it breaks. But like that's what made it special. Whereas in Dead Rising 3 and 4 and Halo Infinite, it's like, well, I unlock the weapon so I can get it at any point, at any time, whenever I want, at full ammo.
It's just a flawed design philosophy. It sounds good on paper, but it just doesn't pan out the way you would expect. Because it's like, I mean, whatever happened to like earning the power fantasy, you know?
Yeah.
Like Doom Eternal understood this very well. I'm not going to go into a tangent about Doom Eternal, but Doom Eternal understood that specifically curated scenarios that you have to beat are what makes games memorable.
Yep.
And Halo Infinite just fundamentally does not understand this.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Like the Dark Souls games and Sekiro, like those games, they manage their open worlds and memorable set pieces like perfectly, and sometimes you get that power fantasy, and like it just doesn't happen in Halo. And like early on, you might feel like that when you play Halo Infinite's campaign, but like that's only because you're just like excited because you're playing a Halo, like a new Halo game. Honestly, like
well, and
it
it's
wears
also
off
because the game
quick.
transitions back and forth between open world and linear.
Yeah, and this game would have just simply put, if it didn't have the open world, it would have just been better. There's no question.
Yeah,
it would have
simply
just been
put.
better. I mean, having the linear level design like the original games, they could have told a more cohesive story. They wouldn't have needed all this open world running around bullshit. Like you could, and even then, you could have all that stuff, but like make the main levels just like linear set pieces or something. Like I much rather prefer that. Like I would much rather replay Halo 3 than Halo Infinite any day of the week.
Yeah,
I mean,
because I mean, like, what is memorable about Halo Infinite in terms of its gameplay?
Like I
what
said,
does it have?
Like most people point to that tank section, and like that's it. Like
Yeah, because it's the only moment that it felt like a Halo level.
And then even then, it's like a watered down like version of what we got in the past. It wasn't as epic as like the Arc was in Halo 3.
I'll give him this, okay? Like the section where you're like going through like the different stages of like the tower towards the end of the game, where like it's a UNSC like training ground kind of thing. That was cool. That was like, you know, that felt like a set piece, not a very grand one, but it at least
It was
felt
more
like some thought was
interesting.
put into it.
Yeah, no, it was definitely more interesting than what we were getting anywhere else in the game. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, like taking down outpost number 7.
I couldn't even tell you. Like, remember that boss fight with the 2 hunters? That's one that I remember because it was annoying. But other than that, like, they were just bullet sponges.
Do you remember when you blew up the gas tanks in outpost number 3?
No, I actually don't. Oh wait, yeah,
Why
I
don't
do.
you remember that?
I do because it was in one of the early gameplay footages. So yeah, actually.
Well, actually, wait, no, I do remember it because I did it in every fucking outpost. That's right, I forgot.
They showed it in gameplay footage, and then that just so happened to be every outpost in the game. It's just like, oh, great, thanks.
And here's another thing, right? We were admittedly coping about the potential of there being multiple biomes as well. Coping. Man, I'm shitting on our past selves today. I feel bad for them. I really do. We do a little bit.
We really deserve it.
I am not a man above admitting when he was wrong. I was wrong. And I'm sad that I was wrong. So yeah, what you see on screen is what you get. The entire game looks like this.
Yeah.
This is the open world. It does not change.
Like, most of your memories of Halo Infinite are going to be the earliest ones that you have in the campaign, because like everything after that it's really the same fucking thing, but just like a slightly different coat of paint in terms of gun and maybe enemies, but even then you face mostly the same enemies the whole game.
Oh, no, but you forgot the day-night cycle.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you're right.
That made it totally different, didn't it?
Yeah, it felt very different, yeah. It
Like
totally
when it
wasn't as
didn't feel
memorable
like-
as Truth and Reconciliation in Halo 1,
Where it
which is
actually felt like it was dark outside.
still one of my favorite levels in a Halo game, and yet here we are all this time later with an open world Halo game, which if you would have told me that when I was a fucking kid, I would have like shit my pants in excitement, and yet here we are, like, open world Halo game, it's nothing even close to Truth and Reconciliation in this game, so...
Okay, so you can tell me whether or not I'm like irrationally angry about this, but like we were promised so much from like that initial like engine flex from 343 when the game was first announced.
That like
There
tease
was, like-
with like the Marines and stuff, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
sand, there was rain, there was like oceans, and like
That shit
I'm
looked cool
sorry.
as fuck.
but the nighttime in this game sucks.
Yeah, you
It
might as well just play it
sucks.
during the daytime.
It doesn't change at all. Like, there's no rain or anything. Like, you know how cool it would be if it just started raining every now and then?
And then while it was raining, like, what if every so often when it rained, just entertain this idea that maybe it plays like an ODST theme or some shit at night while it's raining. Could you just imagine if they did something even remotely like that? That would have made the world of a difference to people like us. We would have been like, oh my god, this is fucking sick.
Oh, you mean I would have
something so
actually
tiny.
probably remembered something from playing the game?
Yeah, it'd have been like, dude, this one time I was walking through the dark and it was raining and I heard the Halo 3 ODST theme and I was like, oh my god, this is badass. But instead, I'm like, remember that time I blew up the fuel thing for the 900th time? Like, actually, I don't, because I stopped remembering after the second one. It's like, fuck,
Are you
man.
talking about fuselage number 4 or number 6? They're very different to me.
Excuse me, they're very different, I'll have you. Like, what would somebody who, like, simps for this game say right now? I'd be like, you guys aren't being fair right now, because, and then I have no idea what they would say, because we are being fair. That's exactly what it is.
Maybe they would say, like, yeah, there's nothing.
They're designed different. It's like, who cares? I have a grappling hook. I can, like, jump over any wall I want.
Exactly. What do you mean about layout? I can jump over a wall at will. What do you mean?
I can climb the steepest of mountains just in seconds with a grappling hook. I'm sorry, but no.
Like, the design and layout of your level means nothing.
Yeah, it's just completely fucked. The grappling hook just breaks it, like you said earlier.
Well, yeah, it just breaks every encounter in the game. Like, it's just...
That coupled
Like,
with you being able to take any fucking weapon you want. Like, it's just like...
It should have been like the multiplayer. Like, it should have been Halo 3-esque equipment where you can just pick these things up and they have limited use.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, because, like, being able to use the grappling hook as many times as you want in the campaign, yeah, it just muddies the water.
It
like,
sounds like a great idea, but it breaks the game.
But, like, that being said, if you were to just take them out of what this game is, it would probably make it worse because I wouldn't be able to get through this map as fast, and that would just make it a bad experience, probably. But,
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, it's one design flaw combined with another design
Yeah.
flaw, right? The game is horribly designed. What can we say? Like,
Yeah.
it's just...
I mean, if
Like-
we were to change that, we would have to change, like, 12 other aspects of the game to make it good. So, it's, like, that's just... Unfortunately, that's the
It's
reality.
the
we
reality
got.
of the situation. It's... I mean, like, the open world is just, it's such a shame. Because, like, I was actually excited by the concept of it. And, you know, I was thinking, like, man, this is going to be so much fun to go through in co-op, which we still don't have. But we... Like, I don't know. Like, the concept of going through this on co-op, I probably will do it, but I'm not excited to do it.
I'm certainly not. I put off making this podcast episode for a while because I was in my head. I was like, I have to replay the campaign. I never replayed it.
I've been trying to force myself through it. Like,
couldn't do it.
I don't know if you've noticed, but, like, I'll launch the game and then 30 minutes later I'll not be playing it anymore because I've just, like, I can't get myself through it.
And that's, like, not even a level, or that's, like, maybe one encounter in the game, given that you drove/ran there. It's like, that's not
there'll
good.
be some combat encounters where I'm like, okay, yeah, this is cool, but then I'll go to the next combat encounter. I'm like, oh, this is exactly the same as the last one. Like, it's just
no difference at all.
like there's no thought put into it, you know? Like you can pinpoint, like, God, Bungie, the original Bungie, they were just geniuses of pacing. Pacing. Whatever happened to gameplay pacing? These games don't have it anymore, right? Like the intro level of Halo 3, you have like slowly moving through the woods, and then you have the first brute encounter, and then you get to the UNSC base and you have the bug attack, and like you have the jetpack brute attack, and you have these specific crafted encounters that are not the same as the last.
Yep.
But everything is the same in this game. Everything.
Yep.
The first encounter that you have is going to be exactly the same as every other encounter you have.
I was so excited to fight like elites again. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna make like the AI like so cool. They're gonna be like so good. And it's just like, no, they're just it's just more basic bullshit that we've seen a million times already. Like, I hate to say it, but like, yeah, the elites react a little different than the brutes do, which is a change, I guess, from the other Halo game, like the earlier Halo games. But like, there's way less substance to them. Like, whereas in like Halo 3, like the brutes felt like an actual force to be reckoned with, whereas in Halo Infinite, it's just another fucking enemy type. I don't know. There's really nothing special about the brutes in this game. Halo 2 did the brutes better than Halo Infinite did.
And that's sad.
It is, because they're not even done well.
Their design was flawed.
Yeah, they're not even done super well in Halo 2. I mean, shit, in Halo 3, they're basically just elites, but like, they're at least a little different.
Okay, so you're traversing the open world, and then you're kind of like, oh, yeah, this is kind of shit. But you get back into the linear levels, and so this game introduces boss fights.
Oh,
and
fuck. Let me fire this.
My opinion on boss fights, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have much to say. I mean, they're an enemy with a health bar, and they take a lot of hits, and you shoot them until they die. That is the boss fight. That is every boss fight in the game.
So disappointing. Here, I'm pulling it up right now. Like, I was actually kind of looking forward to these. I don't know what, like, at least
I was too.
When they show like Eshram has like his goon squad of like guys that he's trusted for like years or whatever, I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, they have like unique, at least seemingly unique personalities and like looks, and maybe even their tactics are slightly different, but like, it just, at the end of the day, dude, when you combine it with like what the gameplay is, it really just turns into like bullet sponge the game. Like, that's really it. There's no tactic really other than run away from them and shoot them. You know, like, that's it.
There are two types of boss fight in the game. There's one, you shoot it until it dies, or two, they're like stealthy and you just like keep running away and throw like fusion coils at them.
Yep.
That is the two types of boss fights in this game. I don't think anything goes outside of that. I think that's all all you get.
Dude, like, I'm trying to think, like,
maybe the brute chopper boss fight out in the open between the two brutes? I don't know.
One of them was just like a jackal that you just can shoot once and he'll die if you shoot him in the head. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, the high value targets.
Yeah, there's just like, it's just a fucking jackal. You're just like, oh, he's dead.
I won't blame them too much for that. I mean, I'll focus more on like the actual
main story
campaign,
I guess.
Yeah. But even those, they're just like, there's nothing special about them.
They give them health bars, which makes me think, oh, these guys are like also like mini bosses or something. And it's like, if I could just one shot the guy in the head with a pistol, it's like, oh, okay, cool.
Like,
I got the best.
I'd say like
pistol.
I'd say the most inspired one is probably the fucking elite that has like the prosthetics, like in terms of design and character and like set piece of where the boss fight takes place. I think that's a good scene, but then you just kill him and it's over. It's like, oh well, that character's gone.
Well, he's gone, and
yeah, it's like,
what was the first guy's? He's on screen. Welcome to my tower, Master Chief.
welcome to my tower. He says welcome to my tower like fucking 4 times in the span of a minute.
And then you fight him, and then he's dead, and then it's like, oh. I thought I was gonna get some like moment where this guy was like, I fought against you on the battlefield of the Ark.
Any ounce
or
of
some
character
like,
development whatsoever.
like any sort of like reference back to original Halo to be like, oh fuck, this guy knows Chief. He's got some beef with him. Chief killed like 2 of his friends or some shit. I don't know.
Like, Tartarus wasn't a good boss fight, but at least Tartarus was a character.
He was built up over time, and like he was a good foil to Arbiter's character. So like I don't know, man. Like they did Tartarus pretty like a lot of people. Like the boss fight itself wasn't super deep, but like the character was like something. There was something there.
Something.
He was a tangible guy in the Halo univerce. Like I believed
like
him.
cannon fodder, you know? Like
Yeah, no, he's clearly competent too. So he was he took out the Arbiter in a fight. Like it's fucking crazy.
Like all these guys I'm fighting, I feel like I'm fighting the lackey of, funnily enough, a lackey, Escharum, which is Atriox's lackey. You know? Like,
Yeah. But he's supposed to be the big bad.
Like, how am I supposed to be invested in like who I'm fighting here when I don't really know any of these? Like, what do the Banished want? Like, they want the ring. They like that is, as far as I know, what they want.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really go to much effort to explain it, except like,
and they
towards
really
the
needed
end?
to.
Really?
They needed to, because like, if you didn't play Halo Wars 2, you're gonna be very lost. Like it's.
Yeah, I was like, I had seen the cutscene. I never played Halo Wars 2. I played the first one and I liked it, but I never played the second one. But I saw the cutscenes. The cutscenes were super cool, but like, I didn't really like. It didn't feel super authentic to be like the Banished or the big bad. Now it's like I feel like they're really trying to bring the Covenant
feels like
back
the
as
First
the bad
Order
guy.
jump.
Yeah,
With Star Wars, it feels like it's just
yeah.
all right, these are the bad guys now, and they're in control. It's like
they destroyed the UNSC.
You didn't earn that. You didn't earn it.
Which my comment, like, oh, they destroyed the UNSC. I guess it makes sense because the UNSC isn't extremely powerful, but like, it's just strange. Well, they should be.
The Covenant couldn't do it.
It just doesn't make sense though, because in Halo 4 and Halo 5, there's all these Spartans, and then in Halo Infinite, they're like,
right,
hey guys, they all like died or something. So like,
like
you could find them on the ring. They're dead.
You want to collect all the audio logs of all these Spartans that just fucking died.
The first one was like kind of cool because Chief was like, oh shit, I knew this guy kind of, and like
there were a few. Yeah,
I don't really remember the other ones. I just remember the first one. I didn't get them all, but I remember the first one though, because Chief like had this like little moment where he was like, oh shit, that sucks.
Yeah, Ubershil cried at that.
Yeah, so
he shed a tear for that the Spartan that we never met.
Wow,
wow, you cared a lot, huh?
Damn. You're really
it's the first time I ever cried at a Halo game. Is it? Wow.
Cool.
You're an emotional guy. I fucking can't.
I don't understand. I watching this footage is just making me sad, actually. Like, I actually am like, wow, this did happen. This is a real thing that happened. I was so excited when Chief was in his new armor, and I was like, oh, there's a glimmer of hope.
It's a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will.
Yeah. They might as well have left him in his fucking Halo 5 armor at this point.
Yes.
As much as I do like his new armor design, like, it does look good. I'm just like, you know, maybe the Fortnite dancing is what's in my head when I see this new armor.
Yeah, no, they've taken this armor and fucking bastardized it.
I can't believe he's in Fortnite. And he dances,
Fortnite.
And it's memes everywhere. It's like laughing at me, basically.
Okay, so yeah, the boss fights suck.
Yeah, as you can see, they are not super inspired.
So now I think it's time to address the elephant in the room, Cortana, and the weapon.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's Halo 5 left us with, you know, the plot of Cortana turning evil, of course. Brilliant decision, Brian. I don't know how you came up with it. He did it again.
Let's just completely ruin Halo 4's entire story. For those of you who enjoyed Halo 4's story, let's just ruin that for those people. the little enjoyment you get out of Halo 4, let's ruin that with Halo 5 real quick. Let's just ruin that.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I can't fucking believe they made that decision. How are you gonna kill off Cortana and then bring her back and make her evil? Like,
It's
actually...
It sounds like what a 5-year-old would do.
Yeah. No, it sounds like a fake leak or some shit. It's like, oh, Cortana comes back, but she's evil and she wants to destroy the universe. It's like, what? How does an AI come back to life after?
Are you in the second grade? What do you...
Yeah. The ending cutscene is actually one of the best. Shut the fuck up, Brian
Okay,
Reed.
buddy. Okay, Brian.
That's why you're out of a fucking job, Brian.
Brian.
Fucking asshole. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, the weapon, huh? So what'd you think of the weapon?
I thought she was cute.
She was aight.
I think she's good.
She was inoffensive. A lot of people were like shitting on her, like, oh, she's fucking ooh waifu bait. And I'm like, I don't think so.
I think she's adorable. I'll fall for it. I don't
Like,
care. I want her feet.
God damn, Squid. This man just went all in.
Come here, mama.
No, but like I think she was fine. Like, I think it was an interesting idea to have Chief be like, okay, I'm coping with not having Cortana, but I have
a very interesting role reversal. You're right.
Yeah, like I'm coping with not having Cortana, but here's this fake Cortana that's not really quite filling the void, but like he grows.
And I have to detach myself from her, and like even at some point be ready on the spot to just delete her.
Yeah, and like I like what they were going for, like the whole like he's like kind of cold towards her at the beginning, and obviously he like warms up to her towards the end, especially after he sees like the whole like, you know, moment with Cortana and Escharum or whatever, or not Escharum, Atriox. He's like, oh shit, this is like a new Cortana basically. I'll take it. Which again, I mean, shits on Halo 4, but they did what they could with Halo 5's ending.
But no, I like the role reversal. It's like, you know, Chief kind of is the one having to expose her to the harsh realities of the world, because that was kind of Cortana's role, is to kind of be the nurturer and kind of be the protector of this child sociopathic war machine, as I've called him in the past. Because he doesn't know how to process emotions, because he was bred from birth to essentially
questions if he's a human a lot throughout the series.
Well, not bred from birth, but he was abducted, and he didn't have a childhood.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a very interesting role reversal, and I think they played into that pretty well. I don't think they executed it perfectly.
It wouldn't have been the first decision I would have made, but I was certainly like interested, and I was like, okay, I want to see where this goes. Like, I'm down for it.
And I think their dynamic works well. I think it does. I think they very easily could have fallen into like the MCU like quirky back and forth quips. They could have very easily made Chief do that, and he doesn't. I think one of the best praises I can give this game is that Chief's character he's in character.
Yeah, Chief felt like he felt before 343 got their hands on him, at least for the most part. He's a little more talkative than usual, but like that's only because, you know, now he's like a more talkative protagonist. He's his own character at this point. He's no longer a vessel for the for the player, rather. But
like, to their credit, right? Like, there were moments throughout the campaign where I was like, another character was saying something. I'm like, okay, Chief would say nothing to this. He would just be silent.
Yeah.
And then he was silent. I was like, good job, 343,
okay,
good job. All right, you know how to be reserved. Like, you guys figured it out a little bit.
Please don't turn him into the quippy one-liner Nathan Fillion archetype in every video game or whatever the fuck. Like, let's just...
Good God, please don't.
Could you imagine?
Oh my God. Like, can you imagine, like...
We'd be a little bit more angry now.
Atriox throws Chief into space, and he just sees the Infinity blow up, and he's like, well, this sucks.
Chief's just like, I have died before. It's like, no, you haven't. Shout out to my favorite movie.
Somehow the Master Chief has returned.
Somehow Cortana has returned is what they should have said in Halo 5.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
God.
Somehow Cortana has returned. That's basically the explanation they gave.
Yeah.
She got into the domain.
She's like, yeah, how are you alive? She's like, oh, I just, like, I'm in the domain.
Duh.
You know, the thing that you guys all know about that's been established since Halo 1. The domain.
The thing. Yeah, you know.
No, I don't know!
Yeah, that's the problem, Cortana, is that I actually don't know. I haven't read all these novels. I don't know these things.
I didn't listen to the fucking Halo podcast. I don't actually know. I'm sorry.
The Halo podcast you should be listening to is this one.
Yes.
Don't listen to Hunt the Truth. It was bullshit.
Hunt the Truth.
But anyways, back to the weapon. I think their dynamic works for the most part. I think that's something they got right.
Yeah.
The bearing on the plot isn't really there. I don't think there's a lot happening. Actually, I think it's just the smaller character moments that work. But in terms of the plot, there's not much there.
Which is shocking.
Yeah,
We were expecting some, like, climactic, like, at least, if this wasn't going to be the end, they were at least going to set up, like, another trilogy or something. But, like, this game kind of just begins and ends like a fart. And it's just like, Chief, the pilot, and the weapon are all just like, yeah, we did it. Now let's keep doing it. It's like,
what? No, he said, let's finish the fight.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I had to say the iconic line. You're right. He says it, and then, which is funny because the pilot gets all excited as if, like, he's supposed to be, like, the player being like, oh, he said the line, but it's like, well, nobody would have ever heard Chief say that line except, well, I don't know. I guess
for Hood.
I guess he said it over an intercom, so it could have, like, gone around as, like, propaganda or some shit.
Maybe Fernando was in the background there, and we just didn't know.
Oh my God, Cortana, did you hear that shit? He said he's gonna finish the fight. That guy.
He said the thing. Yeah, he did say it.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry. We're so sorry.
I can't. This game has given me some sort of trauma that I don't think I'll ever recover from. Not to the lengths of Halo 5. It's a different trauma that I can't quite explain.
Insane. We've gone insane.
Looking at this gameplay makes me feel like I'm looking into a different timeline where I played this, and I'm like suppressing all of my memories, I feel like, of this game.
Have you seen that clip of Homelander where he's just like sitting in like an auditorium or something, and he's
just looking
that
off?
That was me playing in this game.
Dude, those Homelander memes are fucking amazing. Like, say what you want about the boys, but like all of the Homelander,
seen it. I've just seen that clip everywhere.
Like all of the Homelander memes are just perfect. It's just him. Like, I am just Homelander, you know. Like it's just him just being like, huh, okay. It's like, yep, that's how I feel with every AAA game as of late. Sorry.
Okay, so now we have to discuss Cortana. This is gonna be a fun one.
Yeah.
So obviously Halo 5 didn't leave her off in the best spot.
Yeah, she turned into like a feminazi.
Yeah, she
was
she
weird.
No longer had big booba, and it made me mad.
Yeah, she had the proportions of a man for some weird reason.
She became a Karen.
Yeah, you know, because AI, like they said, the AI. Oh, have you ever seen the Always Sunny meme? Where it's like you've enhanced yourself, but it's Cortana and Halo 4. They're giant jugs. Like Chief wakes up and he's like, Cortana, you've enhanced yourself. I fucking love that. She changes how she looks.
To the software.
She turned into like a feminazi in Halo 5, and then she looked good in Halo Infinite. Not what I prefer, but the actual Cortana, and she was purple again. What was up with that?
I don't know. She just changes colors a lot.
Yeah, is that just like 343 trying to be like, remember when she was purple in Halo 1?
In purple, Halo 1?
Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just like, she's purple, now she's blue, now she's purple, now she's fucking whatever. She's a man.
It's just the way she expresses herself, all right?
Yeah, I guess.
Shut the fuck up.
Nano machines.
Nanomachine.
That's what I learned.
Son.
That's what I've learned in Halo 4. Oh, Chief changed his armor due to
The
nanotech.
Nanomachine, son. That's why his armor.
Yeah, the Master Chief's fucking Mjolnir armor set is completely changed due to these things that we've never seen in the Halo universe. Sure.
Yes.
Sorry, talk about Cortana before I start ranting, please. It's gonna happen.
It's okay. This is like a year building up, and there's still so much more.
You know, I will say real quick, I'm glad, like, you talked me into making this episode for a while. You were trying to, rather. And I didn't. And I'm glad that I feel like now is the most appropriate time we could have made it, because you see all these fucking YouTubers now on YouTube. There's like 1 million Halo Infinite is Dead videos now coming out. And it's like, obviously we're not making it now because that's happening, but like, it's because all the fans realize like 343 just, they clearly don't give a fuck. I mean, I don't know if it's they don't give. I hate to say that with Joe Staten being in charge now, because we do know that Joe Staten is capable of producing incredibly
the problem
written
is,
stories.
I don't even know to what degree.
Yeah, we have no
he's
fucking idea.
responsible.
They're so like we have no idea. They won't even like explain like anything to anybody. It's just like radio silent for a few months, and then it's like, hey guys, here's
All
a
we
fracture
can say
event.
for sure is that they either don't care or they are incompetent.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I would go as far to say as they don't care. I mean, how many chances have they had? And here we are, still all this time later. And again, I know, and you know what? I'll bite the bullet on what I said in the last video. It seemed like they cared about what they were making, and there are still aspects of that, like the art design and the music, which are things that should not even had to have been negotiable. Okay, those should have always stayed the way they were, as well as I think the music, the art design, and it being a party game first. Those are like the 3 core things.
You mean
have
it
to
being
do.
a Halo game?
Sorry, yeah, it being a Halo game, rather, because, yeah.
You mean it being a Halo game?
That is just what it
non-negotiable?
is. Yeah, exactly. And it's like 343 comes in and they're like, how about we give it a twist? Like, I think there was an interview with the one dude where he's like, yeah, like, Halo fans think they want one thing, but really what they want is what they don't know what they want. It's like, I am so fucking sick of hearing people say that shit, dude. Ryan Johnson said the exact same shit about The Last Jedi, and everyone fucking hated it, okay? Like, stop trying to give us what you think we want and give us what we fucking want! What's so hard about that? Like, I've been waiting for a sequel to Halo 3 my entire fucking life, and I still have yet to really get it. You know, like, I've gotten all these, like, half-baked fucking pieces of shit, and I can't take it anymore. I need a fucking true sequel to the Halo series. I'm sick of this. Give it to someone who fucking gives a shit. I'm sorry. I told you a rant was going to come out of me a little. I'm getting upset.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm seething.
I'm
It's all this copium. Nobody told me that the side effect of copium is seethe. Nobody told me this. I thought they went hand in hand.
I'm glad to let it out, buddy.
Just let it out.
Just let it all out. It's like the therapist.
Yes,
if you
GTA.
can't-
I love that line. It's funny.
So yeah, Cortana.
Yeah, that chick.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that
Sorry,
one.
before I interrupted you, you were saying something about the end of Halo 5, blah, 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 and then I think
Well, I mean, look, when it gets down to brass tacks, what they do with Cortana in this game sucks. It just sucks. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
yeah.
There's about as much. So, like, she turns good, obviously, in this game again at the end, after she, of course, has genocided all these Spartans and everything.
Yeah.
And, you know, just as much on the coin flip of, like, she decided to be bad, she just then decided to be good again.
And it's so fucked because you get to the end and you learn, like, these revelations of why Cortana did what she did and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, I was actually good, like, the whole time. Just took me a little bit to figure it out. It's like the biggest slap in the face because it's like you set her up to be this big bad and then she's a mystery the whole game and you find out that she was good and saved your life, basically. It's like, what? It's such
After,
a
of
strange...
course, killing everybody.
She's like, and you got to think about it, too. This is totally a reaction to Halo 5's ending because it's like, the end of Halo 4, you're like, she's gone.
Do you like
Go
at
ahead.
the end of the game where Cortana's looking into the camera and says to the audience, "This is about rectifying past mistakes"? Did you like that?
Yeah, it's literally what she says.
Did you like when the writers told you that?
Like, you can't even deny it, because obviously it's as heavy-handed as that. And then, like, you literally have her just be like, so I was bad, but then I realized that I was being bad, and that was bad. So I realized what I really care about is you. And so I'm going to sacrifice myself for you. It's like, I'm sorry, but this sacrifice means absolutely nothing to me. I'm sorry. If this would have happened, if this ending would have happened in Halo 5, or like maybe even Halo 4, that way you could have wrote it to make more sense. But if you're going to bring her back in Halo 5, give it Halo Infinite's ending where she comes back and then it's like, okay, but no, she didn't. No, because that would still ruin Halo 4's ending. I'm trying to think of a way where she can conceivably come back and not ruin Halo 4's ending, but it doesn't happen. Because in order for Halo 4's ending to work, she needs to be dead permanently. Or else you can't have sad Chief.
Halo 5's story and its consequences they're ongoing.
It doesn't make any sense.
And look, like, part of me had a feeling going into it. I was like, how can they make it good? How? Like, after Halo 5, how can they make it good?
That was the big question, man.
And, you know, look, maybe in the hands of a more skilled writer, they could have made it good, but it felt like an apology.
Yeah,
We're
no,
sorry.
exactly. It felt like a shitty apology too, because then it's like,
not a
so
good
you
one.
guys wasted all these years, recycling basically the entire game from scratch, and then giving us this half-assed story where Cortana basically apologizes to the fans. It's like, dude, you might as well have never brought her back, because then we could have these heartfelt moments. You could have even potentially brought the weapon in at some point within the trilogy and have it be this moment of like, you're not Cortana, I'll never love you as much as I loved Cortana. Oh wait, I actually kind of like love this thing. You know, because that would have been meaningful, because then the player would also be just as invested as Chief is. You would have had to have written it well, of course, which we know 343 is not exactly capable of at this point, so...
No, like, this game just screams contrived. Like,
yeah,
everything is just
so
like
forced, man.
It is this way because we say it is.
They were like, oh, we're gonna make a sequel to Halo 5, and then they're like, sir, actually everyone hated Halo 5 story, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, you're just now telling me this? We're already 3 years into development. Scrap it all. Let's make a story where we apologize for Halo 5.
That's what it feels like. That's
like
really what it feels
literally
like.
what it is.
And you know, look, I hate to say it, but I shudder to think, like, maybe it would have been better if they just stuck to their guns. I don't know. Like,
dude, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't really blame you for saying that, because Halo 5 was so fucking bad. But like, did they scrap it because everyone bitched about how bad 5 was, and that the sequel would have been just as bad?
They did that.
Well, no,
it's confirmed that they did that.
It is, but I'm wondering if the reason is because they were like, oh, so everyone hates it, therefore let's just make a different story. And like, by that logic, that means that they know that Halo 6's story would have been just as bad as Halo 5's. Because that means they didn't have any confidence in... Did Brian Reed get fired during Halo Infinite's creation, or was it before that?
I have no clue. I guess to imagine he probably didn't stick around very long, because Halo 5's backlash was immediate and astute. Like, it was
yeah,
it was sharp. Like, people hated it immediately.
Sharp.
And like, look, I don't know, because like we do know they had an outline, like they had a place that they wanted to go with the trilogy.
Yeah,
but it just didn't pan out because of poor reception. And like, look, part of it is a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah,
and
it's hard to make that call, I guess, sometimes, but shit.
But I don't even know, man, because like, it feels like they didn't even stick to their guns after Halo 4.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every movie is completely different, giving it that Star Wars sequel trilogy vibe, where it's like there's just a different direction for each game, and it's like it doesn't make any cohesive sense to anyone who's sitting here playing it, especially new Halo fans. I mean, shit, maybe it makes more sense to them. I don't fucking know, but At least to old Halo fans, like when you play Halo 5 and Fred and fucking all these other dipshits are around Master Chief, you're like, I ain't ever seen any of these motherfuckers in any other Halo game, so why the fuck are they here now? You can't just be like, because the book. Yeah, like, you can't just simply say that as like a fucking, oh, that's the cure-all.
I'm a gamer. I don't read. Stop telling me to.
I can't read. Brian, read.
I want to shoot things.
I just want to shoot things and enjoy a cool sci-fi story that tugs on my boomer heartstrings because I miss Halo and like put me in my member berry feels. Like that's all I wanted. And you couldn't even really do that. There was like 1 or 2 moments where I was like, that was sweet. But like even then it was like shrouded in like a whole game where I'm like
of just shit.
Don't really like this whole game, so it's hard for me to even say that. Like even like Cortana's like fucking apology is so contrived and it's such bullshit.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I felt nothing.
But part of me is sitting there thinking like, man, Jen Taylor really tried her best to like channel her Cortana like one last time. Maybe.
God bless Steve Downs and
Steve Downs and Jen Taylor. They actually both did a really fucking good. I think this is some of their. I think this was some of their better performances in a while, to be honest. Because I haven't thought Chief has been this good since Halo 3. To be honest with you, I know I did enjoy Halo 4's story somewhat, but I didn't really care for his dialogue in Halo 4 that much. And
he was able to flex his acting muscles in Halo 4, definitely.
Yeah, but in this
like
one,
the performance was good, even if you had
fun.
apprehensions about the direction.
Yeah, like this feels more natural, I guess, is my point. And Cortana, like Jen Taylor got to explore a different like side of Cortana that was the weapon, and it was just I don't know, it worked. Like we said, it worked.
She gave so many different performances here, and they were all great.
Yeah, she was sad, she was happy, she was pissed. Like she played this role. I mean, dude, whenever she gets like pissed at Chief, I can't remember the narrative reason exactly. Like, I guess when she finds out that he was supposed to destroy her or something like that.
Wait, are you saying that there are very little narrative reasons for Cortana to be evil?
I was talking about the weapon.
I
was talking about the weapon, but that too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Whenever she like gets pissed at Chief because she's like, "Oh, you were supposed to destroy me," and then she gets like all pissed off at him or whatever.
Yeah, because he attempts to delete her,
and without her, no, I guess it was like a secret mission or whatever. But like, I kind of like that performance because it was like it's kind of like genuine ass like mad girl right here. Like I kind of believe this shit.
It's like, yeah, I've been with girls like this. I know what this is like. I'm sorry, Chief.
Chief, I feel you, man. And even Chief was like, like you could just tell he's like, what do I even like say? Like I don't even know how to. I never had to deal with this with Cortana when she was
this woman.
When Cortana got mad at me in the past, she would get over it immediately and start coming up with a strategy.
Dude, Cortana was sassy, and this is like a daughter I have to take care of.
Yeah. My daughter just told me she hates me and stomped her way up into her room. What do I do?
How do I reconnect? Do you want to go get ice cream?
You want to go shut down the Halo ring, champ?
But yeah, no, I mean like it's the direction with Cortana is so unfortunate, and I think they sealed their fate with not giving us a satisfying conclusion with Cortana when they brought her back in Halo 5. They sealed it. That was it.
Yeah,
because
they set her up to be something that she clearly was not in this game. Like you don't see any of that other than, well, you see the ring is like semi-destroyed, but then you find out at the end that was because of Cortana. So like she was a good guy through all of Halo Infinite, and you just didn't know it. But they make her seem like she's some bad guy that did all this. Like I mean, she did kill a bunch of people.
She is a bad guy. Do you remember the moment where she just blew up the Spartan station and just killed all the Spartans?
Yeah.
She was bad. And, like, that's why, like, you know, okay, look, I'll shit on Halo 5 all day, all right? It's one of my favorite things to do, all right? I hate that game, all right? But I can't lie when I say that a lot of the writing decisions in this game are just as bad.
Yeah. Like it may make more, like, cohesive sense as the story is going on. It tells like an actual narrative that you can, if you sit beginning to end, you're like, okay, I understand what happened, but like nothing happened. Whereas in Halo 5, I'm like, I don't even understand why 90% of this happened, and I never will.
I don't understand why Cortana turned good again, just as much as I don't understand why she turned evil.
Yeah, like
there was no justification for either or.
Like I understand it from the dev standpoint of being like,
from
oh,
like wanting to save face with the fans.
yeah, but like there's literally no actual in-game reason other than like, so I was bad, but then I had this moment and I realized I should be good and I should save you. So I'm going to sacrifice my life again. You guys have to be sad again, remember? It's like
She even has the line, "We just keep saying goodbye."
if she would have been gone for 2 games, it would have been so much more effective to have a moment like that, or so. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, sorry, I just can't. I can't anymore. It's like it's so unearned. I mean, that's the best way to say it.
So little in this game is earned. I mean, like the only interactions that are earned is between Chief, the weapon, and the pilot. Like that moment where Chief sits down with the pilot. Yes. Absolutely.
It builds over time. Like it's an actual relationship. Yeah.
Yes. And it makes sense. And it feels like, and like, look, I can't blame a writer for being like this. It feels like they didn't want to touch Cortana with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, seriously. They left her in like a dream sequence. They're like, all right, dude, we can't actually bring this bitch back. Like there's no way we can make this work. Like there's a new one, guys. I don't know what I would do better than what they did. I gotta be honest. Like
that's why I will not hate Halo Infinite as much as Halo 5.
Yeah.
That's why I can't. I just can't.
There was clearly some sort of effort to right that wrong, but there was no way to really do it though, you know.
Maybe there was some like way, like if you just get a fucking algorithm write the perfect story that made perfect sense, but I don't know. I just don't see a world where that happens, and you know, and I look back on my optimism as like a little bit naive.
Next time around, we're just gonna be a little bit more doomer about Halo stuff because, whew.
Have we not earned it at this point,
dude? That line just hit different because I remember us talking about earning the fanboy or not. I talked about us earning the fan servicey moments because of how much shit we've been through, and now you're saying, haven't we earned the right to be like pissed off? It's just terrible. That's a terrible dichotomy to think about. Oh.
What have we earned? What have we learned? That 343 should not make any more Halo games.
Yes,
that is what we have learned.
I fully agree with it at this point. I don't even care anymore. We'll talk about that later.
Yes. So let's talk about the Endless. And I'm going to be honest, I don't want to talk about them very long.
Yeah, please. I don't want to either. I couldn't even tell you anything about them. I genuinely.
What are the Endless? They're the Endless. They're a mystery thing that they want to do something with in the future. I don't know.
It's so funny because saying they're the Endless as your description is accurate because that's all we fucking know about them. Like, you know unless you're a hardcore lore guy, you're not going to know anything.
In honor of how much I care about the Endless, during this part of the discussion, I'm going to go piss. I'll be right back. Give me a sec.
I'll just pull up the fucking whatever her name is, this bitch. I can't even think of her name. This thing. Whatever this thing is. I can't think of its name. The Harbinger. There you go. The Endless will return. That's like after you beat her. I think it's a her. Whatever the fuck it is. It's so lame. It's like so on the fucking nose. It's so like we needed to have this new faction that isn't the Prometheans, but it's not the Forerunners, it's not the Prometheans, but it's somewhere in the middle. It's this new thing. But if you're a lore guy, you probably know what the Endless are. But like I gotta be honest, I'm pretty deep with the Halo lore. I don't fucking know who the Endless are. Am I stupid? I don't know. But like most of my knowledge comes from like the original 3 books and like the entire Halo trilogy, the original Bungie trilogy. So like plus ODST and Reach, they stand shoulder to shoulder with the original trilogy, and I think everyone agrees with that. A lot of people consider Halo Reach to be the best Halo game, so certainly one of my favorites and one of the best soundtracks of all video game history. But, you know, that gets brushed under the rug these days next to things like Red Dead Redemption and Doom and you know, those kind of games. I don't know. It's a damn shame though, but hopefully we're gonna I don't know. Maybe we'll get some sort of reset here soon because, and it sucks to say that because we just got a fucking reset, and yet here we are. We got our
Oh yeah, the spiritual reboot. That's
Yeah.
right.
Like,
yeah, that's
at this point, I genuinely like you would just have to be like, listen, that the Reclaimer trilogy, a different timeline, never happened. Like,
Is this even the Reclaimer trilogy anymore? It feels like they abandoned that after their first fucking entry.
yeah, you're right. Because like, what do you even fucking call it at this point?
The Forerunners aren't even in this game.
The Endless, though. The best
Oh.
faction in Halo history.
Bro, the only thing that's endless is my fucking pain.
I have it on a still of the Harbinger saying the Endless will return. It's so like it's such
What do you mean
bullshit.
we'll return? They were never here.
You never even showed up. You just launched me through a portal like 2 times and then had a shitty boss fight with me. I don't
The
even
fucking Harbinger, like I don't.
Ugh.
Nothing. Nothing. And that's the final boss of the game.
Yeah, you would think
I couldn't-
Eshram would be just the fun. They had to like throw in this like even higher stakes baddie because it's like, oh, well, Eshram's just a brute at the end of the day, so we have to have like this other species that's like fucking ethereal, like the Prometheans, and like that'll be the new threat for the next trilogy.
And her boss fight sucks.
Yeah,
It sucks
it's
so
one of the
bad.
worst in the entire game.
I think it is the worst.
The arena like does not complement what the combat calls for at all. Like it's terrible. Like, dude, go back to Halo 2 with the fucking Tartarus. Like, yes, that boss fight was not super deep, but the arena at least like complements what that
Made
combat is
sense.
asking for. Like, this dude's chasing you with a hammer, so there's obstacles and there's a grav lift and there's like platforms you can jump to, and like, you know, at the very least, like there's some way to combat that. And that arena, from what I remember playing on like Heroic, it was fucking AIDS. Like, you have to like run away from hammer guys while also being shot at from long range, and it's like it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, at least in my opinion, I don't know. Did you experience it any differently, or is that pretty much spot on?
No, you're pretty right on the money there. Like it feels like I said earlier, it feels like they gray boxed these areas, and then they were like, oh, right. The encounters, yeah, we didn't really design these for that.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But okay, so the Endless. I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't tell you really jack shit about him.
Dude, I couldn't either. They're
And look,
some sort of Promethean forerunner fucking
that came before the Forerunners or something
Yeah.
like that, and like Atriox and the Harbinger want to awake them again. And look, I am sure that there's like an audio log that I listened to that maybe explained something about them. I don't know, but I cannot be fucked to remember, and I don't care. Like,
Yeah, I don't
they
care
already
either.
tried. They already tried with the whole like, you know, it's like, oh, but there's an even bigger threat going on. The Forerunners with Halo 4 and 5, and it sucked. It sucked.
It sucked.
It fell flat.
And
And
go ahead.
good.
It's just fucking
All right.
1-to-1. You go ahead. I'll say
We are too polite and too similar, but I will levy it to you because I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say like you were saying like, oh, they had to make it even bigger and better, and like the Prometheans and stuff like that, and it's like they fell flat on their face with that in Halo 4 and 5, and like I was just gonna say like even like Mendicant Bias, like average fans do not know who that is still, regardless of like
No.
the audio logs or whatever the fuck. It's like they're trying to hype him up to also be like a bad guy maybe too, so it's like, why are they setting up all this shit if this is supposed to be the final game of a trilogy? You know what I mean? Are they going to do
It
like...
feels like the first game of a trilogy.
It does. Yeah. I mean, it really was like a soft reboot because they literally had to reset after Halo 5.
And I don't think that was the move.
Yeah. Maybe stick to your guns, finish the trilogy, give the game to a different studio. They make their own trilogy. I don't
Because
fucking know.
I mean, like there has to be a through line for these things, all right? Because like there has to be payoff. That's storytelling 101. All right, like if you're always setting things up, then there's just nothing to talk about.
Yep. That's like J.J.
And-
Abrams, basically.
Yeah, and the endless is perfectly encapsulates the mystery box.
Oh, what are the Endless? Oh, I bet you'd like to find out.
Bet you'd like to find out. Realistically, I don't really know either. But
I personally don't know yet, but I'm excited to find out too.
I'm one of you guys.
Hello, fellow
I'm excited
gamers.
to find out. I'm sure 343 is excited to find out too. In their next game. Oh wait, that's probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, Microsoft would be crazy to fucking let them do that again.
Microsoft, if you let 343 make another Halo game,
You guys are brain dead, or like 343 is actively paying Microsoft to like stay
Like,
on Halo or
I
something.
don't know if Bonnie Ross is just giving like Phil Spencer the best head he's
sloppiest
ever
head.
Like,
They both
I
make
don't-
false promises to each other the entire time.
Oh,
There's a lot of pent up emotions from this game. That's what happens when you don't
Okay.
talk about it for basically a whole year.
I'm glad we waited. I'm glad
I am
we did.
too, honestly.
Because I mean, like, look, I think if we'd done it closer to launch, we'd still have been in the copium stage, you know?
Yeah, I think so too. I think we would have
And-
been a little bit too charitable to the story.
For sure, definitely. It's I see the story a lot for what it is now, and it just feels like a poorly written apology for the most part.
Yeah.
In terms of the plot, I think they get a lot of the character stuff right, with the exception of Cortana, but in terms of like the plot stuff with Cortana, it just sucks. It's awful.
Yeah, I mean, like, they really... an apology is a good way to say it. Like, I was saying, like, it really feels like they made Halo 5, and then they made, like, Halo 5 ODST, but that was Halo Infinite, and, like, they made it just to apologize for Halo 5. And then, like, now they're gonna make it Halo 7. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen.
What's next?
And like that's the thing too, is like, so if this is technically supposed to be the last of their trilogy, but they also said that Halo Infinite is supposed to be like a structure for like how many fucking years
Years
into the
to come.
future. Yeah. So it's like, I don't
I
understand.
don't know if that mean. What did they mean by that? Did they mean that the game is going to be finished in 10 years, or did they mean they're actually going to add meaningful expansions within
Yeah.
10 years?
Because
I
so
don't
far
know.
it's been a year and they haven't added anything. So
And the game is still a beta.
yeah, it feels exactly how it did when it was in beta. So
And like, the game just ends abruptly. Like, it just ends.
well, yeah, because it's like,
And-
oh, we survived the Endless. That's the end of the game. It's like, wait, we didn't. But no, well, that can't be the end. We're not even finished on the ring yet. Like, I don't understand. Huh.
This goes to 2/3 of content being cut from Halo Infinite. That was a article featured in our intro. Look, I mean, Halo in the past is no stranger to cut content. But here's the thing. Halo 2 is probably the most notorious example of this. Halo 2 was still great and told a full story in spite of that. All right? Halo Infinite doesn't. All right? The only thing that this game answers, and it answers so fucking poorly, is the Cortana thing. And you're just kind of like, and they're just like, yeah, sorry. Yeah, that whole Cortana thing, yeah, sorry about that. That's it.
That's all
the
it is.
only that's the only payoff you get. And it sucks. I mean, but Halo 2, like Halo 2 had the Arbiter. It's like it had this entire story with like the inner civil war with the Covenant and the politics that goes into that. It's like Halo 2 had such a deep story to it, and that wasn't even the full game that they intended.
Dude, from what I understand, like the amount of shit that Joe Staten had written for Halo 2 could have filled like its own trilogy or some shit. Like he had some wild aspirations. Yeah. Halo 3 was supposed to be in Halo 2, right? Basically.
Yeah, and Halo 2 still launched in Halo 2 had more content at launch than this game.
Dude, Halo 2 was like like I don't even know, like
Halo
a
CE
monument.
had more content.
I was gonna say a monument to all of 343's sin stuff. The fact that Halo 2 was like so in depth, but like the gameplay was so good, and it was graphically at the time it looked fucking amazing. It's just like I don't even understand. That game just is an anomaly in gaming, and like they built the world out in one game. They did so much world building in one fucking game. Not even just one game. They did it in what? Not even 2 years? Yeah, and in one cutscene at the beginning of Halo 2, they expand on the lore like in the best way possible. And it's like it felt so natural though. Like I remember playing as a kid, I was like, this is so cool.
The meaningful expansion of the lore in the first 5 minutes of Halo 2 is more meaningful than anything throughout Halo 5 or Infinite.
They haven't expanded on fucking anything. Even in Halo 4 with the Prometheans and shit. I'm like, they didn't even expand on them in a meaningful way. It felt like they did it incorrectly. Like when you hear about the Forerunners and like they bring up how the Prometheans were like kind of Forerunners or something, and like,
and then like, oh, the Didact like dies immediately.
Yeah. Here's the Didact and he's dead, and then you have all these hardcore Halo fanboys like coping. Warden Eternal. Yeah. As the replacement for the Didact, because all the copium induced fanboys that were like, oh, the Didact will return because he was so important. There's no way he could have died. Well, I don't know.
He returned in a comic.
Cool. Was that in the game? I don't remember that in the game.
Cool. That's awesome, man. Returned in the comic?
You have any idea how expensive this gear is, son?
No, okay. I swear to God, people will sometimes like actually respond to you with that. It's like, man, why did they kill off the Didact? Like, oh, well, I mean, he returned in a comic. I want to take your fucking Halo Master Chief Funko Pop and shove it up your ass.
I want to bash you over the head with your Halo 3 legendary Master Chief helmet.
You are so like you're so brain dead. Like I can't.
They did it in a comic. Get the fuck out of here.
They did it in a comic? That's cool. I don't care.
If you would have told me that like before Halo 5 came out or some shit, I don't even know. Because maybe it did come out before Halo 5, right?
I think it did. I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was at my highest fandom in Halo Reach, I would say. And fucking I think I probably just would have laughed in your face if you told me that was like the explanation for how the next big villain is like comes back or something. Like it just doesn't make any sense. That is like as lazy as somehow Palpatine returned. Like, oh, I saw the dude like get disintegrated though. So on both counts, I saw the Didact get disintegrated or whatever. He fell into a bottomless pit. Now, whatever. They don't explain it in the game, and I'm just a normie gamer, so what do I know?
That's Halo Infinite's story. It's so unfortunate because I know before it came out, me and you were looking at it. It's like I know I was hoping specifically for some finality to this. You know, I wanted something epic and grand.
Yeah.
And like, I was listening to the soundtrack before the game came out. And just like based off of like the soundtrack alone, you can kind of like feel like you have the vibe of like what a game is gonna go for.
Yeah,
and it felt like it was like the soundtrack felt like it was shooting high for like stakes, you know?
Yeah, it felt like a good, and it also like thematically, it felt like it felt like some sort of thread between Bungie and 343's like eras. Like it mixed them together pretty well, actually.
The music made it feel so much bigger than it was.
Yeah, and the scale was definitely like, I don't know I don't know what the idea behind like the music was, but it did not match what happened in the game, and not to the fault of the composer or whatever.
No,
because it was good
composers
music.
killed it.
Yeah, it was
the
good.
music is phenomenal.
It just it didn't match what we were seeing on screen. We would have needed like generic like background first person shooter music. I don't
Halo
know.
5 soundtrack.
Yeah, pretty much. I couldn't
Like,
tell you a single song on Halo 5 soundtrack.
There's the one that goes. There's
I remember the one from Halo 4 when you fly the ship at the end. That song's fucking awesome.
because Halo 4 has a good soundtrack. And I will not take any slander towards it, but
you're right.
anyways, the campaign, yeah. It wasn't what we hoped.
It was not good.
Too little, too late.
I was gonna say great, but I couldn't even really classify. Like, objectively looking at it now, after basically a year has passed, it does not even hold a candle to any of the Bungie games, like, at all. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It's pretty, but like it's pretty in like an empty way. Like, I feel like I'm looking at like Unreal Engine, like sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel like I don't know.
There's no soul.
It's just like I feel like I'm looking at enemies that were placed on the map by a developer. I don't feel like I'm organically intertwined within this world and I believe like where all these enemies are. Like Halo 1 did so much fucking groundwork to show you all these bases the Covenant had set up on the Halo ring. And like
All these different environments.
and all oh my god, yeah. And Halo 1 is still like the best in that regard, I would say. And like there's so many different environments and shit, and then it's just like Halo Infinite, forest, and interior of banished ships, or UNSC base. That's about it.
I'll say this, please, for the love of God, guys, do not do the one-shot take anymore. All right, like it was cute for like the first cutscene.
Yeah, I didn't think
but
that was gonna be the whole game. Jesus Christ!
Like it got old quick. Like it was very clear that after like the first couple cutscenes, you guys didn't know what to do with it.
Like you can't, like, dude. Even Halo 2, like they like a lot of the cutscenes were at least like it felt like you were watching a movie, like the way that the shots were. Like they had a couple crash zooms, like whenever Chief is flying through space at the beginning, like, and they zoom in on him or whatever. It's like that shit's fucking. That's some sort of directorial. Like there's something there. Anything.
Cinematography.
There's just something, I guess. I'm over here complimenting the most simplistic cinematography thing, and it's just
Yes, because the camera does nothing in this game.
yeah, over
Like,
a fucking one
just,
shot over a shoulder, like 20 million.
There will be a conversation. It will circle them like 50 times as they talk, and then it'll just go back to the first person view, and it's like, why? You're just limiting yourself at that point.
There's like not even a shot reverse shot. It's like, again, it's just one shot. Like even for Eshram, it's like zoom in on Eshram, then slowly turn the camera back around towards Chief, and then first person.
Like there's a few good, cool moments where they're able to implement it well, but they clearly run out of ideas like a few missions in.
Again, not even just the opening, like we mentioned earlier, but like whenever he's floating through the fucking destroyed ship or whatever at the beginning, like, yeah, that's one shot, but that one's more interesting because there's a lot of like different components, like things floating in space and Chief's interacting with the environment and stuff. Yeah, like that at that point, like that's how you do that. I feel like they started with that one and then they were like, huh.
Oh, they
works.
were huffing their own fucking farts after making that cutscene. They're like, oh, we're the shit. Look at this cutscene. Admittedly, it's a really good cutscene. It is great. Like, it's really, really good. And then they're like, oh, yeah, we're the shit. We can do this for the entire game.
Oh, shit.
And
let's
then,
just
like,
do that for every cutscene. It's like,
and then, like, the one guy was like, hey, I don't know if that's a good idea because that's going to limit us in terms of, like, what we can show. And they like, shut the fuck up, Craig. Get out of there.
Craig.
Oh, yeah, Craig. The brute. I forgot.
My boy.
So sad.
Yeah, he knew
I feel
early on.
I feel like every time 343 gets something right, they really think they're the shit. Because, like,
Yeah, dude.
they get one thing right and then fucking 25 things wrong.
Oh, wait, we're... never mind, yeah. I'll save that for later.
But I mean, man, is that it for the campaign? I feel so, like, deflated because, like...
I know, fuck, we still have, like, a bunch of shit to talk about, and we're just... Now I'm, like, all, like, depressed.
No,
It's
I'm
not
more than
good.
willing to go through it all, but it's like... Because, like, the campaign is, like, the most important part to me. And, you know, look, it was a nothing burger. Like, it didn't add anything.
Nothing
Nothing really
happens.
great.
Ask yourself, viewer, what happens in Halo Infinite's story? Like, what effects took place other than Cortana was bad, but now she good? Like, what happened? Nothing. Did
Besides
Chief go on?
Master Chief beat Monkey.
Yeah. Did Chief go on a meaningful character arc or something? Because like, on paper he did, but I don't think that's actually what happened. Because like, by the end of the game, he's like, "All right, you two, we're all friends now. Let's go kick some butt." It's like, all right, I guess.
It feels like the game ends at like the beginning of the third act.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because like, I feel like that's something that should cap off like the ending of the second act is wrapping up the Cortana arc or something like that.
They
'Cause
certainly should have tried something.
They should have done something.
Other than just, well, Endless, and then that's it. Cortana's good. Here's the Endless, and well, I hope
And
that's...
Escharum is horny for Atriox and wants to fight Master Chief.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw Angry Joe's review of Halo Infinite, but it's
I think I did.
that was one of the funniest bits he's done in a long time. His reviews are hit or miss for me, but the bit that he did at the beginning where like he picks up an audio log and like they're doing the Escharum voice and he's just like combing over the thought of like Atriox and like his mentoring. Cause like I did hunt down for like all the audio logs and shit, and it's like, yeah, he did have a little bit of a hard on for him. He was
He did.
There was some homoerotic shit going on there.
He like talks about how like brilliant his mind is and stuff like that, and like I don't know
How strong he is.
Oh, so strong.
How hairy he is. By the way, did you notice at the end where they show Atriox, he has no decals on his texture?
Yes.
He just has like no hair.
Hold on. Yes, I was noticing that. I saw it earlier whenever I was watching these clips. During the ending, right? The fucking,
the ending cutscene. Yeah.
The bonus cutscene or whatever. Or no, that's Mendicant Bias. This is just the regular ending. Where is it? Yeah, look at that. You can't even tell that.
Whatsoever.
But you can't even tell that that's him, dude.
No, you can't.
How am I supposed to know that this is Atriox or whatever?
He looks nothing like he did at the beginning cutscene.
So, like, you see the guy one fucking time in this game. I don't even think the Halo War 2 fans were even like, oh, yeah, that's Escher. Like, or that's Atriox. Like, I feel like they wouldn't even be able to tell because it's so like, it's just a brute to me with a scar on his face. I don't know.
I bet that this is what they did. So at the beginning of the game, in like the warship, there are holograms of Atriox. I bet that they took that model and just plugged it into the cutscene at the end of the game and gave him a little color.
Whoa, yeah, you might be right.
Because like,
they don't have an in-game model for him, right? He was just in
they only had the hologram.
In the CGI one at the very, very beginning. But that cutscene at the end wasn't CGI, I don't think. It looks like in-game.
No, it was in-game.
Yeah. So
they just didn't make a
they just didn't have a fucking Atriox model. They used like the Halo Wars 2 model for him, like in-game.
Plugged him in.
Dude, yeah, no, you're right. I totally noticed that too the first time I did it. I remember there was a couple times I was like, texture's kind of bad there.
It doesn't look very good.
It's not very good at all, is it? His
They're not doing
forehead has
themselves
like
any favors with like it being an extreme close up.
oh.
Why would you do that?
Did something happen to his face that we missed? I don't remember. Did Cortana like blow his face up or some shit? I don't remember.
I don't know. I mean, like,
I'm not a true Halo
I guess that's
fan.
one thing we didn't cover was the Atriox and Cortana conversation.
We could talk about that. You'll have to remind me a lot of it though, because it's been a hot minute.
Basically, the most important thing that you have to know is that the Banished would not fall under the AI's rule, and so in response, Cortana destroys the Banished homeworld, which I suppose could give the Banished a reason to hate the humans because the humans created AI, but that's never. I feel like that's never said or it's never implied. It's never like given as a reason.
Yeah, because I think
it can be inferred, but I don't know if you should go purely based off of inference here.
Yeah, no, I think you're right though. I think that's definitely the reason. It's just they don't convey that at all. Like
no, they like that cutscene is the end of it. That's all you get. Half-baked ideas.
Like I remember there being some like what was he negotiating with her about? That's what I'm trying to remember. Like he was talking to Cortana about
something about the control of the ring.
Yeah, and she was just like, nah.
They wanted control of the ring.
She was telling him nah, and he was
and
like,
she was
come
like,
on.
you and I both know there's more dangerous things than the flood on this ring. And I was like, fuck off.
Yeah, that's...
The flood is endgame. I'm sorry. They are the most dangerous species in the galaxy. Don't try and take that away from us.
Yeah, that's...
Don't try and say the end... Oh, the Endless. They're the new big bad. Fuck off. I don't care.
You know, the flood would devour an entire galaxy if left unchecked. Like, I mean,
the Forerunners were scared of the flood.
Yeah, they
That's
literally
why the
killed
rings were created.
They killed themselves to prevent. Like, that's how catastrophic it was. Like, Jesus Christ.
Don't try and don't have the audacity to be like, oh, but the Endless. Shut the fuck up. All right, shut up.
The silent auditorium. God, this dialogue. Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a question for you to cap this off as a little fun.
Okay.
It's a little fun thing. Where would you rank Halo Infinite's campaign among all the others?
It's funny you say that because I was thinking about that on my way home today. I was like, where do I logically put Halo Infinite? Personally, I have to put Halo 4 at least ahead by a little bit because that story, at least, there's something to enjoy there. As much as I disagree with a lot of the chief decisions and character writing choices with it, there are still good moments in there that I'm fine with. It felt rushed, but it's okay. It's a new studio. I was willing to overlook that. Clearly, at this point, there's a lot of things I've had to overlook, but that one, for Halo 4 story, I was totally willing to overlook certain shortcomings like that because it's a new studio. They maybe weren't sure how to handle it, but whatever. So that's why Halo 4 definitely is ahead of Halo Infinite. But I would have to say, I still think the original trilogy is like Halo 3, Halo 2. Well, Halo 2 has always been my favorite because of the story, but the fucking gameplay was AIDS a little bit when you'd play on a hard difficulty. So Halo 1 was the best. I always agreed with the sentiment that Halo 1 is balanced the best out of all three of them. Halo 1 was balanced the best, but Halo 3 had the best set pieces. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, yes.
And Halo 2 had the best story. Yeah.
Yes.
2 had the best story, and then 1 was just amazing for even what it was when it came out, and still is, and
Don't you love that though? That you can look at all those Halo games and be
separately.
It was the best at this.
Yes,
it was the best at this.
All three of them.
What is Halo Infinite the best at? Disappointing me?
Yeah,
probably.
And Halo 2's multiplayer that revolutionized gaming. And the idea of Halo 1 being on a console and having competitive multiplayer is like mind-blowing as well.
They revolutionized with every entry of the original trilogy, and they made it look easy.
And I shouldn't have said competitive, but you know what I meant. But it's like, then
it's a
Halo
trigger
3
word.
basically just takes like every aspect and just like turns it into this like giant like Marvel Endgame like Halo game basically. And it's like, there's just so many aspects to Halo 3, like Forge, for example, that just like blew people's fucking minds and let that game live forever. So it's like, I always have a hard time ranking those three
theater
games.
mode, co-op campaign, split screen co-op.
Shit. So I will say that if Halo 5 is at the very bottom, I put Halo Infinite right above Halo 5. So
That is
if I'm not going to have to rank everything, I would definitely go, excluding like fucking Spartan Assault and all that bullshit, I would definitely say like Halo 5, Halo Infinite, Halo 4, and then it's kind of a toss-up for the Bungie games, dude, honestly. Like, it depends on the fucking day for me. But I think I'll
They're
always say Halo 3
interchangeable,
is
really.
like their best fucking game of all time, but
Yeah.
it's hard for me to say.
The gameplay in Halo 3, in my opinion, hasn't been matched, and it probably never will be matched.
And the art design in Halo 3 is some of the best I've ever seen in a video. Like, it literally timeless. So
it still holds up. It
Yeah.
still holds up.
we don't need a remaster. Like, that shit still looks fucking fire. Like, no joke. That's just
But-
incredible. But yeah.
As for my ranking, this is complicated for me because, like, I think when I played Halo Infinite's campaign for the first time, it was fun. I think it can be a fun game to play. And I don't know, man. Like, I think the gameplay, I'd prefer it over Reach's gameplay, but I his story.
Yeah, the gameplay is definitely the best it's been in years. I will fully say this is the gameplay
For
feels
sure.
the best in the 343 trilogy by far, and it
feels like- okay,
better than like Reach in some regards, to be honest. So yeah, I agree with that.
It feels like baby's first Halo game. It feels like they've figured out the formula, but they don't know how to apply it.
Back to formula.
Back to formula.
That's fucking 343 right now. Hearing that people don't want any more Halo games from them.
But like,
Sorry.
what I mean by that is, like, so they figured out that Halo is a sandbox oriented game. They figured that out at the very least.
third-
Congratulations.
You finally figured out the like most basic thing about Halo.
They figured that out. And just that alone makes the game more fun than Halo 4 or 5 to play, in my opinion. And now,
I agree.
as we've said before, that doesn't mean they know how to craft these set pieces, like, or these encounters, because they clearly don't. They just throw shit at you, and you're like, make your own fun. That's cringe. That's stupid.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to say, but like, I'd probably put it above ODST and Reach for me personally, purely on the gameplay front. The story,
I could agree with
absolutely
that.
not. The story in ODST and Reach is just significantly better.
Like, yeah, it was like I said earlier, like we were just chatting, like I said it, like I was like typing it like almost like ironically because I sent a GIF of like the opening cutscene of ODST, but like genuinely, like there is more aside from like the pilot, there's like more character, and even then, like they barely really give you anything with him. He's just like his emotions, that's about it. But like there's more character in the opening cutscene of ODST than at any moment in Halo Infinite, and that's like super unfortunate because if you're gonna tell this like contained like emotional story, the like personal emotional story, you should really have some like nice, intense emotional payoffs.
Rock solid, like good drama between the characters, and they're just like it's just not that compelling. Like there's some good moments, there are. Like, I'm not going to undermine that and say that the characters are poorly written, but they're not good enough.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's unfortunate because we were both very willing to be like happy and excited to experience the story, and like
we were We were
Just
like, we
didn't
were
pan
so
out.
excited, and that's why like I cringe so hard when people are like, "Oh, you're jumping on the 343 hate bandwagons." We were so excited.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up.
we were. Yeah, I know. How the fuck can you call it a bandwagon when like pretty much everyone universally agreed like, oh, this is gonna be a return to form, and it's just like, here we are a year later, and like, you know what? Maybe they can change something. Maybe in the future, maybe, but we already have the half-ass story, and like, I don't see any change coming anytime soon from 343. I don't think so, at least.
An update from Halo for Halo Infinite? That's, I don't know, man.
Hasn't there
That's-
only
that's
been
hi-
like
that's pretty high
one real
concept.
update for the game? Like one actual
Season 2?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, but like, yeah, no, I'd place it above Reach and ODST because like I'm thinking about games I'd rather play for the gameplay, and yeah, I'd probably rather play Infinite. I didn't particularly enjoy like Reach's gameplay or ODST's all that much.
I'm probably more biased because I played the fuck out of both of the. I know you
No,
picked
it's
up
fair. I
picked
get
up
it.
Halo 4, right? And then you went back,
Picked it up
obviously.
in 2011.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I literally played it when Halo 1 dropped, right? But like Halo Reach, whenever Halo ODST and Reach came out, I was finally becoming like an actual gamer. Like I was living vicariously through my brothers. Like I was at their mercy for what I got to experience. So, growing up with two older brothers and one
Yeah.
Xbox in the house, you don't really get a chance that much. But when you do, it made the moments that much more magical. Like I've said in the past, like loading up Halo 1 for the first time and like playing it, like that shit blew my fucking mind. I didn't even think that
remember
shit
the
was
first time I
possible.
played Halo 3. I remember the first time.
Oh yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Like all the Bungie Halo games, they have just there's incredible memories to be had. And unfortunately, I can't say the same. I can remember a good memory with Halo 4 whenever it was coming out, but that was because I was so fucking excited for a new Halo
I
game.
was
But
so excited for Halo 4. The Midnight Launch still lives in my head rent free.
yeah, dude. And like, so I guess what I was going to say is like, no, I totally agree with that. I went to a midnight release too, and very memorable. I miss midnight releases.
We need to bring him back.
Part of the fucking past, but it was a great thing they did. But anyway, as I was saying, like I was basically starting to become like a teenager at that point whenever I was playing Reach, or I was a teenager when I was playing Reach and ODST. So like those were like my Halo games that I kind of got my hooks into more than like I did with Halo 3. Halo 3 was mine too, but I was more mature when I played Reach and ODST, I guess. And I guess that's why I remember them more fondly. And I don't know. I still really enjoy those games. I still really enjoy like Reach's multiplayer and its campaign and the armor system, and like I just feel like they did a really fucking good job.
Let me clarify, all right? If I were to put them on a tier list, like overall better game, Halo Reach clears. I don't think ODST does.
And I know what you're saying too. Combat wise, definitely the Halo Infinite's definitely done a really fucking good job to evolve. It's just a question of can they get rid of this competitive bullshit and focus more on what it's supposed to be.
Like if I'm thinking about like, all the things I was able to do in Reach, like with the multiplayer, the Forge, the file share.
Dude,
custom
Forge World was
games.
fucking sick.
Yeah.
They like took
It's
Halo
fucking
3's
amazing.
Forge and made it better somehow. Like nobody thought that was possible. I feel like Reach doesn't get enough credit for that because like they literally took like the mechanics of Halo 3's Forge and like
I
they
spent so much
made
time
it so
in
much
Forge.
better. And like it's just
And so like
Cool as hell.
overall, Halo Reach clears over Infinite. Yeah, it just does. And then below it, I'd put Halo 4 above Infinite as well. I don't know, man. It's weird. I come out the end of this respecting Halo 4 so much more.
Well, dude,
it's so weird.
it like there's a lot of decisions that I just fucking hate in that game, but like they stuck to their guns and they told like a linear story that makes sense for the most part. Like I can follow that story and be like, "Oh, that's a touching story." But like I might not agree with it like chronologically in the Halo universe or anything, but like
There's nothing that slaps me in the face and like insults my intelligence and just
Yeah.
outwardly makes no sense whatsoever.
aside from like Chief randomly getting like nanobots and his suit changing. Other than that, though.
Yeah.
And like all the
Little off.
Spartans and shit. But like I don't know. Within the story itself, it's not super egregious, except for having to look at this new suit that apparently a bunch of nanomachines made while he was asleep. I don't know.
I just come out the end of it. I'm like, would I rather play Halo 4's multiplayer? Honestly, yes, I would.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know if I agree with that. I gotta be honest because I say that with a lot of grains of salt because I haven't played Halo Infinite's multiplayer in like a year, bro.
It's so bad, dude.
I can't
It's
even like
so
fully
bad.
commit to that statement because like I don't know. Maybe I would enjoy Halo 4's multiplayer more. I don't even know at this point.
I don't know, man. It's
I respect what you're saying though. I hear what you're saying. I get it.
yeah. I don't know. Halo 4 just had Halo 4 launched with Forge. It
Yeah,
had
like
Spartan Ops. It had file share. It had armor customization and a progression system. It had co-op campaign. It had split screen.
it's more than this fucking game has.
You guys did it before.
You gotta put co-op campaign on a fucking roadmap, bro.
No, a targeted roadmap.
Sorry, not an actual roadmap though.
They had to delay the roadmap. Remember? Right? Like,
delay a roadmap. Think about that. That's like an oxymoron. Because the point of a fucking roadmap is to show all the stuff that's delayed. And yet they're like, guys, we gotta delay the road. We gotta delay the thing that explains why we're delaying shit. Like, come on, man.
okay, so
Fucking
yeah,
pathetic.
Halo Infinite would. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I think it would probably land in the same place for me as well as it does you. I mean, it's.
Bro, as far as like video games go, I fucking hate Halo 5, but like at least Halo 5 launched with like shit. It didn't have as
had
much
a
shit
roadmap that it could abide to.
Yeah, like I'm
Like,
not
at
even
least the
trying to
fans
say
of that game got content.
Yeah, like dude, at least there were people who like really fucked with Halo 5's multiplayer. I personally didn't, but I
And
see
I
the
can
appeal.
respect it, but it's just not Halo.
It's not Halo at all. And like, but at least that had like a passionate fan base. Halo Infinite, there's no fan base.
Like,
There's no one left. Everyone's gone. They all left. We're the only two humans talking about Halo Infinite right now. That's not true.
on
but-
live, yeah.
At this
talking
exact
into the
moment in
void.
time, yes, we are. We're the only people.
Two fucking madmen just like
Just
seething
babbling
for-
on about like a fucking ex-girlfriend that we both shared and were cucked to, basically.
We've been cheated on so many times.
And we keep coming back. Just watch the next Halo game. We're both gonna fall for it again, as much as we're gonna say we're not. We're gonna be like, oh, but look, it's gonna be different than. No, we're gonna fall for it. We're gonna fall for it. It's gonna happen. Mark my words.
It'll happen if okay, look. If 343 isn't making the next Halo game, I'll fall for it probably.
I would
Alright.
fucking love a fresh breath of air on this series. I would just love that to death. Like, could you and I know this is fucking complete fantasy babble, but could you imagine if like id Software got their hands on Halo, like what they could do with it?
Dude, they are so talented and they have
Dude.
direction, and I'm sure Hugo
team
Martin would
is a-
fucking love getting his hands on
Oh
a Halo
my
game.
god, yeah. Dude, that team is like a well-oiled machine. Like, I don't know, dude.
Like
I never
a
thought
fucking
of
AAA masterclass crafted campaign, 15 hours long, one of the best FPSs ever made, and not even a year later they add basically an entire other campaign to the game.
That's like 10 times harder, but 10 times as fun. Like, somehow.
Halo Infinite could fucking never.
Usually when a game reveals its difficulty like that, that's why that game is designed so brilliantly. There's this weird thing where like certain games are too hard and so players won't play it because it's too hard. The player's like, "Oh, this is so hard. I won't expose myself to this difficulty." But Doom reveals its difficulty as it goes on, and once you realize the game is really fucking hard, you're already balls deep in it where you're like, oh, I can fucking maybe do this.
You get better as the game gets harder.
It's just magnificent.
And it's fucking brilliant design. I'm not kidding. Doom Eternal ruined FPSs for me. It's just like,
dude, yeah. I got my brother to play it on Xbox. He has my Xbox out in the living room, and he's played the whole thing, and now he's been playing the DLC. He's like in love with it. I'm like, dude, and he doesn't play video games anymore, and he like loves it.
yeah, no, it brings back like the talent and like the masterful design of games. Like people actually put thought into this shit.
It feels like an actual video game with like difficulty progression and character progression and like interesting level design, even for an arena shooter. It's like, it's just fucking mind-blowing. It shouldn't be as good as it is, but yet here we are.
And like it just makes all the flaws in a game like Halo Infinite stand out even more.
Yeah, especially
It's
when you
like,
consider that
holy
Halo
shit.
like started as an arena shooter and like
It started as that.
has devolved. It's just funny to say devolve after saying arena shooter
Evolved?
because arena shooters are like the most basic FPS genre that you can get, and yet Halo Infinite is like some weird place that no one wanted the series to go to. I'm glad that
Are we an
everyone
open
agrees. That's all I'm
world?
gonna say.
Are we a linear game? I don't know. Maybe both.
Maybe that's the copium in me, but I'm very glad that everyone is like universally on the same page about Halo Infinite at this point.
There are some stragglers.
There are.
They're fighting tooth and nail. And look, if you enjoy the game, that's fine. But don't try and tell us like, guys, 343, like they're the only ones that can make Halo. All right, like the game's best in their hands. Okay.
Yeah, 343 is the only one.
Shut up! It's been a decade of continuous ass fucking.
343 has disrespected the Halo fan base more than anything more than the fucking Halo TV show at this point. I gotta be honest. Like, at least the fucking Halo TV show takes place in a different universe. At least.
At least.
This game is fucking canon. So, it's along with Halo fucking 5. So, yeah, that's what we have to fucking actually deal with. At least with the show, we can be like, it's not fucking canon. I don't give a shit. But, like, with this, we're like, oh, this is the same chief from Halos 1 through 3, huh? That sucks.
Oh, Buck saying that God can. That's canon, huh?
You know,
Buck said that, huh?
I loved being an ODST. Well, wait! When did you not become one? Wait, hold on.
Why?
Read my book.
Less gray area BS. Just point and shoot.
Just point and
Which,
shoot.
by the way, completely contradicts the theme of the game I was in.
Oh my god. They told a better. Okay. Oh, I can't even.
Are you happy, Brian?
Yeah. Well, what
The
does Brian
downfall of
Reed
Halo?
I would love to interview Brian Reed someday, just to fucking pick his brain, just to be like, dude, come on now, you got to be honest with me. You were fucking around a little bit, right? Like you were
on the wacky tobacco.
Yeah, come on, buddy. You fucked around a little bit, and you got a little. Come on, admit it. He would be like, okay, well, maybe, and then he would give the George Lucas like, maybe perhaps I went a little far,
too far.
in a few places. Yeah, you think? Bringing Cortana back from the goddamn dead? Yeah, I would say so.
It jerks around the player in a lot of ways, but it's stylistically designed to be that way, so we can mitigate the fact.
Locke is the key to all of this. If I can get Locke working.
He's a more bland character than we've had before. We can just get him working.
More bland than the Master Chief, a man who said like 12 words up until that point.
That's an achievement.
Well, actually, that's not true because Halo 4 he said a lot, but still, it's like, it's mind-blowing. You made somebody less bland who had more dialogue than the Master Chief, and it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Shout out to Spartan Palmer fans. Simps. Stans.
Those exist?
I don't know anything she's
As
done.
a character until you said that just now.
what has she even done for Halo as a story? Like, she was there in the final cutscene in Halo 5. Like,
she said Chief she
was
body
short.
shamed Chief.
Yeah, she said Chief was not as tall as she thought. I'm like, what? You can't talk about the OG like that.
That's a Spartan 2 right there, bitch.
Yeah, show some goddamn respect. I mean, although she did say it with like a smirk on her face, like she was like, I kind of like him. He's Master Chief. But
He's Master Chief.
You know, still, come on, don't shame my boy. That's my boy. At this point, he's not my boy anymore.
That's the Halo guy.
Yeah,
that's all alien and not afraid of anything.
John Chief. What do they call him? Fucking
John Chief Halo.
Yeah, John Halo. That's what it's John Halo.
John Halo. That's the guy.
I can't believe it. Here we are. What are we gonna do? Because Halo Infinite's gonna be the only Halo game for like another at least 3 years. Is that fair? I don't even know.
Look, I with the most recent roadmap, I really hope the people at Microsoft right now are like, okay, so these guys are not making another Halo game.
They would have to. I mean, dude, there's no way they're not all aware of like how little money that game is bringing in right now, right?
They have taken their flagship IP and ran it into the ground.
Yeah,
Halo
you would
has never been less relevant.
Like, from a business standpoint, not even like, oh, but these corporate guys ruin everything. It's like, no. From a business standpoint, they have just ruined Halo. Like, actually ruined it. And it's like, if you would have said that back during Halo's like heyday, during the Bungie days, that thought would have never entered any human's mind. They'd been like, nope. What are you talking about? This is the most popular FPS that had ever existed. How are you gonna run that down into the ground? That doesn't make any sense. What are you gonna do? Who cares about that campaign shit? Who cares about that? Oh, you turned Halo 5 into a fucking not even at all what Halo is? Okay. Oh, you put Call of Duty weapon classes into Halo 4? That's interesting. I don't remember ever asking for that. I kind of just wanted the same thing again, but for some reason you thought I wanted different, new. That's what you thought I wanted, but I didn't want that.
Remember when they said they brought in people that hated Halo so they could make it better?
Did they actually say that?
You've never heard this quote?
I don't know. Listen,
At the inception of 343, when they were hiring people, they said, we hired people who hated Halo so that we could make it better.
That's what I needed to hear today after this long talk. I needed to hear that they purposefully just got people to shit on the series, basically, while they made it.
They are just the worst. They suck.
Is that why Halo 4 launched with fucking Call of Duty weapon loadouts? Is that
exactly why.
Why would you change? Like, I just don't understand. The most profitable, like, game franchise in existence up until that point. Why would you suddenly be like, we need to change it all? It's like, what? It's a fucking money machine. It prints money, and you're gonna change it? Why? It makes no sense. I mean, I know it's been said to death, but Jesus Christ, if it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it. Why? The Covenant are back. Why? Because they're a subsection of the Covenant, and they want to kill the humans still, because reasons.
I thought we had a truce with the Covenant. A lot can happen in 4 years.
Oh.
Thanks.
I would have preferred... I would have preferred I would have preferred no one to say anything about
no explanation.
I honestly would prefer no explanation rather than, well, a lot could happen. It's so stupid. I love it though. I love it. It's just it's ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. I can't imagine if I feel so. Imagine being the old Bungie devs, like fucking Marty and Joe and fucking God, Joe's got it the worst because Joe has to sit there and watch it all happen.
Joe's life force must be sucked out of him at this point.
At least what's his face?
He's stuck with it because I think he feels obligation to.
I can't fucking think. I'm ashamed. I can't think of his name. I want to say it was like Mike something. That might not be right. One of the original creators. I think it was like fuck.
Jason something?
Yes. Jason Jones. That's what it is. Yes.
Jason Jones. Yes.
Like, dude, if you go back, even with Destiny, if you listen to interviews with him with Destiny, that guy sounds so fucking passionate about what he's making. Even though Destiny is what it is, he actually sounds like happy about what it is and like where it's at and stuff. And like, but I would love to interview that guy and hear what he thinks about Halo. He would never do it, but I would love to know his thoughts. Oh, I would
like, have you ever heard 343? Like, the only game they've done it with was Halo 4, and coincidentally enough, that is the best story that they've told. Have you ever heard 343 come out and talk about like the intricacies or the nuances of like the writing process for these games and their stories?
I remember
as if they are proud about like what they've made.
I've heard a lot of fart sniffing and a lot of we need to give the players what they don't expect because that's what they'll end up loving kind of shit. But I don't know if I know specifically what you're talking about.
It's just like, I don't know. It feels like the passion is not there. Like,
oh, definitely.
With Joseph Staten, you can tell when he talks about Halo 2's story that he's thought it out.
Dude, when you listen to Joe Staten talk about Halo 2, that is like the biggest nerd on earth getting to like make their own like movie or video game in this case. Like, he is like so excited to share this like brainchild he has that like the passion just oozes out of him. Like, even in those like short little moments in the documentary for Halo 2 where he's talking to like Jen Taylor and he's giving her like motivation for the scene and like stuff like that. Like he's like in the heads of each character. Like, he knows how everyone should be feeling, what the lore is, what would be out of character. We don't have that anymore. Now it's just like, let's just tell a Halo story. I don't fucking know.
We can try.
Yeah, well, they tried 3 fucking times, man.
It's so sad. So sad.
I can't believe this is where we're at now. I mean, I can believe it because like this is the gaming landscape at this point. Like,
we are in a worse position now than when we were during Halo 5.
Yeah, because now it feels even more hopeless because now it's like we don't have any other Halo game to look forward to our knowledge. We have to just wait until Halo Infinite's good. But I don't fucking want to wait. I want to uninstall it. I still have it installed despite the fact that I haven't played it since Halo. Oh, I removed it from my favorites list. That's kind of funny. I haven't played Halo Infinite since January.
No, that's just petty, man.
January 30th.
January. Oh, that's a long time.
So that's a while. I only have 54 hours.
Wow. So, okay. That's the campaign. We're going to move on. It's best. We've said all we can. It ain't
good.
It's not good. I'm sad. I'm sad.
I have indigestion because of all this Halo that gets crammed down my throat, and I don't want it because it's bad. It's not good Halo. If it was good Halo, I would digest it properly.
And so begins the era of post-launch support.
Woohoo!
Which is
yeah, let's go. Destiny did it better.
I'm so sad that you're right.
It's a very depressing thing to know.
I'm so mad that you're right. You know what's funny? Another thing that we said that aged like milk.
Oh God, no.
We were like, oh, it's not going to be like Destiny though. It's going to be really, really good. I take it all back.
I take it all back at this point. Once I have a drink or two in me, I'm like, you know what? I take it all back. I don't even give them the credit I gave them before. No, that's not true.
I don't care.
That's not true. The foundation in that beta was fucking solid. And unfortunately, I didn't know the beta would
fell apart. I didn't know the beta was the game.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the beta would exist a year after launch. I didn't realize that. Because here we are.
If you told me that, maybe my outlook would have been a little different.
Like, dude, I genuinely believed that, okay, we got the game early, right? And that was an epic move by them. I loved that. But we got it early.
The game is still in development, and, like, keep in mind, okay? Keep in mind, if it was delayed another year, it still would have launched without co-op.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, it's hard to dispute that, right? Because it's like, here we are. It's like, what if they? Because if you have the excuse of like, well, they've been working on it, they've been busy. It's like, well, where's the outcome? I don't understand. We've got nothing. So you can't even say like, oh, well, they've been busy working on shit. Let's fucking see some of it then. Christ. Here I am, hopeful, wishing of like, oh, maybe we'll get like a Joe Staten ODST 2. That would be cool. No, we're never getting that. I know we're not going to get that. We'll never get it. Because why would we give the fans what they want? You know how many people would eat up an ODST 2 written by Joe Staten, composed by Marty O'Donnell? Like, I would fucking buy that for $100, like, without a second thought.
Don't give me hope.
I shouldn't give you hope, and I shouldn't give them any ideas because I'm not buying fucking ODST 2 for $100. I'm not buying The Last of Us Part 1 for $70.
So
sorry,
yeah,
off topic.
Fuck Naughty Dog. But anyways,
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah. So post-launch support, co-op doesn't hit its initial deadline. And by this point, I've already fallen out. I'm like, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
All
I remember the first time we were like, huh, co-op's delayed, huh? We were just like, well, fuck it.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. And everybody's like, man, don't worry, guys. Like, season 2 is gonna revive this game. All right, it's gonna bring it back. All right,
Yeah.
Season 2 is gonna. No, it didn't.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna pull up the image of what season 2 came with. Hold on.
I'll put it on stream.
Well, actually, first of all, the roadmap that displayed season 2 got delayed. Because I believe originally season 2 was supposed to come out 3 months after launch with co-op. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah,
it
they
came
were like,
out
don't
in
worry, don't
May.
worry. Co-op's coming. Oh, is it?
Season 2 came out in May, which is what? All right, so you had November, December, January, February, March, April, May. That is 7 months.
Yeah, and it's
After
been
launch,
4
season
months.
2 came out, and it was supposed to come out 3 months after.
And it's been 4 months since season 2 has come out.
And by the way, season 3 is not launching until March of next year.
Holy shit.
So
I hope that's gonna be a big fucking content update for these Halo fans.
Oh no,
All 12
it's
of them.
already... the fucking 12 people still playing.
Yeah, they're all in one match together.
Okay. So yeah, I have the image pulled up here. The 2022 roadmap. By the way, so the roadmap I'm looking at right now is the roadmap that they had to delay.
Okay, wait, say that again. So it's the Halo 2022 roadmap, you said?
It's the Halo 2. No, it's the Halo Infinite Season 2 roadmap.
Halo
And this is the most
Season 2.
pathetic shit I have ever seen.
Okay, I'm pulling it up so the viewers can take a gander. Oh, yeah, this one, I got it.
Now let's run through this real quick.
Okay.
So 7 months in, we get 2 new maps.
how do I...
Okay. We get King of the Hill.
King of the Hill.
And we get 2 new game modes. We get the alpha pack, which you can watch a 1 minute
Alpha.
cutscene in the academy that has no bearing on like the greater world of Halo at all.
Great.
You can
Love to hear
we
that.
get a new battle pass.
Oh, dude, 100 more tiers?
Yeah,
That's
dude,
epic.
I can't wait to play through the challenge system and get more battle pass items.
Free armor core. Ooh, after having to spend how much is the battle pass going to be?
$10
Huh.
probably.
Good.
Fracture Entrenched.
That sounds
All
epic,
right.
dude. I mean, to be
Yeah,
fair, people do like the fractured modes, from what I understand. Those are
It's
kind
a
of
cool
popular.
idea, but you
Yeah.
know, it's just. And we got campaign network co-op late August target.
Look at the
Oh.
image, by the way. Like, what is this fucking image? What is that? Oh, we got 4 Master Chiefs and a fucking transport warthog, you know. That really shows off the capability of co-op campaign.
So
Fucking lame.
I don't know if I need to point this out, but it's not August anymore.
Late August target.
They also had the late August target for campaign mission replay. The ability to replay campaign missions.
Oh, you mean the feature that was in Halo 1?
I mean the feature that's in every single player game that
Yeah.
exists on the planet.
Like, I don't even know what to say. Even Call of Duty has that. They're like, what? You told us you don't want us to follow Call of Duty's footsteps. We figured we wouldn't put in a level replay feature.
Yeah, we saw that Call of Duty was adding content to their games on a regular basis, and we saw how much you guys complained about following in the footsteps of Halo 4. So we decided to stop adding content to our game.
So is Forge still supposed to come out in September? Because I keep hearing people talk about it.
No, that's November now. It's
Oh, right.
Forge beta.
Beta, yeah, we gotta have betas
The
for
Forge
everything.
beta.
We have to have a campaign, dude. Campaign network co-op. Think about that. They have to
We had to
have
have a beta for that.
a beta for co-op campaign. What? How's this possible? I just and honestly, who the fuck even cares? At this, I don't care.
I don't care at this point.
I don't want to
think
fucking
anyone does.
replay the story in co-op. I don't care. It's not good enough to warrant me to replay it with friends. Like, genuinely.
It's too fucking late.
Way
The game came out a year ago.
Because I'd be saying this same shit even if it launched with the game. I'd be saying this. So the fact that they're trying to add it now just to be like, oh, we're adding it. Remember we didn't have it and now we're adding it? It's a feature on our roadmap. Yeah, co-op campaign, a feature on our roadmap.
This should not be on your roadmap.
That we truly exist in late 2020 in the gaming sphere. We truly do.
Actually, hold on, let's do a little thought experiment here. How much of what's on the screen right now should have been in the game at launch?
The
maps? Yeah,
those should have been there.
None in the game.
King of the Hill, land
The-
grab,
the
yeah,
modes,
all that.
yes, should
Game
have been
modes,
there.
yeah, absolutely.
Alpha pack, yeah, probably, since those were probably done. And
Yeah.
just held back.
They
The
should have
battle
had.
pass-
They should have had fucking 10 battle passes by now. How many have there been?
2.
That's depressing to hear. I didn't actually know that. Shit.
So yeah, top 3, yeah, should have been there. Battle pass, debatable. It's a live service game. I'd understand maybe holding off on that. Fracture Entrenched, limited time event. That's fine.
Yeah, I suppose.
Campaign
Yeah.
co-op. I mean, no, it's understandable that that's not in the game a year later.
Late August target. I love that.
How about campaign replay? Should that have been in the game?
No, dude, clearly not. That requires a lot of fucking stress on the what do they call this fucking what do they call this engine now these days?
The slip space engine.
Slip space, yeah. As you know, you can't do campaign replay through the slip space engine.
Yeah, the slip space.
That's what we know now. Same with the Forge beta, November, not September. Oh wait.
Hey, it was a target, all right? Fuck off, all right? That's what they would tell you, right? Well, hey, we didn't say it was set in stone.
Oh, wait. Halo 3 that came out in 2007 had Forge at launch. Oh, but Forge is bigger scale now. Oh, well, Reach was fucking bigger scale, and they had it in Reach.
At least with Halo 5, it launched a month later.
Yeah, just a month. But even then, it's like, everyone bitched about that.
Yeah,
Fucking
like everyone gave them shit for that, and rightfully so. Like, it should have just come out.
You can't just
with
be
the
like,
game.
here's a feature that's not in the game that was in every other iteration, basically. Like, especially with how
And,
popular Forge is.
What do we got there at the bottom? Quality
Oh,
of life
quality of life.
improvements.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
What is?
I would wager
What does
that probably.
entail?
I would wager that probably should have been in the game at launch too. I would probably prefer the game to have quality of life before it comes
What's the quality
out.
of life improvement? I don't get shot when I'm behind a wall.
Yeah, that's not quality of life. That's just fixing
The
a
game
broken.
working.
Yeah, you're right. What is quality? What does the game need quality of life wise? Like,
What have they done quality of life wise? The UI still sucks. It takes 10 years to load.
yeah, like, are they gonna make it easier to like get into games with people or something? Like, I don't understand. Like fixing bugs in the game. That's not quality of life. That's called fucking fixing bugs. Like, there's a difference there.
Like, quality of life would be like organizing your UI.
Yeah, like making shit just easy. Shit that exists in the game just easier to do. That's it. It's not about fixing bugs. So
And they
like,
have not changed that at all. At all.
yeah.
In fact, did you see the tweet where somebody asked them, hey, why did you remove the Last Spartan Standing playlist? And they said the UI could not support it.
Jesus Christ, we truly are in the dark age of gaming. That's just unfortunate to hear such a statement be uttered.
Unfortunate.
You know, the more I don't know if I'm jumping ahead here, but the more that
No, you're good.
the more I talk about unfortunate shit and the more I am just utterly flabbergasted. I look at the bottom of this list and we have campaign split screen co-op timing to be determined. I just don't even know what to say. Like,
There's quality of life improvements right above it.
yeah, I think quality of life improvements would be adding split screen co-op to a fucking Halo game. Maybe. It's fucking Halo. You can't take away. I mean, dude, everyone bitched about it in Halo 5 like religiously. And like this one doesn't even have regular co-op. It's like, oh my god. At least Halo 5 was, I can't believe I'm going to say this. At least Halo 5 was built kind of around having teammates somewhat, sort of, maybe.
It was ass, but at least it was a concept.
Like, Gears of War did it 1 billion times better. And you take control of the co-op characters and their actual characters. Unlike in Halo 5, where I play as fucking Fred and Kelly. I don't even remember the other one's fucking name. What was her name? I don't know.
I don't know. But it was with this roadmap where public opinion on this game really started to sour. Like,
Yeah.
people started turning off on the game. You know, because it was like Season 2 was like, it was like, there were so many people like coping and being like, I was already in the deep end of like, oh, this game's done.
Yeah.
Like, it's just,
They
but there were
dropped
some
it.
people still holding on and like being like, no, Season 2 is going to save the game. And then they come out with the delayed roadmap.
Delayed
And-
roadmap.
And this is what you get.
As of
and,
April 22nd, subject to change. That's real reassuring.
Subject to change.
Oh my god. So that means season 3's delayed then, right?
Yeah, honestly.
Oh. I don't even play the game and I'm upset. Like, I don't even play it anymore. I feel bad for the fucking poor souls that are still trying to get any content out of these fucking people. I don't
And
blame
the
Joe
content that
Staten.
they do-
I don't care. I don't blame him. He's still a treasure to this world. I don't give a
He's
fuck.
one man.
He could
He's
not
one
have
man.
caused this. He could not.
There's
I wouldn't
no-
believe it.
and the content that they have added to this game is dog shit. Okay, look up the narrative event, all right?
Okay.
The narrative event cutscene. Look that up right now.
Oh, the cutscene?
Yeah, look it
Okay.
up and play that shit.
You want me to
on
share my
stream.
screen with you?
Yeah.
Halo.
It's so pathetic.
Okay. Oh, God, I already don't like just the thumbnail itself. Wait, is it only like 50 seconds or how long is it?
It's short, I think.
Oh God, there's a video. Halo Infinite's alpha pack narrative cutscene is ... That's not a good sign. All right, hold on, I pulled it up. Sorry. Oh Jesus Christ, man.
And then I have another video to show you.
Right
after
on.
this.
Send them on over.
Yeah, we
All right, I'm sharing screens.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna unmute.
All right.
Hopefully we don't get copywritten.
Let's just absorb this cutscene. Let's take it in.
Look at how beautiful this AI is.
Loading
cinematic. That's fucking great. Stomp.
Commander Grinia told me what you did for Spartan Dane. We've had each other's back since the Vihar collapse. Without Din, I would have died more times than I want to count. But sometimes, you have to fight on your own. I'd like to see what you can do. When the only one who has your back is you.
So first of all, why is she shooting the assault rifle like that? Why is she doing that? Why is she shooting it one bullet at a time?
Is there anything I can say? Like I
don't even know what to say.
This is so pathetic.
What? I don't even understand. Like, so this is a cutscene for an event that's coming up. And it's supposedly...
No, this is an event that happened, and this is the this is the cutscene you get after completing the event.
It literally just I love how lazy the like your character couldn't possibly be in the cutscene like or like a Reach or like Destiny or something, right?
That would take too much for
You just hear stomp. And then meanwhile the camera doesn't even like show like someone's like foot movement. It's just camera crane shot over to this person, like bang bang. Why are you shooting the assault rifle like that? That ain't how you shoot that thing. Sorry, my autism. It's going.
Okay, so don't worry, we're gonna be getting more of these narrative events in the future.
Yeah, I definitely want more.
This was an event, certainly. You could call it that.
And then you wanted me to play this other one too.
Yeah, so this is the trailer for the Alpha Pack. This is the trailer we got.
Can you still see my screen?
Yep, I see it.
Why is this all blue? What the fuck?
Eliminate.
Why is it blue?
Last one.
Oh God. Okay.
Eliminate every last one of them.
Wait. It's like 12 shots of one character, and then at the end, are you fucking joking?
Last one of them.
It's that conveyed nothing to me. I don't even understand what I'm supposed to be understanding here.
I need to like hack.
I don't understand.
I need to hack into like YouTube and like unlock the dislike view because I need to see how many people disliked this video.
I'm certainly adding a dislike. Oh no, that's not this guy. Okay, this is not the official Halo channel. I won't punish him. I like the part where he shot the gun.
The gun.
What an absolutely breathtaking trailer of the abundance of content you guys have in the fight. Oh, this is just unbelievable.
It's insulting.
It's Spartorban time. Unbelievable. I mean, truly one of the trailers of all time.
Dude, this is one of the trailers
Of all time.
like I've never seen anything like it.
Sweet Christ. That was actually worse than I was expecting, I gotta be honest. I'm not even joking either. Like, that was legitimately... It wasn't even like... It was comical. It wasn't even like bad. It was comical. Wow. Unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Like, I know I've said that a shitload tonight, but that just blew my fucking mind. How utterly, like...
I'm glad I could open your eyes a little bit to just how bad it's been.
Holy fuck.
Like, I know I've probably been in tune on the post-launch support a little more than you have, but it's like,
Definitely.
it's bad. It's bad.
All I see is people bitching on Twitter. I never even, like... And now, as of lately, you see all these fucking YouTubers, even people who aren't popular, they're uploading Halo Infinite is fucked videos, basically. And, like, part of me is... like, yeah, it would have been cool for us to do it earlier, and then we would have been ahead of the crowd, and then it would have been like, we didn't follow trends. But at the same time, the split screen shit, that really just, like, pulled everyone together to be like, okay, that's enough. I'm sick of this fucking bullshit.
Okay, well, this leads nicely into what I want to bring up next, because this is when we get into the, like, oh, this is a workers' civil rights issue era thing that's happened in just the last few weeks.
Yeah.
So, the... Unishek basically came out and said making games is hard. And you know what? I'll give it to him. Yes, making games is incredibly hard. I am certain of that. I am not a game developer. I don't know the first thing about it. Well, I wouldn't say I know that little about it, but you are right. I do not make video games. What I do know is that there is a standard, and it is a standard that has been established in this very same franchise. And when you're not able to live up to the most fundamental expectations of what this franchise has already had in the past, I'm sorry, but you don't get to pull the whole making games is hard thing. Now, I'll say this.
Yeah.
I don't know if Unishek was saying that in relation to excusing Halo Infinite. I don't know that for certain. I won't say that he was. But there were certainly a lot of people in the comments excusing 343.
Oh, yeah.
In the name of this reason. Like, guys, come on, they're just overworked, and they work in horrible environments. It's like, look, if I was this incompetent and fucking up at my job consistently for a decade, I wouldn't be employed.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand what like, why do people hold game devs to, like, this higher standard? It's like, dude, you're paying these people for a product that they're not giving you, like, what you were promised.
That you paid for.
You literally paid for it, and you're still giving them excuses to be like, oh, well, making games is hard. It's like, no. I don't care how fucking hard it is. Hire someone who is able to rise to the challenge then.
Okay, you know what? You are right. Making games is hard. They require talent. 343 does not have talent, generally speaking. I'm not saying there's nobody in 343 that has no, like, there are some people in 343 who are talented. Undoubtedly, that is true. But clearly the studio is just not able to synergize. Like, they can't pull together and make something for the fucking life of them. And, I mean, look, they can only fuck it up so many times where you're like, enough is enough.
Yeah, I'm completely, like, I don't play Halo Infinite anymore, and I'm a huge fucking Halo fan, but, like, dude, I completely sympathize with everyone on this one. Like, it's ridiculous to just simply write it off. Here, I have that actual tweet up if you want me to pull it up.
Oh, yeah, pull it up for sure.
I have the Favin tweet that got responded to. Actually, wait, let me go to the... Why is it harder to make games these days? Too long didn't read. The expectations and legal requirements for games has increased. A helpful list of examples below. And then he shows a bunch of fucking just horse shit, right? It's like 8K creation, ultra wide RTA. It's like, dude, it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? There are people who are making good video games right now. Do you understand? So if you're not making good video games,
yeah, that is on you.
It's on you. Not everyone is making bad video games. Yes, there's a fuckload of people making bad video games, but there's nobody making bad ones as consistently as 343 Industries. I'm sorry to say it. I'm not sorry. I can't be sorry anymore. So Favin responds to this tweet by saying, making games is hard, it's challenging, and requires coordination on a massive scale. But the idea that games have no choice but to be less than what they were 10 years ago because there are more expectations is simply paradoxical, and I refuse to believe it. It is an amazing tweet, because it's true. And he got shit on by the community manager for this, right?
Yes, he did. He replied to that tweet. And he said it. It was a very condescending tweet too.
And then, yeah, so like right here. Sorry if it's small. I can't, for some reason, my Twitter is being really stupid. But I guess I'll make it big temporarily. But yeah, like I don't remember what this tweet is. Sorry, I'm exposing our DMs right now.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm trying to find the one that I was bitching about. It's up here somewhere. It keeps restarting this thread. But yeah, so what does he say here? He says,
are you able to share your desktop screen to me?
Yeah, I actually am. Or I could just pull this up too. Okay, so this is a reply to the tweet that I just read. Some guy was like, that's not what he or many of the other devs have been saying. We're saying the number of challenges has increased. Some developments overcome them well and some don't. And Favin said, and so when devs don't overcome challenges and the game suffers, we as consumers are supposed to give them a round of applause and a pat on the back. When devs overcome challenges and make good games, then there you go. The game is good. And Unishek, or however you fucking say it, their community manager.
I don't know.
He replies with, this tweet is unnecessarily antagonistic. For someone who wants to get into games, you should consider taking a step back to try to understand the point being made, because right now, you're missing it. Shut the fuck up. This guy's a bitch, dude. Holy shit. How much of a bitch do you have to be to literally... Favin was one of the fucking, what do they call them, reclaimers of forerunners? There we go, forerunner, right?
I'm sorry, but Favin, how is Favin missing the point?
He
addressed the point directly.
Yeah. Please tell me the lesson I'm supposed to learn from some devs overcome challenges and some don't. And then we had that fucking JC tweet like immediately after, which I can't even find. I don't know what. I could have sworn I would have tagged it with this, but I'll find it. There's just memes in here. What's this? What's Ackman saying? Let's see.
Oh, this was.
Oh God! I saw this tweet and I didn't even realize. Because I didn't watch the cutscene, so I never knew.
Oh, this was the outro cutscene. We gotta watch this, dude. We gotta know what happens in the Alpha Pack event.
Literally nothing happens. Really comes across as the absolute bare minimum just so they can say Infinite has narrative events. It's just some chick talking about nothing. I mean, like, literally. That is actually what it is, though. It's not even an exaggeration at all. And yet, making video games is hard, and we should just accept that.
Look, making video games is hard, but that doesn't mean that you should accept shit products being continuously shit.
Yeah, I'm kind of sick of the mentality, if I'm being honest. Okay, here's the tweet. Didn't he respond to this at some point, or... I could have sworn there was a moment in here where Maybe I'm
hold on,
thinking
go
of a
back
different. I might be
Go back
thinking of a
up.
different tweet.
So
Maybe in the reply. Oh, here we go.
yeah.
Oh, this
Oh,
fucking JC tweet right
no.
here.
No.
Just wanted to throw out there that John seemed to be just giving some insight to a general game development question for those curious. It seems a bit wild how many tweets and arguments spiraled from something that's simply meant to be informative. He's on your side, man. I mean, could you sound any more condescending to your fellow gamer / streamer / content creator? Like,
Okay, so hold on. Go back to the original tweet.
so John's tweet or Favin's?
John's.
Okay.
Okay, so why do modern games take significantly longer to develop but feel like they have significantly less content than previous generations' games? Why is it harder to make games these days? All right, well, I mean, this is kind of directly correlated to a lot of the criticism surrounding the game that you're representing at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't know if you're making excuses for Halo Infinite being the way it is, but I feel like you being the community manager, that's kind of your job.
Yeah.
So I think it would be fair to say it's like, yeah, actually, you know what? I think you are making excuses for why Halo Infinite is the way it is right now. Because, I mean, you even responded to Favin talking directly about Halo Infinite.
Yeah. It's unnecessarily antagonistic. It's like
if you're just talking about the general industry, I don't think you would have cared much about what Favin was saying.
I don't understand what is antagonistic about this. That he's simply saying that it doesn't matter how fucking hard it is, just overcome the challenge. There's no way that we're just simply going to have to deal with games being less now. Like, that's all he's saying. I don't know what's so crazy about that. We shouldn't. We're fucking consumers of a product. Jesus Christ. We have the power to not buy it.
Which, and I'm sorry, but the people who say that's entitlement, fuck you.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, honestly.
Fuck
You're the reason why these games are shit. You.
All right, like, you're gonna tell the person that's waited 8 months to play co-op campaign with their wife or their brother on co-op, like on the couch, that you're gonna tell them that they're entitled.
Yeah,
for not getting that feature, because making games is hard. Games is hard. I don't know, maybe it's not that hard because Glitchers figured out in like 30 minutes how to get split screen co-op working.
Facts. I can't believe.
How hard can it be?
I can't believe. So if I scroll down a little bit more, I think Ackman has a tweet about that. Where is it? Unbelievable. I keep saying it, but it really, truly. First of all, this tweet was fucking fire. Shout out to Bonnie Ross for tricking me into thinking 343i was going to let me play the next Halo campaign in split-screen co-op. How can I support your game, let alone trust what your company says when your CEO is straight up lying to consumers and fans? Like, what the fuck, bro?
Making
like, dude,
games is hard.
The mission changed. The missions change. They always do. Just like, they straight up a lie, right? Like, where is it?
It is a lie.
Always have split screen going forward. I mean, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. Where's the... Okay, this one.
I think that is probably grounds for lawsuit, actually.
Fans literally... Yeah, right? Fans literally have to glitch content into Halo Infinite because 343 Industries can't seem to figure it out on their own. Genuinely curious what the reason for canceling split screen was if fans can replace it themselves. I mean, dude... They literally put it in the game. It's working. It's working.
They're doing it. They're playing co-op split screen. Look, they did it. 343, don't worry. You don't have to develop it. They figured it out.
The modders, once again, will save the hides of these developers from... Or expose them at this point.
Guys, yes, I know how hard it is, but don't worry. They did it.
And, like, running smooth, too. It's not like there's some crazy glitch going on right now or anything. Like, it's running smooth. understand. So do you think that the reason is because of last gen?
That is the only reason I could attribute.
I can't fathom the fact that they can do it. The modders just all they had to do was like basically activate it, essentially. So that means that they have just taken it out on their own volition because they can't get it to work for the other console. Maybe I have no idea.
I think they were like, okay, so I don't even think I could say they bit the bullet, because it's like, just bite the bullet and not release it on last gen.
Yeah, do what fucking Call of Duty did with zombies, like last gen Richtofen, bro. Like, what the hell? Like, dude, I understand. Like, the Xbox probably can't render it twice like this, right? I guess is like the big thing. No. Like, I imagine
the VCR can't do it. No,
fucking giant dust collector can't run Halo Infinite, of fucking modern AAA first-person shooter.
That split screen is not on last gen Halo Infinite. People would understand that.
Yeah, they'll play split screen with their friend who was able to afford the new Xbox. Okay, I think they'll be fine. Jesus Christ!
But just canceling it outright for all other platforms is look at the screen.
They're doing it, and it's working. So, I don't know, man. There's some fuckery going on for sure. If that's not the reason, oh man, I'd love to know, because what the fuck?
There's no valid reason. It doesn't exist.
It's working perfectly fine, as you can see. We were lied to. 343 lies. Read between the lies.
The lies pile up.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Okay, so yeah.
Anyway.
Funnily enough, all the goodwill that the players were wanting to, afford to 343, this was before we got the most recent roadmap.
Oh god.
And you want to pull that up, the season 3 roadmap?
I'm pulling it up. Oh no.
This is
from Halo Waypoint. Here, actually,
okay.
I'll do one of these. I'll blow it up. Oh wait, hold on. It's not on stream, but you can still see it. I'm gonna actually, no, I'll just do this, and then I'll zoom her in. There we go. We'll start at the top.
Okay, so November 8th is no longer when season 3 is coming out.
You know what? I saw this one. I remember seeing the 2 Master Chiefs with the hunters, but I didn't really look at it. I was
if you'll remember, on the previous roadmap that was of course subject to change, the previous roadmap that had to be delayed, you remember on that one, it said November 8th is when season 3 would be launching.
Yeah.
Yeah, not anymore. We have the Forge beta.
Very epic.
On November 8th. Very epic.
Look, there's more biomes than in the campaign. Crazy.
That's actually mind-boggling. No, that actually hurts my head.
It doesn't make any sense. How are you gonna? Whatever. What do I say at this point?
I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. No, that's.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
No, think about that for a second. Think about it.
We go up. Look at this. We got at least 4 different biomes right here. This is in space. I don't even know what they're implying with this other one.
What have they been doing for 7 years?
I don't know.
What have they been doing? Okay, so we got co-op coming out November 8th.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Okay.
Just bite the bullet and cancel co-op altogether.
Just cancel it at this point. Who fucking cares, No
one's gonna play it.
God. Don't actually cancel
it. Don't cancel it. don't. It's fine. All right. Like, maybe I'll play it 5
Give
years
some,
down the line
give
and
these
laugh.
people, at least give the people who want to fucking play it, like, give them a break. God damn it.
And we have the 30 tier. The free
Oh.
30 tier battle pass
30 tiers, huh?
of, get this, Halo,
Halo
Reach armor
Reach.
that was advertised before the game came out.
Yes. Yes. In
Which,
fact,
by the way,
some of this armor
in
was
the
already in the game, right? And the AI could wear it.
yeah, you just had to pay for it.
Unbelievable.
So, and
Unfucking believable.
by the way, in the video where they revealed this roadmap, they were so fucking condescending when talking about some of this shit. They were like,
yeah.
so yeah, we're gonna give the people some of the stuff they've been asking for a long time. You know, maybe like a Reach piece of armor or new armor core here. It's like, shut up.
I can't believe.
You guys suck.
I'm sorry, I got it. Match XP beta. I'm sorry. I can't. Match XP beta. Ah,
I
okay.
gotta test it out.
Crazy, because I remember Call of Duty 4 having match XP. I'm sorry. Oops.
I'm a midget.
I clicked stop and it was the same button as the Joe Rogan one. Okay. What? I'm sorry. Go. Okay. Well, you know what? Go ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry. I'm ruining the chronological order in which we're going. But
No,
match
I think...
XP beta. Beta. Like, what the fuck? How do you have a fucking... How does that make any sense? It's a beta for match XP. Just put it in the game. Why do you need a beta, bro? Do you need a beta for that? Are you that afraid to give people too much XP? Like, are you really that scared?
You gotta be a Halo Insider for it, alright? Like, calm down.
Stop.
Wait, how's that even gonna work?
I don't know. Yeah, because a bunch of people are going to get a
So,
shit.
you know what?
I
I'm not
don't
gonna ask that question because I'm not even sure they know.
I'm not even sure they're going to be able to implement it within the year. So,
Yeah, you know what? November, yeah, look. Does it say subject to change on the top right? Does it say it?
let's take a look.
Does it say it?
Wait. As
Or
of
did they
September 1st, subject to change. Oh, shit. It's all fucked.
Okay, so we got 2 new maps.
Cool.
4 maps added in a year. That is,
And one of them looks to be a fucking Reach remake.
well, fun fact about those 2 maps in the winter update.
Oh, no.
They are Forge made.
Oh, my God. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh.
Detachment and Argyle.
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 The last word I thought I'd be saying today.
Thanks, guys.
Really? They couldn't design new maps from the ground up?
No.
Really? That
No.
is so pathetic.
Making games is hard.
Oh my God, dude.
All right, so what else do we got? We got a new game mode. Covert 1 flag.
Oh,
That's-
fuck. Here, I'll move it so the guys
That's
can
just
see
one,
it.
isn't that just 1 flag? What is covert about it?
Oh, well, when there's one flag, you get active camo.
I bet that's what it is. I bet that's what it is. And they called it a new game mode.
Oh, it's just like a custom games variant in Halo 3.
Yeah, I know.
Halo 2 even. Halo 1 maybe. I don't even know. Shit, maybe even Halo fucking 1 could do that. I think it
December
can.
event. Winter Contingency 2.
I don't remember there being 2 winter contingencies, but okay.
That's just dumb.
Yeah, let's
just
just use
dumb.
the same name, but say 2. Like, why even call it the winter contingency? Like, that was an event in Halo that started everything,
at
basically.
Reach, it was... it's dumb. It's stupid.
That's a terrible fucking name. I'm sorry.
January event. Joint fire. Okay, that tells me fucking nothing.
Yeah, what the fuck? Or what is anyone supposed to get by that? Like, at all? I'm sorry, but like, why do you even have a roadmap? Oh, shit, yeah. Are those the same ones that were promised to come earlier?
The other
or...
roadmap?
Shit, I keep looking ahead and ooh, I'm clenching my fist real tight in anger right now.
For the quality of life improvements.
Get the fuck out of here.
And then we got season 3 to look forward to.
Woohoo! Yeah, Echoes Within. Let's go.
Yeah, so season 2 is going to be 10 months long.
Huh.
Good job, guys.
That doesn't sound
So what are we getting here? What are we getting here?
Doesn't sound very good.
We're getting one big team battle map
Oh,
And a
one.
new-
That's pretty sick.
and a new arena map.
Is it this map on the right that's the big team battle map? Because this looks like one
Yes.
that's already in the game. It looks so generic.
Oh, wait, you mean the maps that they're adding look exactly like the same aesthetically as the other maps in the game?
Oh.
Is that what
Why?
you're saying?
It's probably also a Forge map then, at that point. If it looks that similar, I mean, Jesus Christ.
We're okay, and we're getting this is exciting. We're
Ooh.
getting a new weapon.
That looks like the DMR.
It is the DMR, but it has no scope, so it's a new weapon.
Whoa.
It's the bandit.
That's fucking sick. I ain't
Aren't
never
you excited?
seen a new Halo gun.
Aren't you excited for them to add it, and it's not even going to be in the campaign?
New weapon for 10 months. That's what people are gonna get. Are you like for real?
No, this is more than a year past the game's launch. This is like
I just-
approaching a year and a half.
New weapon, not weapons or
Ins-
like.
New weapon.
And this looks like oversaturation
this.
of the sandbox. This doesn't even
And
look
get
like an
this.
interesting gun.
The files already show that the gun is done.
Oh my god. They're
They
really
could add
scraping
it
the bottom of
now.
the barrel. Wow.
Oh, and, we get a new equipment.
Dude, this image. We got a bubble shield that you can't see into?
It's a smoke screen, but it's Halo.
Don't really
Good
care
job, guys.
for it. That doesn't. I'm sorry. I don't know how I feel. I mean, I suppose that's more dynamic than like any of the other ones aside the grappling hook.
Yeah, I guess that
and the
will-
repulsor?
it's create for interesting gameplay around like maybe objectives or something. I don't know. Like I think that's more interesting than any of the other equipment they have.
It just looks like a bubble shield, but without the shield, and like you can't see.
I don't know. It's fine, but it's probably something that should have been added in the game, like a few weeks after launch.
Maybe just even at launch at this point. 'Cause
Maybe
the
just in the game.
that drop shield equipment, man, I've wiped my ass with more useful things. Do you love this 100 tier battle pass, or it's just an image of one guy in the dark? They don't
Using
even
the armor core, man. The
they don't
armor
even
core system
fucking
that everyone
show
loves.
you what it looks like. They just he's in the dark
Oh,
and it's
dude.
one guy, not
Dude,
even
you know
multiple.
what I'm so hyped for? Bro,
What?
that new narrative event is gonna be bussin', bro. For real, no cap.
Honestly, dude, no cap. That shit's gonna be fucking lit. For real,
Dude,
for
I'm
real.
looking forward to in-game reporting.
I'm kind of looking forward to custom game browser. I can't believe it. Custom
No, you know
game
what I'm
browser.
looking forward to? You know what I'm looking forward to? Quality of life improvements. All right.
In
That's-
both. I love that. That's literally like, okay, we don't have enough to warrant this season, so we're gonna just put
Yeah,
in
no,
quality of life
This is
improvements.
their version of like reaching the word limit on their thesis paper. Like they're like,
And more. I mean, that's really what it is. It's like Forge update, Fracture event, and more. It's like, okay, cool. I don't know what to look forward to, I guess. God, in-game reporting and custom game this is actually blowing my mind. Like, how do you not have this stuff in at launch? How are you allowed to release a game without these features?
what have they been doing for a year?
You can't even report people in game for like cheating
No,
and
you,
shit.
you can't.
That's just absurd.
That's a feature that's coming.
I'm
That is
pretty
featured in their roadmap.
In
Their
a
second
roadmap.
roadmap.
and a roadmap that's featured. Not in like a tweet where they're like, "Oh, we're gonna add it tomorrow." Also, this is 24 hours
How
after
much
the game
of this
came out.
is content?
None of it. It sounds like the fucking gun is already in the game, just in the files. So I can't really consider that content.
Man,
Forge.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm gonna be like fucking. I'm gonna be all up in my fucking social security concerns by the time a campaign expansion comes out.
I'm gonna be collecting my 401k.
I'm gonna be on my goddamn deathbed.
Oh, this is worse than I thought it was.
It's so much worse.
I heard people talking about it and stuff, but like I don't know. I guess I just never really read it myself, so I didn't really like let it sink in. But new game modes, VIP.
Now you know why I was
escalation?
nagging you so badly to get on this, so we could get on this video, man. Because like it's.
I mean, you're
it's
right.
so bad.
I just VIP and escalation. Like VIP was already in Halo, and I don't know what escalation is. Probably going to be like another form of like King of the Hill or some bullshit. I don't know.
I don't know.
But VIP, like that is already in every other Halo game. So I don't understand why does it say new game modes? It should say old game modes that we didn't have at launch, but we are now adding a year later. That's what it should say above it in blue text, not new game modes.
Where's Griffball or Infection?
Yeah, huh. Well, I guess it would require them to create some sort of system where when you pick up something, your character model changes, and they can't really do that. And also that would require them to...
Animating things is hard.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're right. And they would have to get the voice actor to come in and record Infection.
Recording voice lines is hard.
Yeah. Well, they're new games, as you know. Those audio files take up more space nowadays, so...
Dude, compressing files is hard.
Making video games is hard.
That's the new meme. I am gonna carry that to my deathbed.
I don't know.
So and so is hard.
It's just hire people who are more talented, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Like I came to this like I had an epiphany. I was like, you know what? I figured it out. Good games are made by talented people.
And 343 is not talented. That's what we've learned here over the years.
Like, I am sure there are individuals within 343 that are talented. But
Absolutely.
something's going wrong. And look, I'm not calling for the jobs of anyone specific, all right? I feel like this is a good time to move on to the whole Fire 343 movement, which was trending on Twitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone's saying, oh, that's too far, man. That's... Like, you're going to call for someone's job. And, like, look, I'm not calling for the jobs of anyone specific, all right? I'm saying 343 as an entity should not make Halo games anymore.
Yeah, I think they're done. Like, they have proven through their own actions and their inability to release any sort of meaningful content to Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite was already a mediocre game. For them to not release content there were hundreds of thousands of people playing the fucking game every day. And the longer they went without releasing content, the more and more people dropped off. And now, here we are.
Their player count is lucky to peak at like 600, 6,000 on an average day.
And like...
That is pathetic.
We're supposed to feel bad and like apologize to them or something? Like, no, fuck that.
Like exactly what Favin said. Like we're supposed to pat them on the backs for like overcoming these challenges?
Absolutely not. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like literally, I refuse to believe it. It just doesn't make any sense. Like I can't understand how a game developer is just simply going to be like, yeah, but I know that there are good Halo games, but it's harder today than it was back then. So, yeah.
How?
Well, you see, I have a list of dedicated servers / online security. I can't believe he even said improved online experience, dedicated servers, online security, etc. That shit has existed for fucking ever in the gaming world. It's been around for a long time at this point.
I can understand, like, saying, okay, making games is hard in the aspect of, like, yeah, you need to make it for multiple platforms. You need to make it have support for all these different, all these different settings. You need to have it, make sure it supports all that. how is it harder now than it was then to make co-op campaign work and get it in the game on time? How is it harder?
Yeah, all of the things that he lists in his tweet have nothing to do with split screen or
With what
co-op.
the game is lacking.
Yeah, no Forge at launch. It's like, dude, I'm sorry, but that's unacceptable. Like, you can't fucking cry to me and tell me, oh, well, it's hard now. It's like, no, it's not how it fucking works, man. Then guess what? You're not equipped to be making this fucking game then. Somebody
No,
else
you're not.
should be fucking making it then.
Had no... Look, I'm sorry. You've had no shortage of resources. Rumored to be the most expensive video game ever made.
Bungie gave them or not
Blank
Bungie, sorry.
check.
Yeah, Microsoft gave them as much as they fucking needed. I guarantee it. And they probably
They let them delay the game a year to miss the launch.
They
of their
missed
new
the
console.
They wanted it to come out with the console. Master Chief was on the goddamn box, and they still were like, okay. If this was Microsoft of old, dude, imagine if these motherfuckers had to deal with what Bungie had to deal with old Microsoft pushing out their games before they were ready. I mean, Jesus Christ. They would have fucking broke under the pressure.
Three 343 needs to go. Simply put, they need to go.
There's no other way to say it. I mean, I'm not gonna like let people virtue signal and like cry about it when it's like, dude, like, should I pull up some of these tweets?
Yes, I think you should.
Okay.
These are entertaining tweets.
You're right. I'll reshare my screen. Oh man, this is really putting a damper.
Yes, in the DMs we were clowning on some of these people. Forgive us, all right?
Well, listen, they kind of fucking deserve it. Okay, let me pull it up on stream here. So, oops. Okay, where does it start? Okay, it might be that one. Oh.
It's
Wait, okay. Well, we read that one. I made a meme. Let's look at this one. They call me 343. 3 employees, 4 hours a day, 3 maps a year. Oh my god. Get the fuck out of here. Okay.
This is a good one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Some of you fuckers do not deserve to play another Halo game again. Not for the usual gatekeeping reasons you might think, but because that's pretty much what you're asking for with Fire 343. Childish thinking with crack smoker logic. And then like shitty, like low pixel fucking low resolution Metal Gear Solid 1 meme. Great. Thanks.
I don't know, like, could you say we're asking for anything but the betterment of the franchise, that 343 no longer be responsible in making Halo games? Like, how long do you think is too long for Rookie 425 for 343 to fuck up?
Rookie 425.
Have they had a single launch without some sort of fuck up? A single one.
They just can't fucking do it. That's some crack smoker logic right there. Is it? We've had 3 games where you failed.
4.
Yeah, I mean, fuck.
MCC.
MCC was a nightmare for like a decade, so... Halo Infinite is better than the insane fans, huh?
Insane?
Defending bad business leadership is cringe.
Thank you.
I'll like that.
It's also bad to act like it's... Wait, hold on. What is that person?
Act like
also bad to act like it's all company's fault when clearly the game's engine is... No. Stop.
Whoa. Let's look at some replies.
No. Hold on.
Come on, go easy on...
Let's read that again.
Let's go easy on
again,
Lee.
but slowly, all right? Let my rat brain, like, process this for a second. it's also bad to act like it's all a company's fault when clearly the game's engine is held together by scotch tape and dreams. Okay, I have a question for you. Who makes the game engine?
From the devs back in the Halo 2 days. I don't understand. That doesn't even... Are they trying to act like it's the same engine from Halo 2?
Are they telling me that the engine that they used in Halo 2 has not been built upon and refined since Halo 2?
And then, to your point, who the fuck made the engine then, if not the company? I don't understand this tweet at all. All I see is the word psycho in this person's profile picture. And that's
You are a psycho.
Yeah, you are.
Realist gamer. No, you're not. Realist gamer 21.
Here we go. Andrew Choate. I don't know how to pronounce that. Choate? I don't know. Yes, let's certainly not blame the company in charge of said engine being held together by scotch tape for maintaining it like dog shit, pushing out zero content except obvious cash grabs. Who needs good netcode when I can buy the color blue for the Warthog for $20?
Fucking W tweet, Andrew.
W
tweet. How long can you maintain? Okay, I'll let you read.
Okay. How long can you maintain what is literally a game engine from the 2000s, though? Even Bethesda's creation engine is reaching its limit. Also, why are the microtransactions always referenced? I can assure you, no dev goes, all right, what can we make people pay for?
That's exactly what they do.
There's a guy who works for the company. That's literally their job. What are you talking about? Holy shit. There's a guy who works at 343 whose job it literally is to figure out how to get people to pay for shit. Like, that's not crazy, you idiot.
And also, the first part of the argument is complete utter horseshit as well, all right? So, all I'm sorry, game developers don't make new game engines for, like, games. That is extremely fucking rare, all right?
Yeah.
They don't do that.
Yeah.
They will use updated versions of previous engines, all right? Because making a game engine is extremely difficult, all right? It's why 343 probably didn't do it.
It just doesn't... It doesn't make sense from a business standpoint to make your own engine. You would be years out of money at that point because it takes a long fucking time to make them.
The Unreal Engine has existed as long as I have, all right? And people are still creating wonders with it.
Yeah, people remastered the Grand Theft Auto
created
games.
on the Unreal Engine, and it's one of the best looking games ever made.
Say it again for the people. I talked over you. But I agree with you.
Arkham Knight was made on the Unreal Engine, and it is one of the best looking games ever made.
It 100% is. It's graphically still one of the best looking games, and here we are all this time later.
7 years later.
They didn't fucking build a new engine for that game. So, interesting. This person, I mean, again, maybe it's on us to just acknowledge that this person's crazy and just doesn't even know what they're talking about, but like...
No, they're the realist gamer. What do you mean? At realist gamer.
I can't believe... You do realize that there are entire government applications completely ran off 30-year-old systems. Source Engine is 18 years old, and it does a great job. I'm a developer, so I know what it is. I know what's to be expected and maintained. This isn't directed at the developers. It's directed at the heads of 343 and Microsoft that allocate the time for these projects and make creative decisions. The reason microtransactions were mentioned was because that is quite literally... that is quite literally thing that time was allocated for, which shows the priorities of the company. It's usually a pretty good telltale sign of the intentions of a company when matchmaking was broken for weeks, yet they can keep shipping out new $20 skins.
Hey, look.
These are all correct. I'm liking all of those because they're all correct.
No, the priorities. Perfect point. It says every co-op is canceled. But we'll make damn sure there's a functioning store at launch.
The store was functioning during the fucking beta, bro. Like, excuse me.
The flights, they were like, we got to test our live service to make sure it's working.
Like, I was willing to overlook it at first, but the fact that we have no content, like, since then, really? I mean,
I was under the impression that we were gonna have more. So
yeah, I was under the impression we were getting a full game when the game released. Boy, was I mistaken. Because, yeah.
it's just, wow, just wow.
And guys, I'm sure we could go on. There's a
Okay,
few, there's
okay.
more of these. We can
This is
show
another one
more.
bad
If
one.
you want me to pull
Oh
this
yeah,
one
no,
up?
we're going through all of these.
Okay.
Even with
You-
Halo Infinite
go ahead.
being in as rough a state as it is, I don't think the whole Fire 343 or Fire X employee is the way to go about things. It feels knee-jerk and parasocial. Ooh, he's using big words.
Whoa.
And just echoing bitter mindsets that have existed since 343's inception out of frustration. Okay, so I'm just gonna repeat what I said in the DMs. How can it be knee-jerk when it's been going on for a decade?
Don't understand. Yeah, that's also true. Like, no one is asking for the specific firing of an employee. Has anyone really done that? Like,
I have not seen it once. Like, maybe they exist, but I haven't seen it once.
I've just always seen, like, hey, maybe 343 shouldn't be in control anymore. Maybe it's time to just move on. Like,
That is, like, the extent of what I've heard people say, and that is a completely valid viewpoint to have,
dude,
at this point.
like, even Actman, who's, like, the most reasonable Halo fan, he's like, dude, something's got to change. Like, something's got to fucking change. Like, these guys have been making them for all these years, and it's not knee-jerk, and we have example after example after example. It's not just, I'm mad there's no content, therefore get rid of 343. It's like, dude, come on now. Really? Do you remember Halo
This has been
5?
brewing for 10 years.
And they think it's just 343 haters.
It's just knee-jerk and parasocial. Fuck off.
Any good replies?
Let's see.
Even when I disagree with their approach or decision, it just feels rooted in this long-standing hatred instead of wanting improvement. They're passionate and kept this universe alive and brought so much to it.
I'm gonna die from cringe. All right. Okay. So
I don't even know what to say. I mean, that's just stupid.
it's just dumb. Like, long-withstanding hatred instead of wanting improve. Okay.
You're making an
Do you-
assumption about like what
do
these
you
people
genuinely? Do you all right? So what was the reaction of Halo Infinite at launch then? What was all that?
Yeah, that's the perfect comeback to all of this, because like there would be no response. Everyone was fucking satisfied as hell. It broke records. Like, holy shit! It was like the most
Like,
streamed game at one point. It like surpassed Fortnite.
If people are so rooted in this long-standing hatred of 343, how come everyone was singing the praises of Halo Infinite upon its launch?
Including
It
us.
was unanimous.
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. I'm sorry, kid. Like, you're way off with this. This is a terrible take.
You're out of your depth with this take. I'm sorry.
Terrible. Like, it's not long-standing hatred. I mean, dude, I have my problems with 343. Like, I've always had my issues with them, but like,
But the
I
fact
was
of the matter is, we've given them the benefit of the doubt so many times.
more than what they deserve. I mean, dude, go back and listen to us fucking talk about the game. I literally was saying how passionate these guys seemed and all this shit. If they were fucking passionate, they'd be pushing out content. I don't care what the fucking excuses. I don't care if there's people bleeding in the office dying. Shut down and let somebody else take over then. Like, you've done enough. You've fucked up too much. I'm sorry. Like, I really am, but that is just not a good take. That's not true, because we're perfect examples as to why that's not true. You more so than me. I mean, fuck, you like love Halo 4, and like I obviously like it. I don't love it as much as you, but I like it. But like, if you hated 343, you would just shit on Halo 4 as well.
I actually like Halo 4 significantly more than I would say most people do. And no, I think they need to go. I think they're done for.
Wait,
Wait,
if you're, oh god, this looks cancerous. First of all, is that a GTA profile? I gotta look at that. That's a GTA character.
That
for
is
his
a
profile
GTA
pic.
character,
Xbox
Xbox
gamer,
gamer, cat dead.
Can't make this shit up. Okay. If you're a Halo fan that hasn't liked a Halo game since the last one Bungie made, you're not a Halo fan anymore. You were a Halo fan 12 years ago. How can you say you're a fan of something after 12 years of bitching about it?
What?
Wow. Did this tweet like blow up for you? 3 likes.
Oh, three likes? Man, this one went off. Oh, this is a good one.
If you say
This is a
tacos are
good
your
one.
favorite food, but don't like the tacos I made you with human feces inside of them, do you really like the tacos?
These replies are fucking perfect.
Oh my god. Did you know?
Oh,
yeah,
this
I
is-
mean, yeah. Did you know that you can still be fans of things that came out in the past? Did you know that you can be a fan of a franchise and have problems with newer aspects of it? This isn't rocket science. Look at this fucking
Thanks
asshole.
for the info. This guy's an asshat.
He
sucks.
needed it. He needed it. Holy shit. These fucking people are brain dead. Oh my god.
Keep in mind, this was before the most recent roadmap. Oh, this is. Oh,
These
this
people
is,
are wearing clown makeup right now. Holy
Look at this. This one's
shit.
great.
Okay, so the original tweet, Halo fans are either normal people or they're the biggest fucking turbo virgins. What will it take to get 343 off Halo? Protests at their HQ? Okay, that's like... I suppose that this might be a little much, but I think that they're begging the question of, like, can we just get someone else? Like, I don't think these people are actually going to go to 343's office and, like, pull out a pitchfork, okay?
This is the first example I've seen of somebody call for somebody specific, and it's somebody in a management position, fire Bonnie Ross. And I'm sorry, but calling for a manager's job is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, she has done a fucking terrible job. The only thing she's really done...
He straight up lied.
She lied to everyone, including you. So, the only thing she really semi-handled well was, like, Master Chief Collection, but, like, that was, like, after fucking how many years?
I've seen this ridiculous hashtag all day. And what break it to ya? Firing the
Well.
entirety of 343 won't help. The company definitely needs a change in leadership. Oh yeah, they haven't tried that.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Bold idea.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's not like they've lost like 6 creative developers in the past 2 years.
In conduct and making promises and priorities, but the rest of them are actually cool dudes who love Halo just as much as we. Think! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I just don't understand. So you're just literally either making an assumption or you know these developers, but regardless, it doesn't matter. You're just going to simp for these people because they love Halo, apparently.
Look,
Okay.
I'm not even gonna say it's untrue that they like
I'm sure
I
they
don't
do love
know.
Halo at this point.
I'm sure some of them do. I'm sure there are so many people
I
inside
know
of
Joe
343
Staten does.
I know there's probably so many people inside of 343 who really like they realize how shit the game is right now and they're so sad about it and they want it to be better, but there's just the individuality, like they can't
Yeah.
it requires the coordination that they just don't have. Right? I'm sure those people exist. I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
And nobody's saying fire, like nobody's saying like put all these people out of a job, all right? 343 just shouldn't be making Halo anymore.
Yeah, make something else. I mean, is that really like are you guys really going to get like bogged down in like the semantics of what people were saying? Like saying fire 343 does not mean kick them out on the streets and Microsoft take everything they've ever owned. It means, hey, let's fire them from Halo. And that's what needs to happen. Honestly.
Like they're done. They're done.
What
Infinite,
is
like-
left for them to prove to us other than these shitty roadmaps we just looked at? You really going to sit here and wait for all that fucking bullshit to come your way to be like, oh, look how good the game is now. The game, okay, I agree that like the game wasn't great at launch, but now it's in an amazing state. No, that'll never be said about Halo Infinite unless it's like fucking 5 years from now. Or like 3
And
years or
that'll
something.
be far, far, far too late.
Yeah. GTA 6 will be out by then, and that'll probably overtake any sort of fans that are even interested in this game. and they're not even of the same genre. It's just going to be so popular that nobody's even going to want to play Halo Infinite. I mean, fuck, man. This is really sad to see some of these people.
Three or four.
How?
Why?
Don't
No.
appreciate people who really genuinely make Halo better. Oh, the MCC team. Yeah. Do you know how fucked up it was when it first fucking launched?
Guess what?
And
the
for
MCC
years after?
team is regularly releasing more content than their most recent entry in the franchise.
Yeah, like nobody disagrees. MCC is in an amazing place right now, and it's in a better place than Halo Infinite, and that shouldn't be the case. It should have
It
came
only
out
took
fucking
them 5 years.
Yeah, it should have came out fucking all those years ago, and then it should have been amazing then. By the way. I'm sorry if I don't believe you after having 10 years of 343 Industries at the helm and three different development teams / project leads. Even Joe has been at 343i for 2 years now, and pretty much nothing has changed except we got more polished campaign. Please tell me you're joking. This company has had 4 chances to get it right. They've consistently pushed their version of Halo onto us, even though time after time we've told them to cut that shit out. Halo isn't competitive, never has been. True.
Thank you, the realist Mark with the troll face.
They just need
They
more
just
resources
need
and more resources.
Shut up. 27 people liked this.
I can't. Is this sarcastic or is that? I thought
This has to. Is it?
they had $500 million. Okay, wait. I'm gonna unlike that in case that isn't sarcastic. I thought
It's so retarded. Like, you couldn't. No, I love that. You couldn't even comprehend it being unironic.
I know. I actually couldn't. I thought it was fucking sarcastic. No, they didn't. That number is a rumor that was spread around with no evidence to support it. Yet Halo fans did what Halo fans do and believe it at face value and spread false information. Is that what Halo fans fucking do?
I don't know, man.
I didn't realize. I wasn't aware. Oh my god, dude. Even if it's not 500 million, it's probably a fuckload of money, dude.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Same with the game has been in development.
Development.
These people can't spell.
I know.
Since Halo 5 launch. No, it started development pretty soon after Halo 5's launch. Like, no, I bet. Oh, you would bet that it would start. It didn't start until 2018. It feels like it started in 2018. Actually, no, that's not even true because fucking Bungie made Halo 1 through 3 in like 7 years. Yeah, no, fuck that.
Okay, is there another one here? Okay. Here we
Wait,
go.
hold on.
Oh,
Wait,
I'm sorry.
Go back.
Going back. Where are we at? Which one?
Yeah, Microsoft didn't really make 343's job any easy. What are you talking about?
When
What are
do
you
they
talking
ever?
about?
They're Microsoft. They've frequently been shown to not give a shit about developers. All right, fair. Yeah. It's like, what?
Oh, they only let them delay the game twice.
I'm sorry, but this is like the flagship series of the Xbox. Like, I think that they're allowed to expect a better product. I feel like they were lenient on 343 because they were an in-house
They've been
company.
lenient
If
because
they weren't an
still
in-house
have the
company,
job.
they would have been gone long ago. That's my belief.
I think that is a completely fair belief to have. I think they need less oversight. Microsoft is pushing microtransactions hard with Infinite.
Meanwhile, MCC
See,
doesn't
I don't
have any,
even-
it's thriving.
I don't even know whose is it maybe it was Microsoft's idea to make the game free to play? I don't know. But then again, it's like it is 343's there are good free to play games out there with monetary schemes in them, right? Like there's a reason why fucking Warzone and Fortnite is so goddamn popular because the games are fun.
Okay, let's go to a new tweet because these replies are just brain dead, honestly. If you're not happy with Infinite in its current state, do what I do and just play something else till it's ready. Woo! Like many other folks are saying on Twitter, just play something else till the game is in a playable slash fun.
Why do they all have grammatical issues?
Jesus Christ! It's just a game at the end of the day. What? That's what I've been doing.
What did I say?
Somebody needed to say that's what I've been doing since Halo 4, though. Management need to go. Us sitting.
Go outside. That is such a L response.
He him.
That is. What did I say again? Scroll down a little bit in the DM. Yes,
sorry,
I think I'm
elitist attitude. It's just a game. It's just a game at the end of the day. Yeah, a game that you paid $60 fucking for, and being a franchise that means a lot to people is also a reason to not be so dismissive of people's outrage towards it. Yeah, it's true.
I think that's absolutely true. Like, this is a game that means a lot to people. Don't be like, just go outside, bro.
Holy fuck. Brain dead take. You're literally telling us to wait 9 more years for a finished product. I'm not telling you to do anything. Play Infinite and have fun, or play something else and have fun. Win-win. This guy needs to be hit by a bus. Not really. In Minecraft. But, like, come on, dude.
In Roblox, all right?
Are you kidding me? The game sucks, therefore, just wait until it's good, guys. What's the big deal? Oh, I don't know. Just the fucking money I spent on it. I mean, I didn't spend money on it, but
yeah, you know what? Buying a game is an investment now.
I mean,
it's like crypto.
I hope this fucking Halo VFX guy never bitched about Destiny once in his life, which I don't believe, by the way. He probably did.
In fact, no, I hope he has never bitched about a game in his entire life.
Yeah, right.
Because you could just wait for the game to be good.
You tell me to wait 9 more years? Like, yeah, that is exactly what he's telling you to do.
Like, I'm sorry, but, like, you would not be saying this shit if it was a game that you just did not like.
Oh, God, here's a good one.
Yeah,
Seen a lot of this shit lately. Leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone. Oh, I never liked it. Oh, man, this doing numbers.
All the people with base takes are just so much funnier, man.
Phil Spencer waiting for Bonnie Ross to step down, but she doesn't do it. He doesn't want the backlash he's going to get for firing a woman.
There could possibly be truth to that. I don't know.
I think it more comes from the fact that it is an in-house Microsoft-made studio to take the helm after Bungie was let go or whatever.
Yeah, because I mean, 343 was created specifically to continue the Halo franchise, so I don't know.
It's probably like a weird like conflict of interest situation where it's like, we brought you into this world and now we don't want to really take you out of it because it would feel immoral of us. But you guys have done a terrible job. Like, holy shit, dude, if this was the Microsoft of old, seriously, they'd be gone as fuck. Like, no joke.
Oh, this was a great tweet right here.
This next one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's the same fucker.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
You want to read this one? I know it's a long one. We can split it if you prefer.
I'll go down 2 paragraphs.
Okay.
Hey guys, I wrote this because I'm not doing a thread because of Twitter's character count. On Saturday, I deleted my Twitter because, frankly, I don't know if I'm able to get through this. There was way too much heat and negativity going around the Halo community there. I personally can't stand the amount of stuff going on at the time. Especially the Fire 343 thing, which I don't support. So I thought to step back.
You should!
And take a breather. For the record, I fully believe the roadmap wasn't the best they could have given us. And the anger was definitely understandable. But everywhere I went, it felt like everyone was spitting on the ground every time Halo was brought up.
Oh my God.
I love Halo to death, and I know others do too. So it was kind of depressing seeing it wherever I went. Alright, I'll leave.
First of all, so this guy is just a Halo simp that doesn't even understand like what made Halo good, because That's the most tragic thing. And,
He
and
doesn't
again,
seem to made it. He doesn't seem to what made it bad either, because he's admitting that the roadmap is bad, but then he's blaming the community for being mad that it's bad.
yeah, I don't think he knows why the roadmap is bad. For him to say, like, for the record, the roadmap wasn't the best they could have given us. It sounds like that sounds so like tone deaf. That sounds like a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, it sounds like he doesn't understand why people are upset. It's not the best they could have given us. It's a roadmap. What do you mean it's not the best they could have given us? That doesn't even make sense. Like, it's a fucking roadmap. They should just be saying, here's all this content.
That's sanitizing it a little bit. No, the roadmap is not even the bare fucking minimum that they could have given us.
Yeah. Like, I don't understand. This guy is, like, so, like, bad faith on, like, what the fans are arguing right now. Everywhere I went, people were spitting because of Halo. It's like, dude, yeah, because they've been betrayed by 343 how many times in a row? I mean, Jesus
lied
Christ.
To, and lied to. And
betrayed
lied to,
and lied to.
It's...
They gave them money. And this was a beloved
I can understand if you're, like, financially secure, but, like, $60 is a lot to spend on a game. And when you've been continuously fucked by the same developers out of your money, yeah, I think people are right to be angry.
Oh my God.
How can you argue that they're not?
It's just... So it was kind of depressing seeing it wherever I went. Wherever you went. Now, is he referring to Twitter?
That said, after several days of detox...
Really?
This person is terminally online.
Oh my God, dude. Who makes a fucking post like this? Who isn't in, like, a fucking... Whatever, I'm not going to make a mean joke about mentally ill people, but holy shit, man.
I believe I can return to Twitter, albeit in a minimal manner.
Oh my God. It was fucking...
Continue.
It's a video game, dude!
I want to continue my positive Halo trends and being a positive dude in the community. If you think I just made the tweet to get attention, I'm 26 years old. I couldn't care less about attention. I got real life stuff to worry about.
Oh my fucking God.
Okay, after this fucking, like, mental breakdown you just had over people, like, trashing a video game that you apparently like, you're gonna grandstand about having real life concerns.
And this person makes a joke about toxic positivity, but why is there toxic negativity, but there's no toxic positivity? This would be an example of toxic positivity. We're giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Positivity is not always good.
It isn't. You're literally hurting the game by not calling out these shortcomings. Like, you're hurting it. I just don't even fucking know what to say. Yeah, the most soy thing I've read in a while. Chris Reagan.
Yeah. He's making a video apparently
On Halo?
Yeah, he's had some pretty good takes on Twitter.
He had, dude. Like I said, his Halo takes are definitely good. I will give him that. He knows Halo very well. But fuck, man, holy shit! I feel like I just went on, like, a roller coaster ride, and it lasted like 3 hours or some shit.
5 hours.
Oh fuck! I mean, I wasn't even referring to the stream, but yeah, holy fuck, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Man, that's just... Seriously, these people are fucking brain dead. I mean, it's not even up for discussion, guys. Come on.
And you know what? I believe this was before the most recent roadmap where they announced the cancellation of even all the... Like, you know what I love about this? All these people that are fighting tooth and nail to fucking defend the people that are stabbing them in the back, they do it again a couple weeks later.
And do it again.
They just can't help themselves.
I feel bad for these people, genuinely. Like...
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but the positive tweets and the people saying it's like, no, Fire 343 is too far after the co-op cancellation. Yeah, those people aren't really, those people have been oddly quiet.
Wait, sorry, I got a good meme here. we
All right,
found
let's-
last minute here. I'm gonna pull it back up. The prophet, Tartarus. The prophets have betrayed us. I can't believe this shit, man. Oh my
Glad
god.
to see more popular figures are calling out 343's pathetic handling of.
Critical
Ooh,
did.
What did Critical say?
Oh, I actually watched this video. He basically just said, like, listen, man, they've had all this time and they still fucked it up. So what really is left to be said? You want to listen to it real quick? It's only 6 seconds, I guess.
What does it
but-
say here?
Answer to the question, who is the worst game developer, is 343 Industries.
Yeah,
Answer
and
to-
it's funny too because
Based.
his video, it wasn't even like 343 Industries is terrible. It literally said the worst video game company of all time or something like that. That was the name of the video, and there was no hint to it being
Look,
involved with Halo in any way, shape, or
You
form.
could make a very strong case for it. Like, who's
Just-
worse than them?
Dude, they ruined arguably the most popular shooter ever in existence. So I don't know, man.
I mean, yeah, that's basically the sum of
Bonnie throwing devs in front of consumers to soak up the bullets. Is that real or is that just like an assumption?
I don't know what that would be in reference to. I don't
Like
know.
she refuses to take any of the criticism and she's like kind of like pushing like the community manager to like make points and shit instead of her like actually taking the brunt of the criticism, I guess.
I
don't
mean,
know.
I can't attest to whether or not that's true, but it
God,
could be what he's talking about.
I was so hyped when I first saw this image. I really was, dude.
We
That's
all were.
Halo 3 vibes, like to the max right there. Sorry, but it's true.
Oh my god. This is
I should have clicked on this hashtag years ago.
this is
This is fucking amazing. Look at this. That's true, though. Okay, reminder that it's time to fire 343 Industries. What's this say? 343 Industries made a lot of mistakes with Halo 4. We can do better. Halo MCC, a black eye for us. Halo 5 won't suffer the same fate. Halo Infinite has learned from the past Halo 5 mistakes, says 343 Industries. That is actually so fucked right there. That's just proof right there alone.
that is the image. That is
Wow.
the image.
That is fucked. Because it's true. I mean, literally, we made a lot of mistakes with Halo 4, but we'll do better. Okay, we fucked up with MCC, but we'll do better. Okay, Halo 5 was one of the worst blights on gaming kind, but it's okay. We'll do better with Halo Infinite.
Okay, yeah, we made one of the worst things ever made by a human, but like we will.
We made one of the worst video game decisions of all time, but we'll do better. Oh my god. This is hilarious. Okay, let's see. Game development is insanely hard, but if you're a AAA studio funded by one of the largest tech companies on the planet and still manage to fuck up a revolutionary IP 3 times in a row, then you deserve to be shut down. Fire 343.
Amen.
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 Oh dear God.
Oh no. Oh yeah. This.
Oh
the
yes, this
competitive-
fucker. That's right. Okay,
this
I'm reading
guy.
this. Jurassic Ark says, the main problem with Halo right now is that 343 still does not understand what Halo is or what made the game so great in the first place. They call Halo 1 a competitive game despite it being made with party and couch co-op in mind. They hired people who hated Halo. And that's funny because Halo 1 didn't even originally have multiplayer. It was a last minute addition. So, like, for you to say a competitive game, it actually makes, like,
Is in
no
their
fucking
DNA.
sense. Infinitely rewarding. Player feels rewarded for playing no matter what they play. Wait, what is this from?
This is from this
343?
was player experience goals that they showed off in the live stream.
Personal and welcoming. Players feel like they've... Okay, first of all, players feel rewarded for playing. No, they don't. Absolutely, they do not.
Well, no. This is what they said their goals were.
Okay.
what
For
they
Halo
wanted to
Infinite.
Achieve. Yes.
Okay, well, that one they already fucked up. Personal and welcoming. Players feel like they belong and can express their Halo identity in meaningful ways. Well,
Fuck that up.
yeah, we can't do that because apparently devs and Twitter drones will fucking attack anybody who calls for the firing of a company that can't seem to get one single fucking thing right in their entire fucking tenure as game developers for Halo, of all fucking things. So I would say that one's a failure.
Now, for context, this is what they mean they want to achieve in the future.
Yeah, in the future.
In the future.
Players can expect an experience that is competitive yet fair. Skill and teamwork should be the path to victory.
No, it should be chaos. It should be a sandbox.
It should be sandbox
fucking
and teamwork,
chaos.
if anything, not skill and teamwork. But yeah, competitive and fair.
Stable and high quality. Players can expect a smooth quality. This feels like an E3 presentation.
Yeah, a slideshow fucking
It's
bullshit.
like your guys' goals for the game have not changed since before the game launched.
Yeah, why are you even fucking We are a very competitive game. That's our DNA. Wrong. But it's like, why are you showing this? This is like tone deaf. You show this before you even start with Halo 4. This is what you show. And yet, oh, well, we fucked up with Halo Infinite, but this is what we plan to do in the future. You go back all the way to the very first Halo, right?
Do
I
we?
mean, it's a highly competitive game.
Is it?
Wrong. You're wrong, dude. You're wrong
This
as
guy
fuck.
played Halo for the first time like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, what the fuck? This guy doesn't even look like he's got 2 hairs on his nuts. Why is he making Halo games?
Apparently he's new at the studio.
Oh, this looks like a sad one. Okay. Today I have uninstalled and given up on Halo. No, I'm not gonna do Trump. Today I've uninstalled and given up on Halo. The incompetent management at 343 Industries is enough. You ruined a great franchise and game. 10-year plan. More like 10 years until the game is done. Halo didn't just die, it was murdered. Damn. 343 didn't ruin Halo.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. Ratio. Are they off to a bad start? Oh.
No, this is trolling. He is trolling.
You're listening to New Meme Radio, the show that goes anywhere and does anything. With your host, the legendary gamer boy himself, Meme Alchemist, the only man to ever be referred to as epic, and it be actually true. So sit back, grab some shmee, and let Meme make your day.
Brain
broke him.
dead.
Blaze Fox Steve broke him.
I cannot fathom a bad start. Yes.
Can't
Can they fix it?
Wait.
To be fair, it is hard to. No.
This person isn't real. That's such an ignorant.
This is a bot. I'm sorry, you're a bot. Are you real? Xbox gamer.
Are you a 343 plant?
I don't think she uses Twitter. My sister, I don't think she uses Twitter. How do you not know if it's your sister? I'm so confused. Oh, my brain. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Why? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I just love this. Are they off to a baby? I gotta keep this one like forever. This needs to be like. Can I pin it? Is there like a fucking? Can I do something?
This needs to
with
be
it?
framed.
Here, how about I just share it with you and then it'll always.
Yeah. We'll always have
okay.
it.
I'll just share it like this. What the fuck? Okay, this works different than on phone. There we go. That'll always be in the DMs.
That is. I'm so glad we're always gonna have that.
That is one of the worst
That
takes
is a
I've ever
tweet.
seen.
That is a tweet.
I mean, it's not even like a bad take. It's just literally ignorant. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Can they fix it and start rolling? Yeah, I love this. Are they have to do a bad start? Yes. Can they fix it and start rolling? Yes. That was 10 years ago. Well, to be fair, it's hard to make a game past Halo 3. What?
So you just folded.
So you gave up immediately upon being challenged. Left my ass off. A bad start? Their bad start was 10 years ago when they butchered everything past Halo 3. Their process is fundamentally flawed. Release bad product and kill any hope of actual growth? Then stall for the hardcore loyal fans and milk them for as much as they can. No more!
And the guy below him has the more base take about Halo 4 not being as bad as everyone says, but everything since then being awful. Yeah, base take. I agree.
Yeah, base. Their best title right now is a collection of games they didn't even make.
That is also true.
It's fucking true, dude. Off to a bad start, dog. They've had a decade.
I like to think that people's like motor functions just seized when they saw this fucking tweet.
My brain felt like a fucking saw blade went through it for a second. I was really. I just looked. 343 didn't ruin Halo. Are you gonna fucking substantiate that claim there, Blaze Fox Steve?
You gonna qualify that?
Ooh. God damn. God damn.
This is too entertaining. This is too funny.
This is amazing.
I didn't know it was this bad. There's the image.
That's not English, but I agree with him. Bro, this right here is the downfall of Halo. I've been playing 21 years of Halo and don't give a fuck about the competitiveness of it. I want it to be fun. Based. It's great to finally see the Halo community agreeing on one thing. That's what I said earlier.
See, unfortunately, they don't. Like,
well, yeah, these drones don't, but it does seem like the majority is on our side.
The majority of people do, yeah.
Stop criticizing 343. Everything is clearly fine, and we should just do nothing. You're toxic. People should just keep their jobs, even if they don't do their jobs.
It's true.
It's true as fuck. I mean, shit, I should have checked out this fucking... Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Let your voices be heard. The Arbiter 2707. Look at his profile picture. Oh, my God, no. The cursed brutes from fucking Halo Reach. Oh, my God. I love this guy. He only has 97 tweets. Oh.
Thank you, Arbiter.
Halo isn't some stupid game series to us. We've invested so much time with our friends and families throughout the years, and we shouldn't stay silent, as Halo suffers under such irresponsible management. Oh, it's so based. That's the first one with like 1,000. Oh, I gotta take a drink of water.
Yeah, man, this is it's honest work.
Fire them. I can understand why the term oh God, should we watch this? We should watch this. It's 2 minutes.
It's 2 minutes.
We can wrap it up here after this, or we'll give our final thoughts.
Yeah,
this should be good.
Got to find a replacement who won't outshine me. Perhaps if I search the employee evaluation for the word incompetent. 714 names. Better be more specific. Lazy, clumsy, dim-witted, monstrously ugly. Attention, Homer Simpson. You have been promoted. You are now an executive.
Mr. Smithers, I don't understand 2,700 of my new duties.
Well, the van's leaving. Which one duty is giving you the most trouble?
What do I do in case of fire?
Sorry, can't hear you.
Just my luck.
That's amazing.
Here are your messages. You have 30 minutes to move your car. You have 10 minutes. Your car has been impounded. Your car has been crushed into a cube. You have 30 minutes to move your cube. Hello, Mr. Burns' office. Is it about my cube? It's Mr. Smith.
My cube.
Calling for you.
How's everything going there, sir? Well, I have a lot of free time on my hands. If you FedEx me your mail, I'd be happy to open it and return it to you.
Everything's fine, Smithers. This Simpson fellow seems to be getting dumber by the minute. I've never seen anything quite like it. Anywho, you just enjoy your vacation. $60 watts? What do you think this is, a tanning salon? I asked for light starch on my nightcap. You call this posting? You call this a tax return? You call this a supercomputer? No! You're a travesty of a joke of an assistant.
Betrayal.
Oh no! No! The flood theme! That was fucking amazing. Wow.
That was astounding.
That video just made this entire fucking Twitter moment on here worth it 100%. That was fucking incredible. Holy shit. See, that goes to show you, like, the Halo fans are just fucking, they're just mad just to be mad because, like, they're not getting Bungie games anymore. It's like, somebody just put time and effort.
That video?
Yeah, please. That was all facts, and it was fucking funny. And it was funny because it was facts. Oh, I can't do it anymore, man. I can't. It's painful.
Closing thoughts?
And not the stream. I could go for 12
dead.
more hours if I had to. You know I could.
I
What?
sit here with a more bleak outlook on life.
I sit here today humbled by 343's decisions. Will they recover from this travesty? Probably not.
Find out in 5 years.
I really fucking hope they get fired or somebody else takes over Halo who actually gives a fuck about Halo. Please.
Like I said earlier, there's so many game devs that would want to make a Halo game. Like,
Yeah.
let them do it. Let people who know what they're doing do it.
Dude, it's like EA with the Star Wars license. Like, the second they weren't exclusive with it anymore, we got Respawn, who made the fucking Fallen Order game, which honestly, not the best game ever fucking made for Star Wars, but it was leagues better than any of the fucking other shit that's come out. So, like, it just goes to show you, there are passionate devs out there that are willing to fucking put effort in and try to make something interesting, okay? We don't just need to stick with 343 because they've been making Halo for fucking all these years. If this was Bungie and Bungie was making these Halo games, I'd say the exact same fucking thing. But you know what? Bungie wouldn't have made these fucking games.
They fell off this hard.
Bungie wouldn't have fucked up like this because Halo was a creation because of the group at Bungie. Halo only exists because of that group, okay? You can't just then suddenly try to capture, as Marty O'Donnell says oh so elegantly, you can't try to capture the lightning in the bottle. The golden goose is gone. Like, it's fucked. We can only hope and pray that we get some sort of side story for Halo made by a different fucking company that actually respects the IP.
And then it's inspired, and it's a passion project. It's something that people really wanted to make.
Yeah.
It's something like ODST.
If the game wasn't fucking ready, then guess what? They need somebody else at this point, because what's Microsoft supposed to do? Delay the fucking game for 12 fucking years and lose all the money they have invested? Like, we're all this time later. They should absolutely, by the definition of the fucking word, be fired by Microsoft. But I don't know if they will. Because like we were saying earlier, it might be conflict of interest. I don't know. But I can only hope and pray that someone who actually gives a fuck about Halo picks up the fucking IP and we get some good Halo games. That's all I want.
Okay, give it to us. We'll make a Halo game.
I'll make a Halo game. I'll try my best. I think I could do better than 343. At least with the direction of the
more steady rate.
Yeah,
I could probably get content out at a more steady rate than they could.
Put me in front of their fucking computers and I'll try to figure it out. I'll pump out some content. You guys want less desync? I'll fucking get another router in that studio. That'll fix it. Anyway, I hope this was somewhat enjoyable for some people who needed a cathartic release from Halo. This is certainly been therapeutic for me. I don't know.
Yeah,
about
no,
you.
I feel all tuckered out. I'm gonna sleep beautifully tonight.
I'm honestly gonna snore and like blow a little feather up in the air every time I like blow out air out of my lungs like a cartoon character. I'm gonna be so like relieved that I got all
Have
that.
Z's floating above my head.
Yeah, with a nice little like cap and like what are those things called that you put over your eyes? The blinder things, whatever.
Yeah.
Satin blinders. I'm gonna go to sleep and sleep happy tonight, knowing that I've completely evacuated.
That we fucking verbally destroyed 343.
Yeah, this was kind of brutal. I'm excited to listen back to this, honestly, because I feel like I'm going to get some therapeutic something from listening to it.
I'm going to get some catharsis listening back to it like months later. I'm like, oh yeah, we did it.
I'm going to send this to everyone who asks me what happened to Halo. Should be like, listen,
just listen to this.
Listen to this at work. You'll understand. Two passionate Halo fans being betrayed by a company that's just simply incompetent.
And that is the word at the end of the day. Incompetent.
I agree.
They just suck. They blow.
They time and time again. There's proof. But we're not making false claims here. Okay,
we have the receipts.
We got the receipts, and only time will tell. You know what? If something actually happens with 343, you can expect us to make another fucking, maybe even a shorter video of some sort. I don't know, but
yeah, this was decompressing after a long year.
Yeah, after Squid and I avoiding talking about Halo to each other for like a really long time, and then just finally doing it.
Just festered.
Yeah, there was a lot there. For sure, but I'm glad we got it all in one cohesive video. So hopefully it was enjoyable. Squid, do you have any final words of encouragement? I don't know.
343. I don't like you guys very much.
Joe Staten's cool though.
Joe Staten's cool. I'm sure there's a lot of very cool individual people at 343.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And I don't want those people to be jobless. I don't, because I'm sure there are so many people that are very, very talented and could add to the gaming industry. But 343's development and involvement in Halo is misplaced.
Agreed.
And we have only the past decade to look to for that.
If Halo Infinite improves dramatically, which I have my reservations about, expect us to talk about it at some point, but for now, I think...
Campaign expansion in 2028.
Ooh, yeah.
Targeted, of course.
Targeted. Not... It's not accurate, but, you know. But anyway, you know, if by some chance, some miracle they pull it off, that's great. I'm sure we'll talk about it and be very happy, but until then, I think I speak for both of us when I say we're probably going to take a nice long break from 343 and Halo, from them at least.
We've discussed this.
Yeah.
Talk about games that we like.
Yeah, we're probably going to try to do some reviews for like old-ass retrospective. I say old-ass games, but like they're not really that old. But
retrospectively, games that we've liked.
I want to talk about games that are fun, and I don't want to sit here and have to fucking pour my heart out about a game that I grew up with.
As fun as this is, we enjoy games that are good.
Yeah, I much prefer to be sitting here gushing about how much I love a game rather than how much I'm upset and disappointed by one. So, with that, I guess all that's left is the outro. So, thank you guys very much for watching. Squid, thanks for joining me, as always. My esteemed not co-host, but is basically a co-host.
Hopefully one day.
Hopefully one day. Hey, maybe we'll be back in not a year, or we'll see.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Hey, you know what? You said you wanted to talk about the Arkham games. I would be down to do that at some point.
Teaser. Whoa. That would be cool. I know some people who would want to get in on that, who really like those games that we would enjoy to talk to.
It'd be an interesting Arkham Knight debate, too.
Oh, there would be. There would be. Yeah.
That could be spicy.
Could be. Or I might have killed myself from 343 announcing their new trilogy or something.
343's content drought will have killed me.
Oh my god. A new trilogy by 343 following Locke.
I will die of a heart attack.
I'll throw myself off a bridge. All you'll find is my phone left on the bridge with the news article on it. That's all that will be left of me. Oh, let's I was gonna play some Halo music, but it just doesn't feel fitting right now. Like,
no,
I wanted to have a nice like outro with a Halo song, or like even a sad Halo song, but it's not even deserved because of what we just sat through. You know what I mean? Like,
nope.
I'm just gonna play my song, and then that's gonna be the end of it.
That's the end of it.
All right, guys. We'll catch you on the next New Meme Radio. Catch you next time.
Hopefully sooner than later.
Maybe in a few fucking years from now, dude. Check you later. Have a nice night. Thanks for watching, and stay safe. Love you.
Meme makes your day. He brings you the world, the stars, and the sun. Meme makes your day. He does what you like to and takes you along. Memes got the action, memes got the stars. Memes going places, here and there, near or far. Meme makes it cover line wherever you are. Meme makes your day. He's part of the action, he's where you belong. Meme makes your day. He shines with the stars and he takes you along.